co-powered by ICICI Direct and new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass. I'm Sakshi Batra, your host for this evening. The Union Budget of 2024-2025, the first of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term, is significant towards the aim of boosting economic growth through higher capex, support for infrastructure development, and measures to enhance financial inclusion. It is also aimed at putting India on the path of becoming a global superpower. To decode the fine print of the Union Budget, we have an illustrious lineup of experts, budget makers, political leaders, industry leaders, economists, other stakeholders and commentators as well, who will be joining us all today to help us further our understanding of the budget priorities and the economic roadmap towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. So without much further ado, let us embark on this journey of discovery and dialogue. Please join me in welcoming the first panel of speakers this evening. Our first panel is titled Unleashing the Animal Spirits. For this session, we have with us some of the leading voices from the corporate world to share their perspectives on how the budget can truly ignite the animal spirits within the Indian economy and how the business community at large leverage the opportunities presented by this budget to fuel India's growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first speaker this evening. Let's have with us on stage Mr. Vinod Agarwal, the MD and the CEO, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles and President, Siam. Let us also welcome Mr. Dhruv Agarwal, Group CEO, Housing.com and PropTiger.com. Warm welcome to you, sir. Vineet Agarwal also joins us on the stage, MD, Transport Corporation of India. And we also have with us on the first panel, Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director, Akash Healthcare. Warm welcome to all of you. To moderate our first panel this evening, let me please invite on stage Sourav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today. Over to you, Sourav.
Thank you, Sakshi. And a very warm welcome and good evening to everyone here. We have a stellar panel, as Sakshi mentioned, and it comes on the back of a very, very eventful budget, if I may add. You know, I was talking to some people just before the budget was announced, some people including those from the markets, and they said it doesn't look like it will be very, something major, eventful. We've already had a vote on account, so it will probably be a continuation of what is to come. However, I think there are some big pluses and also some interesting surprises which are there in store in the budget. And to discuss all that and more, we will go through this panel and seek the expert views of this wonderful set. So I'll start first, the topic of discussion itself from each of you, which is unleashing the animal spirits. The budget was supposed to be one which will set the stage for Viksit Bharat, India 2047. What in your view, and I'll go around the panel first, getting your initial thoughts before we come down to specifics, what in your view, Mr. Agarwal here, is the budget's key themes according to you, and do you think the animal spirits will be unleashed by this?
I think, first of all, Viksit Bharat and the India growth story. These are the two very, very important things. As far as the India growth story is concerned, that is going very well. All of us know it. Our economy is growing. And then on top of it, what the budget can do to take this growth further, I think is to give the further boost of capital expenditure. Because that has the multiplier impact on all other parameters. If we can see the allocation for capital expenditure, even though it has been kept as same, which was there in vote on account, 11.11 lakh crores. But that amount is, I would say, quite substantial. And this is on top of already a very high base, because last year itself that was increased by 33% from 750,000 to 10 lakh crores. So therefore, on top of it, this allocation, and then when you say unleashing animal spirits, I think once the central government is spending so much money, it means there is so much expenditure happening, so much income is getting generated, so much activity is happening, and that activity is further than creating that virtuous cycle, which will lead to more investments from the private sector.
I mean, we'll come back to that issue because there is a view that private sector investments haven't really followed through. We'll come back to that. Dhruv, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think, for me, one big positive, in this budget, and, you spoke, and the theme of the conference today is, or the panel is unleashing animal spirits. I think the abolition of the angel tax for startups was a big one for me. I come from the startup ecosystem, having started my company about 12 years ago. I think last few years have been extremely troublesome for new startups and founders, where they've been receiving notices from the income tax department, taxing them on the difference between the book value of the shares and the premium they've been collecting, and how startups traditionally get funded is through high valuations, especially from foreign investors. So that, I think, was a big dampener for the ecosystem. But the abolition of that angel tax in this budget, I think, was a big ask of the startup ecosystem. That having been abolished, I think, is a big plus, which will, I think, unleash animal spirits further.
Do you think that sort of, as we go to the autumn of the funding winter, and now it's the funding autumn, as somebody said, do you think that will really add to that?
I think so. Look, I think the funding autumn or winter, as you said, I think it's the winter, and hopefully the winter is about to end now. I think it will add to that. We all know that 2020, 2021, this post-COVID, saw a lot of excesses in the entire funding ecosystem globally. I think valuations were crazy, and a lot of capital was coming in, sometimes unjustifiably. But that happens, when there is the greed cycle. I think that went into autocorrect mode towards the end of 21. And I think things will start coming back as interest rates start to go down in the US as well. But clearly, this particular move will definitely aid that, because there was this regulatory overhang on all fundraisers, which I don't think was a healthy thing. So I'm quite glad that happened.
Vineet, your initial thoughts, pluses, what did not happen according to you, what could have been better, your initial thoughts on this?
I wouldn't want to comment on the budget specifically, because we believe now that the budget is becoming one of the directional documents for growth. It is not the only document. It is a path, it's a direction for the country as a whole. But there are lots of other things that are happening. I mean, a few years ago, we used to talk about the railway budget. It's no longer there. And other than that, the other impetus, whether it is coming from organizations like Niti Aayog, or the general feedback the government is giving on a regular basis, schemes that get announced throughout the year, states are bidding for new projects, new investments that are coming up in different parts of the country. It's an ongoing thing. We are no longer dependent on February 1st only. Earlier it was February 28th, I think, or something like that. So we're no longer dependent on that. We moved away from that. So I think it is directional, and it is a positively directional. So it's not populist entirely. It will probably become populist, as we are thinking it might be with the elections that happened this year. And ultimately, the animal spirits will only come when there is confidence in the system. Across the board, there has to be confidence, whether it is someone at a consumer level, someone at a trader level, someone with a SME, MSME, and subsequently the larger corporates, when we're talking about the business community. But people have to feel confident. And when people start feeling confident, that's where an unleashing of the spirits will come. And we'll probably dwell into that later.
Do you think that this is a confidence booster kind of a budget?
Certainly. I think, some of the steps where consumption should trigger consumption with more money in people's hands is one of the steps clearly. But as I said, there are lots of other things that are parallelly happening.
Ashish, more money in people's hands. Do you really agree with that view? Because there are contrary opinions on that as well.
So, at the outset, my apologies for joining in late. I'm coming from the healthcare background. I think it has been taken with a pinch of salt. A lot of expectations from the current budget. Yes, there has been some positives, specifically directing to the medical devices and cancer treatments.
Drugs, yes.
Those are the two ups for us. But I think our expectations, especially from a private healthcare standpoint, where there's a lot of interest from private equity coming and trying to invest in healthcare specifically. I think we could have gotten better if there was some specific focus on the financial aspects of the healthcare operations. In last 3 or 4 years, we have seen that huge amount of interest, especially after the post-COVID era. Everybody is focusing on healthcare. With the kind of corporatization which has happened in healthcare in the last few years, and the kind of technology being used up, and the medical devices industry is expanding big way. And unfortunately, not many products are being made in India. So we end up paying a lot of money at the end of the patient's end, to the consumer end. There's a big cost to get the delivery. So PMJ scheme definitely is getting, spreading to a larger population. But I still feel, there could have been more concrete step in terms of the healthcare delivery, and of course the survival of the corporate hospitals and the chains as a whole in India.
Mr. Kanwal, let me come to you on one big takeaway from this budget, which is the employment-linked incentive scheme, the ELI, and various parts of it. Some for the employees, first-time employees, some parts for the employers. In all, a big move to try and get jobs as the key agenda item back and give it a big push. Do you think that's going to work? What are your thoughts on the ELI scheme?
I think that's a good incentive to start with. I think like if they are saying that both employer and the new employees, both of them are going to get some additional money in their hand. And then they are saying that even the internship, if companies beyond 5,000, which government will pay stipend, and
but does the private sector have enough jobs?
Balance money will be paid as CSR. So yes, this is a good incentive. Now, of course, jobs get created when there is more expansion. If
when there is demand.
When there is demand, then there is more expansion. Now that you have to link to the fundamentals. Fundamentally, economy is growing. Our real growth is 8% plus last year, and this year also we are projecting good growth. And with the infrastructure investments, we are expecting that there will be growth. And as I was mentioning, the private investments, even though now still the track record has not been that strong, but of course, when so much public investment is happening, government is investing so much money, private sector will have to invest, because the capacities will need to be created. If you have to export more from here, if your technology is going up, if your country is growing, then the capacities will have to be there. And the capacities have to be there, then of course more investments will happen. If you look at our own company, we have very good expansion plans in the auto sector. I think all companies have great investment plans. Under PLI, auto sector has committed 75,000 crores to be invested for Atmanirbhar Bharat and for indigenizing the technologies here. For microprocessors, a lot of investments are going to happen. So therefore, I think these investments are going to come. So we should have confidence. We should have faith and trust. The things will fall in place. And of course, on top of it, when you give incentives for more skill creation, more trainings, and more industrial training institutes, or various types of, these are all the small, you can say just the push. Government is giving it a push. End of the day, it has to be taken on its own force. So I think these are the steps in the right direction.
That's an important point, Dhruv. which I want to ask you about, that the government has made its first steps known. It's ticked the box, the right box, in terms of an employment-linked incentive scheme, which many felt that may not happen. It was suggested, but they have taken it up and they've done it as the first step. Do you think the private sector will respond?
I think if you look at private investment over the last couple of years as compared to government investment, I think it hasn't kept pace. I think what the government's done right is it's spent a lot of focus and emphasis on investing in infrastructure and laying the foundation, I think, for private investment. So I think that the private sector, just given where we stand today, especially with regard to the country being seen as an alternative to China, I think the private sector will respond, and I'm pretty confident that, as I think Vineet pointed out, what's important is confidence in the economy. What's important is confidence in the way forward, confidence in political stability. With all of that in place, I'm pretty certain the private sector will respond effectively.
Vineet, I'll come to one aspect which the economic survey also pointed out, which is the importance of Gen AI and the impact of Gen AI on jobs. On one hand, we do have an employment issue, and the government has come front and center and put forward this scheme. On the other hand, the economic survey does warn about the possible impact of Gen AI. What is where do you stand on the Gen AI and factor and its impact on jobs?
There are lots of jobs that will go away with Gen AI, that's for sure. And those jobs will get repurposed into some other jobs. For example, prompt engineers for Gen AI. That's a big job by itself. Apart from that, so I'm not an expert on that, but I can definitely say if you want some product delivered to your home, Gen AI can't do it. You still need someone to do it till we get robots and other things that proliferates across all modes and it gets to your household, even if you're living on the 20th floor of a building. So there will be jobs that are there that are needed, and the difference has always been employment versus employability. There are people that are available. We recruit about 700 people a year, 700 to about 1,000 people a year. But we have to put them through a training program for a year, literally, to really get them to a certain speed. When we talk to students who've graduated from colleges, some of them don't know who the President of India is. So there is a huge gap there. So skill enhancement, adding to skills, upskilling, reskilling are things that will be required, and certainly Gen AI will help in that process. I do not think it's going to be negative initially. If you ask 10 years from now, perhaps there could be an impact. We are a country that is going to require a lot more jobs than we can even think about. And perhaps in 10 years, we will definitely see a challenge.
In healthcare, of course, Gen AI is a big advantage, Ashish. What are your thoughts on that?
So in healthcare, specifically few specialties like radiology, where the AI is started to interpret the radiographs, MRIs, and CTs. That came very handy in an epidemic-like situation. And of course, the tele-ICU and telemedicine, and how the softwares are able to read through the patient's vitals, the thermographs, all those things are actually, reducing the burden of already, burdened critical care teams. So that is an upside. Of course, somebody who, takes up, the advantage with AI tries to reduce the footprint of manpower working for the patient care. But yes, on the other hand, we would require a lot of new jobs which would be required to maintain these systems, software, and continue to evolve, because AI in healthcare, of course, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Sometimes the reporting can go haywire and they may report a normal X-ray as a cancer patient. So those things, the human intervention will always remain till we are very sure the algorithms have matured enough so that they can time and again, with almost 100% accuracy, they're able to predict as a clinician because the multiple variables depending on the age, the disease and other patterns, the AI has to keep on evolving and learning. I think that would require a few more years. But yes, it is surely going to impact the manpower setting, of course, the training levels of the people who are going to get involved in with these modern systems in place.
So what would companies like yours do, for instance?
So, of course, small baby steps, especially where it's already been tested, like in radiology, and of course the robotic system, which has, almost crept in every OR, that has come very handy for, and it has shown initial positive results. In our own setting, we use the soft tissue robot called Da Vinci for almost all surgical procedures. Yeah, the orthopedic robot is also being used, and likewise, many more such the inventions and discoveries are coming up in the OR, in the ICU rooms, and we are actually finding benefits. While the consultant is on round, is able to monitor 20 patients on his mobile phone and also gets critical alerts for any variation which is beyond a normal permissible limit. So we are seeing early results, and we are motivated enough, and the clinicians, when they see value in their patient care, they are more eager to learn than we have ever seen in last many decades.
Mr. Agarwal, let's come back to your sector, which is auto, which is in fact, it's a kind of a barometer for the economy itself. We've been writing about it in Business Today and discussing it. There has been a kind of a K-shaped, growth in the auto sector itself. Luxury cars, the high-end cars have been selling off pretty well, while there is the entry-level cars have been really badly hit. And the country's largest auto company, Maruti, has also talked about it pretty openly. Do you think the budget does enough to generate that kind of demand at the bottom end of the pyramid?
First of all, I think if you look at the overall auto sector is doing pretty well. Our auto sector total turnover is now 20 lakh crores. And the overall numbers put together, last year we have grown by 12.5%. Just at entry level, there is some stress. But if you look at overall car market, overall passenger cars, we are now the third largest market in the world. We have already crossed 4 million sales.
But entry-level stress is a signal, right?
Entry-level stress is there in sedan. There are two reasons. One reason is that people also have upgraded. Now there are utility vehicles or SUVs or entry-level utility vehicles. Now they itself are available at say 5 lakhs, 7 lakhs. So therefore people don't go in for 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. So that is one reason that people have upgraded. The people who were to buy smaller 3 lakh car, they are buying now 5 lakhs or 6 lakh car. So therefore there is upgradation. The second is some stress in the rural economy. Rural economy stress is quite visible, it was there. But the good thing is it is coming back. The rural economy is coming back, and one of our requests to government was that please allocate more for the rural economy, do more for the rural economy. Which of course I think they have done very well, and I think 2.66 lakh crores has been allocated for rural economy. There has been good allocations for agricultural growth, and of course all other capital investments which are going to happen. I think overall income levels are going to be better. So therefore we are quite positive that the entry level also will start going up. In fact, one good sign is if you look at even last month scooter, these two-wheeler figures, there has been, I think there was around 28% growth in scooters last month. The growth in scooters was very good, which also clearly indicates that the rural economy has started coming back. So I think we have to think positive.
But the movement from two-wheelers to the entry-level four-wheelers is still a problem, right?
No, it must be happening. It's not. We can't say that it's a problem, because always there will be upgradation. Because as people income levels are going up, definitely there are aspirations. If someone is running the high-end two-wheeler, he would definitely like to go in for the car, and they are going in for that. And so I see no.
So
no
as an auto sector player, you are optimistic.
Auto sector, we are very optimistic. There is tremendous growth potential. And we are still at a very, very, you can say, small scale as far as the overall potential is concerned. So therefore, we are looking at much bigger picture.
That's something the finance minister will be happy to hear. coming to you, Dhruv, what is your sense of the sector you belong to, real estate? What is, the big hit, of course, everybody's talking about the indexation going away. What are your thoughts? We were discussing that before the session started. Let's hear from you. What do you think about it?
So look, let me take a step back, away from the budget and just look at the residential real estate sector. I think, between 2013 and 2021, we saw like an extended down cycle. Every time, the market looked to come back, we had events. There was, demonetization. Then there was the introduction of the RERA, which kind of led to developers having to recalibrate how they operated. Then there was the whole issue around GST. Then there was the NBFC crisis, and then there was, of course, COVID. But since then, the residential real estate sector has sort of, started looking up. And I think, we are firmly in an up cycle for residential real estate. So there's nothing in the budget which I think suggests that there's anything negative. If anything, there are, a few positives. I think, one of them is sort of the whole Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana PMA 2, which has again allocated almost 2.2 lakh crores towards the urban component of PMA, which I think is a big positive. This whole thing around transit-oriented development, which will give an impetus to development. Government said 14 cities with population of more than 3 million. I think that will help development as well. Plus, I think the big spend on infrastructure. I think 11 lakh crores once again for infrastructure. I think is overall a great boost for the real estate sector. I think, a lot has been discussed around, the introduction of, or not the introduction, rather the change in how capital gains in real estate will be taxed. It used to be, 20% after indexation. Now indexation has been removed and it's been reduced to 12.5%. I don't think it's going to have any real negative impact on the sector if you look at it from a long-term perspective. In the short term, people are a little concerned that, are we going to pay more taxes? Frankly, it all depends on when you bought the property, where have you bought the property, how much appreciation the property has seen. So it's really hard to nail down and say it's good or bad for the sector. I think if you're an end user buying a home, it doesn't really make a difference. If you're an investor who's looking to make gains, I always remind people that, first you make the gains, then you pay the tax. So I don't think it's going to be a major derailer for the sector in any way. What I really liked in this budget was, I think the first time, I think the centers come out sort of suggesting to the states that look at reducing stamp duty. They've spoken about reducing stamp duty for women, which will obviously have a positive impact, drive home ownership for women, but at the same time also encourage, first-time home buyers. I've seen stamp duty being used as a tool globally to kind of balance demand for residential real estate. For first-time home buyers, there's usually a discounted rate, which encourages people, first-time home buyers, to buy a home. And for people buying a home for a second or third time, which basically goes into the realm of investment, their stamp duties have been raised by other countries to deter that, so that there is no speculation. So I think we should, increasingly look at stamp duty as a tool to manage demand and supply in real estate, prevent speculation, as well as give encouragement to first-time home buyers. Although I recognize it is a state subject, and the center cannot do much about it other than sort of, suggest, give indications like they have given in this budget. But I think it's a good move, in the right direction.
That's an important point, the stamp duty, the question which you raised. Let's come back a little bit to affordable housing again, Dhruv. There's, of course, the Prime Minister in his first move, in fact, the 2.2 lakh crore allocation for affordable housing was one big move he did the moment he took charge the third time. However, there's a lot of talk about affordable, whether
definition,
the definition and what is really affordable housing in today's context, in terms of both the area, the upper limit. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a very fair point, Saurabh. I mean, think about it, right? I mean, the definition is, 90 square meters in non-metro and 60 square meters in metro cities. I think that's fine. But I think the debatable point really is the cap on what is called as affordable. I think 45 lakhs is a little too low. Between 2015 and 2020, real estate prices grew at a CAGR of about 2.5%. So if you look at it in terms of, and given what the inflation rates were at that point in time, I think in real terms, prices actually came down. However, since 21 to now, I think prices have been on a tear. My worry is that they're almost in bubble-like territory right now. And hopefully they don't keep going up, because otherwise end users will get crowded out. But in this context of rising prices over the last 2.5 years, this cap of 45 lakhs, I think, seems to be a little low. Our hope was that it would have, been increased. But again, I think Vineet made a very interesting point that budget is not the only, instrument or time of the year when policy changes are made. I think this government has demonstrated and shown that they listen to market participants, are willing to take feedback. So hopefully, as this topic is discussed more in panels such as these, the government is listening and will consider raising that cap, because otherwise it might lose, all the incentives given might lose its teeth if the definition itself is 45 lakhs.
Vineet, on the logistics side, are you happy with the budget, and do you think it will spur the animal spirits we talked about at the beginning?
Logistics sector is directly dependent on GDP growth. So anything that spurs GDP growth will help the logistics sector as a whole. However, there are certain areas of logistics that's changing now, and the national logistics policy really talked about it specifically, which is the first point is how do we reduce logistics cost in India?
Yeah.
And logistics cost in India cannot come down by some basic steps, but we have to take very long-term steps in terms of moving towards multimodal transport. Around 60-65% of our cargo today in the country moves by road. It has to move to rail, it has to move to other modes like sea and inland waterways. China, for example, has almost 20 to 25% by coastal waterways. So we have to bring the logistics cost down, and multimodal means a lot of investment into infrastructure, which is great. In the past, we've been building infrastructure really for the past. We used to build something, we used to see it's already full. Fortunately, now in the last at least decade or so, we've been seeing that infrastructure is really being built for a long-range planning. And that is really helping the thought that, yes, we can now move to multimodal, barring, of course, the other infrastructure that's also coming up, which aids logistics. The second part of logistics is standardization. So how can anything that we move today is in a standardized format? You'll be surprised to know that there's only 10% containerization in the country, or palletization is hardly existing. So everything moves through a head load. All those things would mean a huge amount of efficiency and productivity gains, and hence logistics costs will come down. And the third is digitization. Again, we've taken fantastic steps in digitization in the last few years. Something called ULIP, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, is really helping to bring all the data, whether it is your FASTag data, whether it's your e-way bill data, your export-import data, into a single platform to track and trace. And these are the value adds that are really going to help the logistics sector. So budget per se, the direct impact is infrastructure, which is really positive, 11.1 lakh crores. And I think this will spur the sector, definitely.
From your point of view, Ashish, what are your thoughts on what the budget could have done a little more for your sector?
Well, the response has been lukewarm, because the budget for healthcare has also not been increased greatly. Yeah, so that positives on the cancer side, of course, it's going to impact a certain percentage of people who are seeking that critical disease care pathways across the India. But if you look at other major issues like the integration of the health data of everyone, just like we have Aadhaar, there was a lot of motion last year where if somebody is going through treatments at various hospitals, government or private, there has to be a umbrella ID which can, collate all the data so that the repetitive testing and the misinformation and there is a transparent, seamless integration of all the systems. That is something which I feel is going to reduce a lot of medical errors. It's going to increase the efficiency across various hospitals. And a unique health ID, if that can also be a part of the mission, I think that can integrate all the healthcare systems which are available, just like in Western world. And patient, the ultimate benefit will go to the patient, where all the data is secure. Although in fragmented ways, a lot of startups are focusing on that, but unless there is a central drive, it's not going to make that, ripple effect and goes across the India. So that's one area where a lot of efforts are required, and it's going to be a game changer for most of the patients, and in fact the healthcare providers as well, in terms of the data they can the analytical work which can go through the health ID. And once we are focusing on the health ID, the other aspect, which is of course cancer, they have been taken care of, but look at the other the pharma industry, where most of the consumption, the COGS part of every treatment, majority is the medicines and consumables. A lot of products have been made in India, but still the high-end antibiotics and other products, antifungal, and those we have seen big time in COVID, where those were contributing almost 40% of any patient's treatment. So that is still, not being addressed completely. If there can be some efforts to reduce and make it more affordable, I think even in private healthcare, this is causing a lot of strain on the system to actually maintain the EBITDAs of the organization.
We're running out of time. Mr. Agarwal, I want to end by asking you about the electric vehicles scenario. Nothing on FAME, and yet yesterday, late last night, we had the extension of the support scheme for another 2 months till September. What are your thoughts? I mean, there is a lot of push for EVs in general from this government, but there is not enough in the budget or around that.
Yeah, absolutely. We were expecting that there will be some mention about that, but unfortunately there was no mention about electric vehicles. But I'm sure electric vehicle incentivization is there on the agenda of the government, and we are very clearly expecting from the auto sector from government that new FAME 3 scheme should come soon, because without incentives, I think this industry will not be able to move up with the same speed as we envisage, because the current cost of acquisition is still very high.
In fact, there is a study recently which has said a large number of people want to go back to ICE vehicles after using EVs.
Maybe some cases, because that may not be true. I would say that, because clearly there is advantage if you have bought an electric vehicle with the clear calculation that how much is your utilization. If you have a fairly good utilization per day, if you are running it well, you are saving good amount of money in the operating cost, and of course it makes a lot of economic sense for two-wheelers as well as for passenger cars. That's why you are seeing good growth coming from these two sectors. Two-wheelers are now around 4-5%, and passenger cars are still around 1.5%, but still you are seeing around 7,000, 8,000 electric cars getting sold. And we are expecting that they will migrate, but of course in the current temporary scheme which is there, and they have added 288 crores for another 2 months.
Additional, yeah.
I think that is not enough. That is only for two-wheelers. And for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, that amount also has been brought down from the earlier,
yes,
which were there in the FAME scheme. So therefore, we are expecting a proper FAME scheme. And I'm sure, as Vineet mentioned,
it's not outside the budget.
Budget is not the only
yes,
event.
I was about
we
to
are
add
looking
that.
forward to more events, and maybe the government is working on it.
So the budget, as the general consensus on this panel goes, is not the only time when the government can take steps to boost the economy. It's one of the steps. It's an important step. It lays the foundation for the future. But that's not the only way in which things can be done. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this wonderful panel and your insights on various subjects relating to unleashing the animal spirits in the economy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sourav.
Thank you, dear panelists and Sourav, for kicking off this evening with such engaging and insightful conversations and paving the way for what promises to be a truly enlightening series of conversations this evening. Thank you so much for that great beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is titled India's Atmanirbhar Markets. In this session, we will have the foremost voices of the capital markets to provide expert analysis on how the budget provisions will shape the future of our stock markets, drive self-reliance, create more investment opportunities, and regulatory changes that could now influence the market dynamics. It will also focus on how the budget measures will align with global trends going forward. And for this panel, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, the CEO of Value Research. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Vijay Kedia, Managing Director of Kedia Securities, to join me on the stage, please. We also have with us on this panel Mr. Ashu Madan, the Co-Head Business Affiliate Group and MD JM Financial Services. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Shailendra Bhatnagar, the editor for markets at Business Today Television, and I will be co-moderating this panel with him, Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor at Business Today Television.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you on this lovely day. We are going to discuss what's the way forward for markets after what happened on 23rd of July. And what I suggest is that please take a pen and paper. There are a lot of interesting people on this panel who've made supernormal wealth, not only for themselves, but also for all those who follow them. Yeah. Just one line each about the panel. Dhirendra Kumar is perhaps the first and last word when it comes to mutual funds. And he's had a very long association with Business Today way back in 1992. He used to write a column called Fund Monitor for the magazine. And that's morphed into valueresearchonline.com. About 5 lakh people on a regular basis look up to Dhirendra to make long-term capital wealth for him, for themselves. Then we have Kedia Saab. Jitni baat aap tareef kare Kedia Saab ki utni kam hai. बाज़ार में मृदुलता और मिठास और म्यूज़िक अगर कोई इंसान बहुत अच्छे पैसे कमाने के साथ साथ घोल रहा है तो वो हैं केडिया साहब और मदान साहब की जितनी तारीफ़ की जाए उतनी कम है। आप एक बहुत बढ़िया ब्रोकरेज के को-हेड हैं और जेएम फाइनेंशियल के साथ साथ पिछले 25 साल से बाजार से जुड़े हुए हैं। तो साक्षी, ये तो मैंने इंट्रोडक्शन कर दिया, लेकिन पहला सवाल आप लेंगी।
बिल्कुल, पहला सवाल मैं लूंगी and I'm sure this is one space that everybody is interested in. I think the biggest headlines that came out of the budget was all about the higher taxes in stock markets, and everybody got talking about them because most of us were surprised with this measure that was taken in. But let me start with you, Mr. Kedia, and ask you to describe in 2 lines, what was your first reaction when the finance minister announced higher taxes? And then, just about 72 hours later, we saw the stock markets rally to all-time high levels again. It took just 72 hours for us to come back. Recovery started just the same day, but just 72 hours, and we are back at record high levels. And what lines came to your mind right after that?
So since you said to describe in 2 words, so 2 words came into my mind, bach gaye. Because I was expecting, because government has been telling since last 2 years that they want to put all the financial asset class in one category, in one slab, okay. So I was expecting maybe they may raise the capital gain tax to 20% or maybe 15%.
आप ज़्यादा expect कर रहे थे?
In fact, I am telling you, this is what I had told in one of my interview before the speech, कि मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये बढ़ाएंगे और टेनर भी बढ़ा देंगे और ये भी बढ़ा देंगे, तो उन्होंने बचा दिया कि टेनर नहीं बढ़ाया कम से कम इन्होंने। और देखिए इंडिया को आपको देखना पड़ेगा ना, सारे एसेट क्लास को, खाली शेयर बाजार के कारण आप पूरी इंडिया को एक पेंट के अंदर में नहीं कर सकते हैं। आपको यहाँ पर गोल्ड भी है, यहाँ पर सिल्वर भी है, यहाँ पर रियल इस्टेट भी है, इंटरेस्ट रेट भी है, सब कुछ है यहाँ पे, और सबका साथ सबका विकास। जो बच्चा कमाएगा वही टैक्स देगा ना। तो मेरे को तो ये लगा कि बच गए, 12.5% लगाया, बहुत मेरे को, मैं तो बहुत खुश था।
धीरेन जी, आपकी राय लेते हैं। When you saw the budget document, and of course you are in the business of creating super long-term wealth with the least amount of effort put in, what do you think are the 2 or 3 main ideas behind this budget as far as investors are concerned? Is this a place where there is so much of money being made, therefore paying a little more tax is not a problem? Or is this something that we should be mentally prepared for, get taxed on equities at the rate at which we pay tax?
No, it is primarily, the government is a witness to, savers money moving from banks to market-linked investments. And when you earn interest, that is a taxable income. When you earn appreciation by way of investing in a market, by way of capital gains, it was tax-free just 4 years back. Then it became taxable, and now it has become a revenue stream for the government. And as the scale grows, government is eyeing it as a meaningful vehicle from which it can realize that. But there are ways in which you can configure yourself. Look at it. There is one beautiful thing which happens. Your long-term orientation, all the market-linked investment, nobody can tax you the appreciation which you haven't realized.
Correct.
Mr. Kedia is wealthy primarily because he has not sold all the things which has appreciated 100 times and you haven't sold. You will be liable for the tax only when you realize some gains. So it is a tax deferral vehicle. Mutual fund is even a step further. When you invest in a mutual fund, the fund manager is doing all the gymnastics. But you are not liable to pay taxes till you sell your mutual fund.
Absolutely.
So it is actively managed, or it's a managed vehicle. Likewise, and in fact, the only problem of mutual fund is that you move from equity to debt or one fund to another, it is taxable. We have another vehicle which has come up which is completely tax deferred. You invest in the tier 2 of NPS, which is almost like a mutual fund for individuals. Move your money 4 times in a year from equity to debt to government security to, and it's almost comparable with mutual fund, the equity plans. Even the alternative plans which is not available. And it is a tax sheltered account. So in that sense, we dislike taxes. And particularly I dislike capital gains tax because principally, if you recall, the Kelkar committee report, capital gains is reflection of the corporate earnings, which I haven't realized. I invested in a company. I will just cite you one example. I used to run a limited liability partnership, LLP, till last year. Now that LLP will sell a product, will incur some expenses, the profit that it makes will be taxable, and it will pay the taxes. And me being a partner in that LLP, all the money that will come to me is completely tax-free because once I have paid the taxes. I think of shareholders as a partner in a business, more so a long-term. And the company has paid the taxes when it has, conducted a business, earned a profit, paid taxes, and when I realize again, it is basically transferring my ownership to change it. Maybe government can do whatever it wants to, that defining the character, but this is something where if I own the shares of a private limited company or a public limited company and I'm selling the shares, my appreciation becomes, taxable, which I don't think is that the case there. Here I look at appreciation as a reflection of the earnings equivalent worth of a company.
Mr. Madan, आपसे पहला reaction लेते हैं. Mr. Kumar is not appreciative of the capital gains tax. What was your first reaction, first of all? And was it necessary for the government to really introduce higher taxes this time around? Plus, I'm adding one more question, something which I asked even Mr. Kedia earlier. The way the markets have reacted and recovered will it encourage the government to put more taxes on markets again and again, year after this reaction?
See, I think this is the buzzword. This taxation, capital gain tax is the buzzword post-budget. But I'll tell you, there are two different buckets. As an individual, as a salaried person, I was not happy about it. As a real estate owner, probably Shell was not happy about it. I mean, I'm generally giving example. But suddenly you realize what is wrong with the capital market. We are investing in the capital market, like Dhiren said, the capital market, the markets are reflection of the corporate earnings and how good and bad they are doing. Was there anything bad in the budget for them? We are investing in the market, in the stocks, which is a reflection just because my personal mood is bad or his personal mood is bad, suddenly there was a negative vibe that the budget is not good for the market because of the personal taxation, which is directly because of the capital market, the capital gain tax and STT. So that is where I think somewhere people got confused and suddenly there was a buzz, the vibe was negative. But otherwise I think sooner than expected the market realized that there's nothing wrong with the market. I go to the market like Kedia said to make money. I mean, if you recently look at the reports, day before yesterday, the cash market report has come from SEBI and earlier there was a derivative report that 70% people are losing money. When the challenge is losing money or making money and paying tax, what is the challenge? What are we fighting for? Is it because of the loss we are concerned about or the profit? So I think if we are making profit, 10 or 12.5% will not make much of a difference. But that's anybody's guess. It could be.
But what number will make a difference is what I'm asking. Abhi to 12.5% hai. Next year kya ho jayega pata nahi.
See, honestly, no number will make a difference as long as there's enough liquidity and participation. Because the participation is something which is the key. See, the market dynamics, everything has changed. See, Sakshi, what has happened is, we live in this market and we carry certain kind of baggage. I mean, all our psychologies, our research, our charts, our everything is based on, for donkey years when we were struggling to have 50 lakh demat accounts or 1 crore demat accounts. Now they are, 10 crores, 8 crores. The number has significantly gone higher. So every back testing will not work. So you have to unlearn something to learn new. It is because people who are carrying the baggage will not be able to adapt to this new change that everything gets discounted and why. So there are so many interesting things. We are in very interesting times as far as market is concerned.
जी हाँ केडिया साहब हुकुम.
I have one data. In 23 there were 5.5 crore account थे investors जो investors. Out of those 5.5 crore, only 30 lakh people gave long-term capital gain tax, and 20 lakh people gave eligible for short-term capital gain tax. Out of the 30 lakh के अंदर में ऐसे भी होंगे कि जिनका जो capital gain होगा, समझिए 1 लाख का free था तो 2 लाख का capital gain होगा. So what I feel कि hardly 1% आदमी जो होंगे ना, जो साल 2 साल 5 साल के लिए शेयर्स को होल्ड करते होंगे शेयर बाजार के अंदर में. यहाँ ज़्यादातर 2 मिनट्स नूडल है. अभी जो चल रहा है ना सर, ये 5.5 करोड़ आदमी के अंदर में जो 30 लाख दिया, बाकी के क्या है, ये 2 मिनट में नूडल बना के खा पी के जाके मार्केट से निकल जाते हैं. एक डेटा है कि 25 मिनट जो होल्डिंग पीरियड है फ्यूचर के अंदर में, वो 25 मिनट है.
ओके.
ये डेटा मिल जाएगा आपको कि 25 मिनट होल्डिंग पीरियड है. तो उनको तो खुश होना चाहिए कि अच्छा हुआ हम तो 30% देते हैं फ्यूचर ऑप्शन में, इनको भी लगा 10 का 12.5 लगा. दे शुड बी हैप्पी अबाउट इट.
चलिए केडिया साहब ऐसा करते हैं, क्योंकि आप लंबी अवधि से कुछ बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त तरीके के रिटर्न्स कमा रहे हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को ये बताइए, इस बजट की वजह से कोई ऐसी तब्दीली आपको बाज़ार में आती हुई दिखी हो जिससे कोई परेशानी होगी लॉन्ग टर्म स्टॉक पिकिंग में, या वो वाला जो हाल है वो बिल्कुल फर्स्ट क्लास है? और यहाँ पे 3 या 4 5 ऐसे क्या कारण हैं जिनकी वजह से आपको लगता है यहाँ से भी आपको बाज़ार में अच्छे रिटर्न आते हुए दिखेंगे?
तो पहले तो ये है जी कि जब बसंत आते हैं तो हर तरह के फूल खिल जाते हैं. ठीक है, तो मैं जो भी मार्केट के अंदर में ये जो भी आपने बोला मैं कमा रहा हूँ, मैं कमा नहीं रहा हूँ, ये हो रहा है. ठीक है, ये इसमें मेरा कोई योगदान नहीं है. मेरा खाली इतना सा योगदान है कि मैंने जो शेयर्स लिए हैं, जैसा सर ने बताया अभी, मैं वो लेके बैठा हुआ उन शेयरों को, मैं लेके भूल जाता हूँ शेयर को. जो इस तरह से है कि अगर अच्छी कंपनी इन्वेस्ट किया और मैं कब बेचूंगा, कौन से प्राइस में बेचूंगा, कौन से साल में बेचूंगा, ये कभी मेरा टारगेट नहीं रहता है. तो इस बोल कर जब हवा चलती है तो फिर अपने को भी उसका थोड़ा सा फ़ायदा सुगंधी आ जाती है. तो ये इतना ही फ़र्क है. और जहाँ तक आपने ये पूछा कि आगे क्या संभावना क्या है, एक मैंने ये इनसे ज़्यादा कोई इंडिया में बता नहीं सकता इस बात को. समबडी टोल्ड मी डे बिफोर यस्टरडे कि 1.25 लाख करोड़ म्यूचुअल फंड के पास में कैश है. आप उसको शायद बताएं, 1.25 लाख करोड़ म्यूचुअल फंड के पास में कैश है. हम कौन सी तेजी की बातें कर रहे हैं? माने कौन सा हम बात कर रहे हैं कि तो ये जो हम बात करते हैं ना, मार्केट में एक ही डर लगता है, ओवरबोट ओवरसोल्ड, जो हम बातें कर रहे हैं ना, ये पॉकेट्स के अंदर में है
जी।
पूरे मार्केट में। ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि मार्केट में ये खाली डर लगता है फ्यूचर ऑप्शंस का, डर लगता है यूफोरिया का। लेकिन कई कैश के ऐसे शेयर्स होंगे जो ऊपर से 20-20%, 30-30% रिएक्ट हो चुके हैं
जी।
और जो यूफोरिया जो लगता है वो कुछ पॉकेट्स में है, जैसे समझिए डिफेंस के समझिए, या पीएसयूज के वगैरह में। पीएसयूज में कई शेयर ऐसे हैं सर जो 80-90 के पी में डिफेंस के शेयर्स मिल रहे हैं। ओएमसीज देखिए 10-12-13 के पी रेशियो में मिल रहे हैं आज के दिन भी। तो खाली पीएसयू को भी आप एक कैटेगरी में डाल नहीं सकते हैं इसको, मत। तो ये मार्केट बड़ा माने पागलपन में भी, ये जैसे बोलते हैं ना वो बंदर को नकल में भी अकल चाहिए, तो माने ये पूरा एकदम पागलपन नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ पॉकेट में हो रहा है। तो समंदर के जैसे, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि शेयर बाजार समंदर के जैसे है, कहीं काम है, कहीं रफ है, कहीं बहुत तेज वो चल रहा है, कहीं एकदम डल है। तो ये डिपेंड करता है कि आप किधर खड़े हैं।
जी धीरेन्द्र जी,
केडिया जी सेइंग देयर इज अ मेथड टू द मैडनेस।
बिल्कुल। धीरेन्द्र, आपने बहुत ही लंबी अवधि से बहुत ही लोगों के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा रिटर्न बनवाया है। अब बताइए, आपके हिसाब से हम लोगों ने पीएसयूज़ में पिछले 2-2.5 साल में बहुत ज़बरदस्त मोमेंटम देखा, लगभग 2.5-3 गुना तो इंडेक्स बढ़ चुका है। इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स की तो क्या कहिए। क्या ये एक ऐसा ट्रेंड आपको आता हुआ दिख रहा है कि ये तब्दीली लंबी अवधि के लिए चलेगी, या यहाँ पर जो तेज़ी है उससे थोड़ा बच के रहें?
पीएसयूज़ के बारे में मेरी बहुत सालों से यही धारणा रही है कि पीएसयू बहुत ही खतरनाक सेगमेंट है, क्योंकि किसी चीज़ की सरकार मालिक हो, ये अपने आप में सबसे बड़ा खतरा है। अगर गवर्नमेंट ओनर है किसी चीज़ की, हम टाटा कंपनी को प्रीमियम देते हैं, हम किसी और कंपनी को डिस्काउंट देते हैं, तो अगर सबसे ज़्यादा डिस्काउंट किसी ओनर को देना चाहिए तो सरकार को देना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत इराटिक है। लेकिन सरकार भी ये समझ गई कि ये हमें लोग थोड़ा हल्के में ले रहे हैं, कुछ हमें कंडक्ट करना चाहिए। तो आप देखिएगा कि सरकार 8-10 साल से पीएसयू के लिए सरकार का रुख बदला है। सरकार पहले बिल्कुल बजट के पहले लास्ट क्वार्टर में, जैसे हमारा टैक्स सेविंग सीजन आता है, उस तरह से अचानक डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट चालू हो जाता था। डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट अगर नहीं हो पा रहा है तो वो एक भारत 22 बॉन्ड ला करके बेच देते थे, एक पीएसयू सीपीएससी बॉन्ड लाकर, एक सीपीएससी ईटीएफ ला करके बेच देते थे। तो सरकार की हताशा में बेचने की वजह से पीएसयू स्टॉक्स की बहुत बदहाली हो गई थी। बाजार में बड़ा इनऑपर्चुन तरीके से, आप देखते होंगे कि कोई कंपनी का पब्लिक इशू आता है, उसके पहले प्रमोटर उसका बाजार बनाता है, कुछ रोड शोज करता है, जेम वालों के पास जाता है कि ज़रा कुछ बाजार गर्म कीजिए। यहाँ पे सरकार को जब डेस्परेशन होता था तो आकर के स्टॉक अपना बेच देती थी। और उस वजह से ये, अगर आप पीएसयू के बारे में लोगों को थोड़ा ये ख्याल रखना चाहिए कि पीएसयू में सुधार हुआ है, इनके ऑपरेटिंग पैरामीटर्स इंप्रूव हुए हैं, पीएसयू को थोड़ा बेहतर तरीके से चलाया जा रहा है। आपने देखा होगा कि रातों रात बहुत सारे, पिछले 4-5 साल में बहुत सारे पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक गायब हो गए, मर्ज होकर के वो बड़ी एंटिटीज़ हो गई, उनका एनपीए का स्केल बिल्कुल अलग हो गया। तो ये कुछ ना कुछ बदलाव हो रहा है। अब ये कितना बड़ा बदलाव है, कितना सस्टेनेबल है, लेकिन मेरी सलाह लोगों को यही होगी कि थोड़ा बहुत पीएसयू भी आपके पोर्टफोलियो में हो तो अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं है, थोड़ा बारीकी से देखिए। आपके देखने का नज़रिया वही होना चाहिए जो किसी भी कंपनी के लिए होना चाहिए, कि कंपनी बढ़ रही है, पैसा बना रही है, कोई कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज है, या ये तुक्का है, और बहुत महंगा मत खरीदिए।
राइट मिस्टर केडिया, जैसे अभी धीरेन्द्र सर बोल रहे हैं पीएसयू स्टॉक्स के बारे में, आई लाइक टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम यू विच आर द थीम्स दैट विल रूल द स्टॉक मार्केट्स नाउ पोस्ट द बजट. वी हैव द बिग इवेंट्स दैट आर ऑलरेडी पास्ड बाय. Will the previous performers, outperformers, defense, railways, PSUs overall, will they continue to outperform? Will we have to scout for newer themes, something that has not moved, IT, banking, FMCG, pharma, will they move now? Where are you going to be picking out the next multi-baggers from, because you are the king of multi-baggers?
So I think whatever policy has been laid down by this government, like in infrastructure and all, I'm bullish in infrastructure for the last 3-4 years. Because I had seen China, and whatever we are talking about 10 trillion economy or 30 trillion economy or 35 trillion economy by 2047, Amrit Kal jo hai uske andar mein. So one thing is very clear, without infrastructure we cannot reach to $30 trillion economy in India. So I think that is the need of the hour. So government focus will always be there in infrastructure shares, infrastructure companies and all. And besides this, one more thing which is I am always, I am skeptical about is the unemployment. As you know that India needs 70-80 lakhs new job every year. And the people who are leaving the job, they also need replacement. So at least we need 1 crore job every year, you know. So that only manufacturing has the potential to create that kind of job, you know, because in services you cannot create 1 crore of job every year. So I think the government's focus is also there on this manufacturing and all. And thirdly, whatever government has, madam has, you know, mentioned in her speech, like tourism and all. Yeah, there are 3 kinds of tourism, like either your tourism, your adventurous tourism, or medical tourism, or religious tourism. So like this is what government is now focusing on this religious tourism and all, which is again a GDP enabler. And so I think besides these 3 sectors, we cannot become a 10 trillion or 20 trillion economy without every sector doing well. Only difference could be some animal is running at 150 km speed, somebody is at 50 km speed. But ultimately, it has to come from all the sides.
केडिया साहब, आप जाने जाते हैं ना सिर्फ बहुत बढ़िया स्टॉक पिकिंग के लिए, लेकिन जो सरगम है वो आपके गले और दिल दोनों में बसी हुई है. तो ऐसा करते हैं, आपके कुछ गाने हैं जो हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखाते हैं, उनसे बाजार इतनी आसानी से समझ में आ जाता है कि वो सुनते और देखते दोनों ही बनते हैं.
तो उसके पहले जरा सा आप दरवाजा बंद कर ले, कोई चले नहीं जाए उठते हो थोड़ा सा दरवाजा.
कोई नहीं जाएगा सर.
तो हमारे नीरज जी टीम में जुड़े हुए हैं, वो बहुत बढ़िया आपको केडिया जी.
थैंक यू.
अब तो आपके जहन में ये ट्यून आई गई होगी, तो 4 लाइनें आप यहीं सुना दीजिए.
आधे से ज्यादा दुनिया में सॉलिड मंदी छाई है, इंडिया ही एक देश है ऐसा नई सुबह जहां आई है, सोच समझ कर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए यहाँ पर करो निवेश, फ्यूचर टिप भंगार कैप से ऑलवेज तुमको होगा क्लेश, इंडिया का है जमाना, इंडिया का है जमाना.
क्या बात है.
आई हैव वन. मैं यहाँ अपने जितने लोग यहाँ सुन रहे हैं उनके सफाई के लिए जरा मैं, क्योंकि जब मैंने पहली बार आपसे ये गाना सुना था तो मैं किसी से पूछने गया था कि भंगार कैप क्या है.
ये बम्बैया भाषा है, इसको पेनी स्टॉक अंग्रेजी में कहा जाता है.
और मैं क्या बोलता हूँ सर, हम लोग बोलते हैं ना जनरली देयर आर 3 कैप्स, लार्ज कैप, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप्स. आई ऑलवेज से देयर आर 4 कैप्स, लार्ज कैप, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप्स एंड भंगार कैप्स. सो एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द शेयर्स आर इनटू दैट कैटेगरी ओनली. जो 6000 में से 4000 शेयर को बना रहे.
श्योर, हाउ मेनी टाइम्स हैव यू बीन आस्क्ड कि सर कोई ऐसा एकदम पेनी स्टॉक बता दो जो कि कल मुझे रातों रात करोड़पति बना दे.
मजे की बात है, सब लोग को मेरे को एयरपोर्ट पे मिलता है मैम, और मेरे को बोलता है, अरे सर आपने क्या गाना लिखा, आप क्या गाना गाते हैं, और आप कितना बढ़िया आप मैसेज देते हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान को, ये वो. सर एक छोटा सा शेयर बता दो मेरे को 4 रुपये वाला. तो मैं ऊपर नीचे से उसको देखता हूँ, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता कि ये मेरे को गाली दे रहा है कि कॉम्प्लीमेंट दे रहा है मेरे को.
मदान साहब, आपसे चर्चा करते हैं क्योंकि आप एक ब्रोकरेज को देखते हैं, पीएनएल की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आप ही की है, और रिटेल में सबसे ज़्यादा हम सब में आप टच में हैं इस ऑडियंस से. बताइए क्या हाल है. रोज़ सुबह जब 9:15 पर लड़ाई शुरू होती है और 3:30 बजे ख़त्म होती है, उस दौरान किस किस तरीके के फ़ोन कॉल आते हैं?
देखो, शायद सबसे बड़ी रिटेल ना अब मतलब जिसको हम तीसरी महाशक्ति बोलने लग गए हैं, इतना स्ट्रांग हो गया है और इतना बढ़िया हो गया है कि अब मुझे ना वो रिटेल, मतलब मैं एक सिमिली देता हूँ आपको कि मार्केट में हम जब पहले होते थे, आप भी बहुत पुराने हैं, केडिया जी भी हैं, आज से 10 साल 15 साल पहले एक एमेच्योर सिग्नल होते थे. मतलब विद ऑल डू रिगार्ड्स, इट्स नॉट जस्ट एग्जाम्पल, व्हेन हाउसवाइफ्स किटी स्टार्ट फ्लोइंग इन द मार्केट, साइंस ऑफ ओवरबॉट और टॉपिश साइंस, और हर पान वाला जब मार्केट में आ जाए तब साइंस, मतलब ये सब एक नेगेटिव चीज़ें मानी जाती थी कि मार्केट का टॉप बन गया कि अब मार्केट में करेक्शन आने वाली है. अब आज हम उन चीज़ों को ही मतलब लेके वी टेक लॉट ऑफ प्राइड. यू नो, एवरी हाउसवाइफ इज इन द मार्केट, एवरी पान वाला इज इन द मार्केट. अगर मैं बॉम्बे में किसी टपरी पे चाय पीता हूँ और अगर वो टपरी वाला कहता है कि मैं आपको टीवी पे देखता हूँ एंड ही टेक्स ए सेल्फी विद मी, तो वो चीज़ अब वो पॉजिटिव हो गई है कि वो इन्वेस्टर बन गया है मार्केट के अंदर. तो वही जो रिटेल एक बार एक जिसको वीक लिंक माना जाता था या जिसके बहुत मैसिव तरीके से आने से लगता था कि दीज आर एमेच्योर साइंस दैट मार्केट इज स्टॉपिंग आउट, अब वही रिटेल स्ट्रेंथ बन गया है. तो अब वो
ये आपने बहुत अच्छी बात की, मैं आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ, लेकिन सर ये बताइए कि अभी भी खतरा बना हुआ है, अभी भी डर फैला हुआ है कि ये जो फर्स्ट टाइम इन्वेस्टर्स हैं इन्होंने सिर्फ बुल रन देखी है, कभी क्रैश आ गया तो भाग तो नहीं जाएंगे.
एग्जैक्टली, ये जो खतरे की बात है ना, यही हमारा बैगेज है, क्योंकि हमने 2001, 2007, 2011, 14 वो सब देखा हुआ है. वी आर ऑल ओल्ड, आई मीन इन द मार्केट, सो दैट इज व्हाई दैट बैगेज इज I mean, holding us back, and the newer generation post-COVID has made lot of money, and everyone is, I mean, missing the bus. अभी भी सबको लगता है कि बहुत हो गया, बहुत हो गया, बहुत. So I don't feel कि बहुत हो गया. I mean, there's a long way to go, because I said that everything has been rewritten. The dynamics have changed. Just, I mean, as a broking का जो आपने Shell नाम बताया, मतलब mention किया, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, as a broker, we were all struggling. I mean, we used to present to those foreign delegates into 1995, 1997, that we have so many demand accounts, there's an X percentage of household saving in the market. What will happen if it'll double or triple, which is very easy. 97, same story, 2003, 5 years, same story, 2010, same story, 2015. For 20 years, we kept on struggling and nothing happened. जो काम कोविड ने किया, मतलब 1 जनवरी से कोविड ने पुनर्जन्म कर दिया इस इंडस्ट्री का. Everyone associated with the industry should thank COVID, because participants, traders, investors, so they have had the best times of life. What COVID has done, nobody could do in this market since last 25 years. So I feel there's nothing to worry. Still, retail, there's a long way to go. Texture has changed, dynamics have changed for good, so there's nothing to worry.
मेरे को ऐसा लगता है ना सर, जब पहले ज़माने में बोलते थे रोटी कपड़ा और मकान, उसके बाद में एक ज़माना आया 10 साल 15 साल पहले, रोटी कपड़ा मकान और डेटा. आप डेटा के बिना जी नहीं सकते हो. रोटी फिर भी आप डाइट करने लग गए, थोड़ा कम खा लोगे. कपड़े 4 सूट की बजाय 2 ही पहन लोगे. लेकिन डेटा तो सुबह से लेकर जयराम जी से लेकर आपको गुड नाइट तक आपको कोई ना कोई भाषा में चाहिए आपको. तो अभी चौथा एक कल्ट और जुड़ गया सर, कि रोटी कपड़ा मकान डेटा और शेयर्स.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
अच्छा धीरेन्द्र जी, एक बार बताइए, हम सब लोगों में से सबसे ज़्यादा ग्राउंडेड आप ही हैं, और सिर्फ डेटा, सिर्फ अर्निंग्स और सिर्फ गुड क्वालिटी कंपनीज में अगर लंबी अवधि तक निवेश करना है तो आपको धीरेन्द्र जी को फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. क्या ये समय आ गया है कि बाज़ार को नमस्ते कर दें? इतनी ज़बरदस्त हम लोग तेज़ी देख रहे हैं मिड कैप्स में, स्मॉल कैप्स में. बीएससी का स्मॉल कैप इंडेक्स 2.5 गुना बढ़ा है पिछले 12 महीने में. क्या ये एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त ओवर रिएक्शन है? क्या पूरा बाज़ार ओवर एक्सटेंडेड है? ये आपको लगता है इसको किस तरीके से खेला जाए, इसको किस तरीके से इससे हम बहुत ही आसानी से पैसे बनाएं?
सबसे पहले खेलिए मत जी. आपके लंबे समय का पैसा होना चाहिए, और आपके पास ये पिछले हम 4-5 साल से सुन रहे हैं, बल्कि मैं अगर कहूँ कि ये 2009 से हम लोग सुन रहे हैं कि बाज़ार काफ़ी गर्म है. ये जस्टिफाइबल नहीं है. एक चीज़ जो हम लोग को नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि हमारे पास कंक्लूसिव तरीके से नंबर्स केवल पास्ट का होता है, और फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्ट करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. और जिस रफ्तार से कंपनियां बढ़ रही हैं, और जो उसके अंडरलाइंग फैक्टर्स है, जो जीएसटी हुआ, जो डिजिटाइजेशन हुआ, 1 लाख करोड़ की कंपनी बन गई, जिसके बारे में हमें पता नहीं था कि ये कंपनी चल भी पाएगी कि नहीं. जोमेटो, और लोगों का स्थिति बदल रहा है, लोग का आदत बदल रहा है. लोग खाना बनाने के पहले डिसाइड कर लेते कि मंगा ही लेते हैं. तो जिस तरह से बिहेवियरल चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह से कंपनियां बदल रही हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर के बारे में हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि ये गारंटीड तरीके से लूज करने वाली कंपनियां थी, वो अब अचानक पैसा बनाने लग गई हैं. एक बार मैं गुलाटी साहब की बात सुन रहा था, जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने अनाउंस किया था कि हम किसानों की आमदनी इतनी बढ़ा देंगे, और इन्होंने एक बहुत बारीकी से 5 साल पहले, 6 साल पहले एक बात बताई थी, जो कि आज सच हो गई है, कि सब कुछ इसमें ठीक ठाक है. केवल इस चीज़ को सफल करने में एक जो सरकार में कोई एंकर होना चाहिए, उसकी बड़ी कमी है. शायद मैं ये ठीक क्लैरिटी से ये बता पा रहा हूँ कि, और स्टॉक मार्केट में इसका विपरीत हुआ. स्टॉक मार्केट में 2-3 बहुत बड़े बड़े एंकर आ गए. अगर आप देखिए कि इस सरकार के आने के बाद से क्या क्या चीज़ हुआ, कि ईपीएफओ का पैसा बाजार में लगना शुरू हो गया. सेबी का जो रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क है वो इतना टाइटन हो गया कि आज म्यूचुअल फंड में मैं इतना भरोसे से बता सकता हूँ कि अगर कोई 2-4 रुपया इधर उधर कुछ कर ले तो जेल में होगा. इतना मुझे भरोसा है. और उसको डिज़ाइन ऐसा कर दिया गया है कि आप म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट ही नहीं कर सकते अगर आपके खाते से पैसा नहीं जा रहा हो, और उसका वापस आने का रास्ता केवल आपके बैंक के खाते में ही है. आपने देखा होगा पिछले दिनों लोगों को बड़ा तंग किया गया कि आपके इन्वेस्टमेंट में नॉमिनी का नाम नहीं है, नॉमिनी का नाम डालिए, नहीं तो आप आगे कुछ नहीं कर सकते. तो ये जो छोटी कदम, कोई आदमी इसको बारीकी से देख रहा है कि ये आम लोगों का पैसा, और इसके वजह से जो भरोसा हुआ है, क्योंकि हमारे देश में जब भी कुछ इस तरह का होता है तो बहुत सारे लोग, जैसे कहा जाता है कि जलेबी बनती है मक्खी आते हैं, तो उसी तरह से बहुत सारे लोग आपको घपला करने वाले आ जाते हैं, हर समय हर्षद मेहता, केतन पारेख, कभी रोज वैली, कभी कोई, और आके लोगों का पैसा लेके भाग जाता है। वो जो डिज़ाइन किया गया है, अच्छा अभी अगर आपके पास कोई भूला मतलब मेरे जैसा आदमी जो पिछले 32 साल से म्यूचुअल फंड देख रहा है, अभी हाल में एक सुविधा शुरुआत हुई MF सेंट्रल, जिसमें कि सेबी ने ये प्रावधान कर दिया है कि आप अपना पैन नंबर डालिए और आपके सारे इन्वेस्टमेंट्स एक साथ एग्रीगेट होके आ जाएंगे। तो अचानक मुझे पता चला कि 1995 में मैंने एक इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ था जो खोया हुआ था, मुझे अचानक बहुत अमीर होने की अनुभूति
करोड़ बन गए उसके।
तो ये जो बाजार को सिक्योर करना है, एक आम आदमी को देखना है। उसके अलावा आप देखिए कि NPS का जिस तरह से विस्तार हो रहा है, एक चीज़ जो कि बाजार के लोगों मैंने किसी चर्चा में सुना नहीं, सरकार ने एक प्रावधान किया है कि अभी तक एम्प्लॉयर का कंट्रीब्यूशन 10% हो सकता था, अब वो 14% हो सकता है, और कॉर्पोरेट सेगमेंट NPS का बहुत बड़ा है, जिसमें अधिकतर पैसा इक्विटी में लगा हुआ है। तो आप सोचिए कि 14% अगर लगने वाला है 10 से बढ़ करके, तो वो इक्विटी एलोकेशन कितना बढ़ने वाला है, और ये पैसा 30 साल के लिए आता है। अगर आपको ध्यान हो कि पिछले 20-30 साल से जब भी बाजार चला है, तो वो एक मौसम आया है जब चला है गिरने के लिए, इसीलिए आप बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि अब भागें क्या, क्योंकि अगर जो नहीं भागा वो फंस गया। लेकिन अभी जो बाजार का जो 5-6 फाउंडेशनल पिलर जो खड़ा हुआ है, वो बिल्कुल ही अलग तरीके का है।
बिल्कुल
कंपनियां कमा रही हैं, आमदनी बढ़ा रही हैं, और उनके बढ़ने की वजह से अब उनको सोचना पड़ रहा है कि अब हम क्या करें। हमारी बैंकों की स्थिति काफ़ी बेहतर हुई है, तो ये काफ़ी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी सिचुएशन कंडीशंस, और ये एक चीज़ की वजह से बाजार नहीं चल रहा है, 5-6 चीज़ों की वजह से चल रहा है। और आप पहले मैं बता रहा हूँ कि मैं जब 90s में था और मैं म्यूचुअल फंड में इसलिए लगाता था क्योंकि अगर आप 5-10 हज़ार रुपये के लिए अगर किसी स्टॉक ब्रोकर के पास जाइए तो भगा देता था, क्योंकि बड़ा रिस्क था, काउंटर पार्टी रिस्क था, सिग्नेचर मैच नहीं करता था, ये नहीं होता था, वो नहीं होता था, वो इंटरेस्टेड ही नहीं था आप में। अब अगर आप अभी डिसाइड करें तो अगले 15 मिनट में आप 0 से 1 में आप कन्वर्ट हो जाइएगा इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। केवल आपके पास आधार कार्ड और एक स्मार्टफोन होना चाहिए।
It's become very easy.
जो आपने भागने वाली बात, सॉरी, ये जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है जी, because you mentioned 2 names, I am just taking the liberty of. Every time there used to be correction in the market in the past 20 years, 25 years, it was on account of unveiling of some scam, whether it was Harshad Mehta, Ketan Parekh, some financial meltdown, ILFS or something like that. Now the structure is so strong. अब correction का क्या आता है? COVID, Ukraine war, or maybe something like that, some global event, but not because of our texture, because earlier it used to happen that market used to fall on its own weight, because something used to happen internally, inherently in our market. But now that fear is absolutely not there.
So what can derail the market now? Is there any risk in the market that you see now that we are seeing?
It's just a global unforeseen event, something like that happen. Yeah, somewhere something happens can indirectly, directly affect, but otherwise inherently there is no risk per se as far as our infrastructure, financial infrastructure is concerned.
If you look at
1.25 लाख करोड़ जो mention की, sorry again ये liquidity वाला point, ये बहुत important point है शायद जी, इसको ना सब
anything which derails the earnings,
इसको ignore करते हैं। जो म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसा आ रहा है वो मतलब इतना सब इस लेवल पे डर रहे हैं जब इतना लिक्विडिटी है। लिक्विडिटी का एक मैं बहुत ही डोमेस्टिक एग्जांपल देता हूँ। शायद जी आपने कोई 3 पत्ती खेली है फ्लैश?
सर सारी बातें
बहुत सारे लोगों ने, आपने फ्लैश, सबको मालूम है फ्लैश क्या होती है? 3 पत्ती या कसिनो में देखा होगा, मोबाइल पे देखा होगा, या फैमिली में क्या होगा फ्लैश। सो आई मीन देयर इज अ हायरार्की हु विंस, कलर इज अ गुड कार्ड, देन सीक्वेंस इज अ बेटर कार्ड एंड ट्रेल इज अ इवन बेटर कार्ड, सो हूसोएवर हैज अ हायर कार्ड विल विन। तो 4 जने फ्लैश खेल रहे हैं, एक के पास कलर है, एक के पास सीक्वेंस है, और एक के पास ट्रेल है, और चौथे के पास बंदूक है। तो कौन जीतेगा? जिसके पास बंदूक है। सो बंदूक इज द लिक्विडिटी इन द मार्केट। तो कोई डरने की बात नहीं है, वो लिक्विडिटी इतनी स्ट्रांग है कि दैट विल कंटिन्यू।
ये बात सिर्फ दिल्ली वालों को ही समझ में आ सकती है।
सर अब बार बार पूछ रहे हैं कब गिरेगा, कब गिरेगा, यही आपका सवाल है बार बार। तो उसमें मेरा गाना है सर, मेरे को याद आ रहा है, तो मैं आपको खाली रिसाइट करता हूँ। किसी को भी ना समझ में तू आए, तू बढ़ता बढ़ता क्यों गिर जाए, ये 90% लोग क्यों पैसे गवाए, जब सोचा समझा खूब समझ में ये आए, जो लेके गए बैठ वही तो है कमाए, ये 90% लोग बैठ नहीं पाए। यहाँ पर खेला खाली लॉन्ग टर्म का है सर, यहाँ पे
बिल्कुल।
इसके अलावा कोई रास्ता नहीं यहाँ पर पैसा कमाने का है।
सही बात। हमारे पास सिर्फ 3.5 मिनट बचे हैं और मेरे को 3 बातें आपसे सीखनी है। मदान साहब, आगे जबरदस्त पैसा कमाना है अगले 5 साल में, 3 बातें क्या करनी चाहिए?
तीन बातों में मैं तो कह रहा हूँ तीन, जस्ट स्टे देयर, स्टे पुट, भागना नहीं है, छोड़ना नहीं है. There will be bouts of selling, there will be bouts of correction, but those would be only correction. Sectoral rotation जरूर होगी. High P stocks में जब total पागलपन, जैसे defense में he mentioned something like that, means इतना पागलपन हो जाएगा कि it is too good to be true. I think that is the only time to take a step back or hold yourself. Otherwise, biggest thing is, see, again I relate this to the example which I gave, वो flash का. If you go to casino, हम 2,000 करके वहाँ पे रूले में डालते हैं. एक ही बार 10,000 डालो, डरो नहीं, तो आपको डर नहीं लगेगा. So just be there, wholeheartedly there, डर के काम नहीं करना, क्योंकि अब जब भी हम बात करेंगे ऑल टाइम हाई पे करेंगे.
बिल्कुल. केडिया साहब, क्या 3 चीजें ऐसी करें कि अगली बार ऑडियंस में से कुछ लोग यहाँ बैठे हों?
नहीं, पहले तो मेरे से रुका नहीं जाता है. मैं एक कविता 2 लाइन की बता देता हूँ कि बजट की डिबेट में टाइम ना बर्बाद कर, नई स्टोरी ढूंढ, लाइफ को आबाद कर.
क्या बात.
ये डिबेट से कुछ नहीं मिलने का है कि अच्छा जो सरकार ने दिया. देखिए सर, शरीर भगवान का और धन सरकार का. धन सरकार का जब चाहेगी तब दे देगी, जब चाहेगी तब ले लेगी. आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं उसके लिए, तो उसमें बहस मत कीजिए. और 3 चीज शेयर बाजार में सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है: नॉलेज, करेज और पेशेंस. नॉलेज टू आइडेंटिफाई ए गुड स्क्रिप्ट, courage to buy in a reasonable quantity according to your worth, and patience to hold in adversity. That's it.
And the most patient guy on this table is Dhirenji. So top 3 things that everybody can do easily to create long-term wealth in the least possible effort.
No, one is that, I would like to caution people that the money that you need in the next 2-3 years, take it out gradually. Everybody tells you keep investing gradually. Take it out gradually so that your key goals cannot be dependent on the state of the market. That's one. Then make sure that the money which is invested is not needed for many, many years. And be gradual about it. And don't chase the latest fad. That is investors' favorite pastime is chasing what has done extremely well. Never borrow to invest. Be prudent about it, and that's it.
Right. Last 1.5 minutes remaining. I'll start off with Mr. Madan and ask you, from now on till the end of 2024, should we moderate our expectations of the returns on the Nifty? Do you think we've already made the top? We are near 25,000, or is there a lot more to go? Where do you see the Nifty at the end of the year?
So I would ask this question to 100 people. If 90 will say, yes, we should moderate, then I'll be bindas. There's no need to moderate. You have to play contrary. Because already people are very conspicuous. I mean, they are very circumspect that at these levels, whether it is the right time to buy. I mean, that gives me confidence, because everyone is waiting for that correction. Maybe out of law of averages, maybe out of level, maybe out of valuation. I think when 90% of the population, active population, is on the waiting side, anything can happen.
Okay, Mr. Kedia, we are already at 25,000. ये तो आ ही गया मान लीजिए. लेकिन निफ्टी कब 1 लाख होगा? सेंसेक्स सब लोग 1 लाख की बात करें. मैं आपसे पूछूंगी कि निफ्टी कब 1 लाख होगा?
सेंसेक्स के पीछे उसमें 3.5 गुने का फर्क है. मेरे को क्या समझ में आता है ना मैम, बुल मार्केट इज लाइक सनशाइन. इट इज ऑलवेज देयर समवेयर. आपको सिलेक्टिव होना पड़ेगा. और एक चीज ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, इट इज नाइदर बुल मार्केट नॉर बेयर मार्केट. इट्स स्टॉक मार्केट. तो हर स्टॉक का भी अपना अपना बुल मार्केट, बेयर मार्केट होता है. बी सिलेक्टिव, बी वाइज, एंड उसको लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए रखना चाहिए.
Right. Dhiren sir, indexation benefit has been removed from real estate and also gold. LTCG, STCG has been enhanced in equities, STT on FNO. Which asset class will outperform in 2024 and 2025?
No, one should not take an annual view. People don't get up on the morning of 1st of April to invest. It's a very continued thing. I think, if one has to just inspire people to do something, make sure what Mr. Kedia is saying, that be selective about things. But at the same time, be diversified. Things turn around when you least expect it. They don't come with a notice. Markets always go down by stairs, come in the elevator. So, be ready for that. And if it is not your long-term money, you will not be able to withstand the sharp decline that you witness. So, take your money out, what you need. Don't take the money out which you are unlikely to need. Be patient about it. And diversification is the only free lunch available in the market. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, dear panelists, for being with us on this edition. And I'm sure all our audiences have enjoyed this conversation as much as we did. Thank you so much. to all our panelists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our star panel. Thank you so much, panelists. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is titled Decoding the Fiscal Fine Print. In this session, we are joined by some of the leading economists to delve deeper into the fiscal nuances of the Union Budget 2024. They will help us understand the implications for the economy, for businesses, for individuals, and to help us go beyond the headlines and the grand announcements, and also to find out how will the budget spur growth and, more importantly, inclusive growth. Please join me in welcoming our next panelist on stage, Dr. Surjit Bhalla, economist and former Executive Director, IMF. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let us also put our hands together to welcome Mr. Abhik Barua, Chief Economist at HDFC Bank. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us also welcome on stage Ms. Aditi Nair, Chief Economist at ICRA, to be with us on the stage, please. And to moderate this panel, let me invite on stage Mr. Sourav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to this stellar panel. Quite daunting to have three top-class economists on this panel talking growth. So I'll stick to what we as journalists know best, which is to ask questions and seek your views on what is an interesting budget with quite a few pluses, but also some question marks as we will delve deep into. I'll start with Dr. Bhalla. Let's look at a broader macro picture in keeping with the theme of this discussion, sir. What are your 2 or 3 key thoughts when you look at deeper into this budget and analyze it?
Well, the first thought is that the Indian economy is in a very good shape. The second is that, as the finance minister explicitly mentioned in the beginning, there is a thought towards or planning towards the February budget, especially on tax codes. And I hope we'll discuss that.
Yeah.
Third, I think it was a very good budget. As you said, there are some problems, but it is very consistent with the vision of 2047. In terms of, I can list 2 or 3 major items. We all know about the tax, we all know about the fact that the fiscal deficit is down to 4.9%. I have a different take on fiscal deficits and the tax ratio, which I hope we'll talk about. Yeah. I happen to think that India's tax to GDP ratio is very high. So I think I would look for, I would look for some changes down the line in February. But growth is good, investment is good. So broadly, a very good budget.
Your thoughts, Aditi?
Thank you. See, from a fiscal math point of view, the budget ticked pretty much all the boxes that we were looking for. We already had a sneak peek from the interim budget, and as compared to that, the expectations that we had in terms of what the fiscal math would look like were met very closely. So we knew there was going to be a revenue upside, especially from the RBI dividend. And the sense we had was that it would be fair to spend half of it and put at least half of it towards fiscal consolidation. And broadly, we got that. So the fiscal deficit is now pegged at 4.9% of GDP, and that's at the lower end of the range that we had. So really happy to see that. Normally, any economist will say, if you have to spend, please spend on capex. But this year, we thought that the ask was already quite challenging for an election year. And I think it's very judicious to not put more money into the headline capex number, because now by the time the budget is passed and then the monsoon is over, there is not that much time left to really execute projects. So I think that's also a very non-economist, but a very judicious, decision this time around. And on the revenue expenditure, while we've got a lot of new schemes which have been announced, lots of specific projects that have been announced, the overall increase in the revenue expenditure is quite modest at 55,000 crore this year. Of course, many of the schemes that are announced are multi-year schemes, and in the first year, the spend tends to be on the lower side, and the spend picks up very sharply in the next fiscal year. Which is why, while we've got this good fiscal compression coming in FY 25, the fiscal compression pegged for next year is more modest. And I think that again is a more realistic thing that we've got through the budget. It's interesting that we're now going to move away from targeting the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio to moving to basically making sure that the debt to GDP ratio comes down. I think that is going to give us a lot of flexibility in a very uncertain global environment. And also when we're planning to get to all our 2030 climate goals, then perhaps, sticking to a very rigid fiscal deficit compression path may have been a little more difficult. Because we will need to have more spends being put forward for the climate goals as well. So I think that again, it's a different, we did think that we'll get the rolling targets for the next 2 years which weren't there. But I'm glad that we got this kind of policy direction that we're moving to the debt to GDP targeting going forward.
Abhik, tell me, let's talk a little bit about CapEx. Like she said, Aditi mentioned that CapEx, because there's not enough time left in the year. So she probably, therefore, the finance minister didn't want to increase it beyond what was already there in the interim budget. But do you think over time, last few years, the government has been heavy lifting, doing a lot of the heavy lifting on CapEx in the hope that private sector investments will come in? And I'll ask the same question to Dr. Bhalla as well. But what are your thoughts? Do you think we are reaching, and in fact, in an interview with Business Today, the finance secretary had said that we are probably at the level of CapEx which is comfortable. We don't probably want to go beyond this. What are your thoughts?
No, I don't think I sort of buy this very smooth story of public investments picking up, sort of crowding in private investments. I think there are issues and challenges that need to be addressed. And I think, if you allow me, let me just, for the sake of the audience, identify. So let's just sort of get the audience itself to gauge what the budget has addressed. And private investment is one of them. But associated with private investment, there are so many issues. And I'd like to bring the economic survey in.
Yes.
So I think the China problem, how we relate to China's supply chains, how much we see it as a competitor, how much we align with them, is very, very critical to Indian manufacturers, right? There are security issues, they are neighbors, so a comparison with Turkey and Brazil really doesn't hold. But that is something that I think Indian companies are afraid about. There is a serious skills problem. And if you talk to some of the big construction companies, they will say that, look, I mean, we have demand for 40,000 welders, but there are able-bodied men around, but they're not enough skills. Enough, yeah. Number three, let us accept the fact, and I think consumer companies will tell you, that the recovery has been very uneven. Large tracts of the economy have been left behind. And consequently, there is a problem of consumer demand, particularly for small ticket items. If we take all these things into account, I had a couple of other things to say, but I don't think the narrative can ever be for an economy that pretty or that smooth, right? It's rocky, and there are a lot of challenges that we need to address in order to get the private sector to participate more actively. I think the budget takes the right step, a step in the right direction. But there's a limit to what budgets can do. I mean, we're talking about an internship model. I think there are serious flaws in primary and secondary education. Have you seen the ASAR surveys? So you can't, so there are a lot of things that need to be done. And Mrs. Sitharaman, to be fair to her, cannot do this alone. She's trying her best. But I just hope that the other stakeholders, this is sort of, one of the things that I think is good about the budget is that, and I credit Mrs. Sitharaman and the Finance Ministry for this throughout, that they don't get blindsided by extreme claims about, there is no joblessness, so many jobs have been created, etc. I think they have a very, very firm focus on the realities on the ground.
The ELI scheme itself is an acknowledgement of that, right?
And the realities on the ground are not necessarily all pretty. But I really credit the Finance Minister and the Finance Ministry to accept, recognize what is happening on the ground and try their best. There is a fiscal constraint. Aditi mentioned this. Surjit has a different take on this. But I think it's been addressed. So that's my take on it.
Dr. Bhalla, Avik, of course, has mentioned quite a few points which we will go into one by one. But the basic fact that consumer demand has been an issue. How much do you think the budget actually is able to do? Given the fact that budget, like he said, can do only up to a point and then the private sector and the rest of the economy has to take over.
Look, now we're getting to the problems in the budget. Look, there are, okay, I have to hold it right here. Okay. I see two problems that have not been addressed properly. First is a data problem, which is that I happen to think, you had asked about investment, private investment, and I think there, as some of my work shows, that around the world and in India, that the price of investment goods is much lower, or the inflation in investment goods is much lower. So therefore, one needs to adjust, and our investment rate is actually quite high. So that's the first point, and you want to look at what the private investment component there is. The second point, which directly addresses this, is our interest rates are very high. And real interest rates are back to what they were in 2018-19. And I don't know if the government is aware of the fact of what happened in 2019 with these very high interest rates. Now, the positive news is, for the first time, I think, that the MPC has two dissenters. And that's a very positive news. So let's hope. So therefore, on the consumption side, as I said, there are these factors. Our growth is solid, investment rates are very high, and our interest rates are very high, and our tax rates are very high. So now you go and figure.
Aditi,
real interest rates, obviously.
That's right. Aditi, what one tends to feel is that RBI dividend this year has been a bonanza. That's really given some quite a little bit of room for the finance minister to look at this accelerated fiscal deficit figure of 4.9 you spoke about. Now, do you this obviously is a one-time. You cannot expect RBI to do this. Of course, tax rates and the expectations of tax collections are also pretty modest in terms of the budget. Do you think 4.9 and then the debt, going down year on year, which she mentioned in the budget, how do you look at all this given the fact that the RBI bonanza has really helped this year?
So, I'll just give you a few thoughts around how to think about the RBI dividend going forward. So, a few of the things which gave us a very high dividend this year are that, we were basically in the deficit mode in the LAF. That's probably going to continue, although the size of the deficit is probably going to be smaller this year as compared to last year. We got higher interest rates on our holdings of foreign assets, which are probably going to go down next year as compared to this year if the Fed starts cutting rates. And then there would be some, based on the forex purchases and sales, there is a delta over there, and that I think again is very difficult to really ascertain what is the size of the benefit that you'll get from that next year. So my sense is that the amount of money that we got this year is certainly not the new normal. There will probably be a sizable dividend, but it will not be of the same extent that we got in FY25. So yes, getting into a multi-year scheme based on this would have not been very prudent, and that's not what has happened in the budget. So that's, I think, again, a very judicious move. Now, going ahead, for the current year, I certainly do think that the tax numbers overall are quite realistically budgeted. I don't expect there to be too much of an overshoot over there. And for next year, we'll have to see, what are the underlying trends in the economy? Do we continue to get a big bump up from better compliance, etc.? How much longer do we get the compliance dividend effectively as far as the tax collections are concerned? My other concern is that our, just to take off from what sir was saying, our interest payments to revenue receipts ratio is also very high, and our interest payments to GDP ratio is also very high. So, over a period of time, these are fiscal challenges which are difficult to break out of, and that's again something that the forward-looking planning needs to address. If you will give me a minute, I'd like to just share some thoughts on consumption and investment, the way I see it. On the ground, I do agree with you. I think investment, the narrative is that the private sector is not investing, but the reality is a little different from that. My sense is investments are happening in a variety of sectors, but in modest degrees. It's not a very loud capex cycle. It's a much more modest and a more realistic capex cycle this time. So it's quite different from what we would have seen when capex was peaking in the last 2 decades. But I don't think we're going to go back to that kind of an exuberance on the capex side. Why? Partly because, yes, consumption is very uneven. If we look at the published GDP data, we had a 4% consumption growth last year. And if you look at the CAGR for consumption, for private consumption from FY19 to FY24, it's also 4%, right? This is hiding a lot of unevenness. The current problem has been, of course, we had a bad monsoon last year, and the rural sector has really not had the propensity, they've really not had the sentiment to be able to consume very well over the past 12 months. Now, if the rest of this monsoon season is going to be well distributed and we end up with a good crop season, then certainly by the time the festivals come around, we should see, and the cash flows are there with the farm folk, we should see some pent-up demand propping up consumption in the second half of the year. But of course, for this, lots of things have to go right. From the monsoon, it has to be well distributed, spatially, temporally, etc., etc. So it's not a done deal that we will end up with a fabulous Kharif payout and that rural consumption will really jump back. And I think on the urban side, we've got high income, high net worth individuals who have a very high propensity to spend right now. We've possibly also got people who are just entering the labor force who again have a high propensity to spend. But my sense is that the missing middle is where inflation is a much bigger issue and is really constraining the spending decisions.
The missing middle, Abhik, do you think the budget has addressed some of these constraints? You clearly don't seem to feel that it is done. I mean, it's done up to a point.
No, it always, it can only do up to a point. And I think the missing middle is a very, it's a very thick middle.
That's right.
Obesity is a problem in India. So I think our income distribution sort of keeps in line with that. But I think if you look at the lower tiers of the missing middle, the so-called new consumers, as I think the Prime Minister referred to, I think a difference of 400 or 500 rupees per month, an augmentation of 400 to 500 rupees per month, could make a difference to that decision of whether to buy branded toothpaste or 10 sachets of tea instead of buying low quality loose tea. So I think the FMCG mass market companies will be the beneficiaries of it. And I think it will make some difference, but we are talking about a certain segment of the middle. There is a middle, which has been affected by food inflation, right? Yes. And for whom, given their consumption patterns, it's the augmentation to income is not good enough, but you can't have it all. But let me just throw a counter, since we have some people who are market people here, because the earlier session there was a lot of interest. Perhaps they've fled seeing The Economist. But let's just look at some IPO numbers. And this is what my friend Ashish Gupta of Axis Mutual Fund has come up with, since we're talking about private investment. Of the IPO money raised in the last 15 months until now, right, of the total sum of money, only 6%, only 6, is for capex. The rest is for other reasons. Maybe they have internal cash flows, maybe there is, but this is a figure that I want
projects on the ground.
Yeah, but I'm sure there is some private investment happening, renewables, cement, steel, it is happening. But I don't think, as Aditi put it, it's of a magnitude that matches any private investment uptick in the past. And it is also scattered across sectors and more granularly across companies, even within sectors. So that's my broad sense.
I think that's why it's not really a story, the story which was expected to happen. Dr. Balla, I'll come to you on the issue of growth, and I'll bring in the economic survey a bit on this. The economic survey talks about 6.5 to 7%. On the other hand, the RBI's assumption is 7, it's up to expectation from 7 to 7.2. Now 6.5 to 7.2, how do you explain that?
It's a game of expectations.
That's right.
So there are some policymakers who feel you should undershoot, and then you can feel very happy afterwards that you've overshot whatever you are. So I think, look, so that can easily be explained. The interesting story, and which is what I started with, that we are in a our economy, and maybe different than other people, is in very good shape. Our growth rate is very good. Look at what the rest of the world is growing at.
And you don't believe it's K-shaped?
I love to anybody to give me one piece of evidence that it is K-shaped. Okay? One piece of evidence, मेरे को बता दो. ये K-shaped कहाँ से आया? You look at wages, you look at employment, you look at consumption. Oh, one other thing on savings rates. Before you bring up this K-shaped, savings rates has gone down, right?
No, but there is pressure at the bottom end of demand, right?
So we'll talk about the bottom end later. But K-shaped because savings rates have gone down. I know maybe some of the people here have made that comment. Before I get sidetracked on that one, one very interesting feature of this budget, and I would like to know if there was ever a budget that did not mention the word poverty even once. Now coming to the K-shaped story. So what is the evidence that it is K-shaped? Wages are going up, real wages. I know Mr. Jakar there believes there's real stagnation in rural wages. Maybe Ashok feels the same. I think you should have a show where you invite them and invite me. Whoever feels that real wages are going down, they are not. For salaried people, it is the case around the world. And one thing that we miss out, we are no longer an island. I don't know if we ever were an island, but certainly not now. All these problems are now global. So take youth unemployment, of which a lot is made of, and hope we can discuss that a little bit, of what the budget is trying to do, etc. But, tell me one place in the world where there isn't a youth unemployment problem. And if I can cite my favorite statistic of all time on this, which, if you will, I discovered myself back in 2017. In 1993, there were 50 million college graduates in the West. That's the advanced countries. And there were 50 million college graduates in the rest of the world. Okay? Today, in the advanced countries, the flow, this is all the flow, 50 million has gone to 60 million. In the rest of the world, 50 million has gone to 300 million because everybody around the world said, let's go and educate. Now, before we get into the quality of education, etc., so the college degrees, and even in the US, the college premium is really going down. Okay? So I think it's a global problem of youth unemployment. Last statistic I want to give. Since 1983, we have been doing employment surveys. 1983. There's not one year in which the unemployment rate for those above 29 years has been more than 1.5%. Right now, it is 0.6%.
Your thoughts on that, Avik? Would you like to take up the issue of youth unemployment?
No, first of all, I find it ironical that in a country where the quality of data has been a subject of controversy, we tend to arrive at numbers without forgetting basic economics or economic logic. Take the case of COVID, right? You have two families. One family earns 10,000 a month. One family earns 1 lakh a month. COVID is what we call a symmetric shock, right? It is spread across, it doesn't distinguish between the rich and poor, right? So in the poor family, one person has been affected by COVID. In the rich family, one person has been affected by COVID. The public health care system, we know, does not deliver that much. So private health care has to come in. The costs are the same, right? So it's a huge hit to their expenses and to their balance sheets. Ditto for SMEs and so forth. So who will take more time to recover? I mean, we don't see this, the uneven recovery, as a natural process of a symmetric shock hitting different income categories. We seem to think that that basic logic can you can go against basic logic, and we come out with all kinds of numbers. So I really don't know where the truth lies. But whatever consumer companies tell me, and we are the second biggest private lender. I talked to all of the big consumer companies. The uniform consensus is that there is a severe problem that still persists. I mean, if you want to deny it, it's fine, but I'm not going to certainly, put forth a large set of numbers to get into this denial game.
Dr. Bhalla has a counter to that.
Yeah, look, first, the mark of a good economist is not what she does with good data, is what she does with bad data, first. Second, once you say we've got bad data, and I'd like to know which country does not have bad data, and we've had exceptionally bad data, I agree. But, then conversation ends. We can't discuss. You're saying it's bad data, therefore I'll hold on to my view. I'm saying this data tells the following story. I'll hold on to my view.
But sir, he also talked about clients of his bank, for instance, the big FMCG companies, which give you examples of...
He talked about, my good friend, he talked about COVID. That was 2020. That's 4 years ago. If you look at the US, their growth rate now, or the level of income, is back to the projected path. India is back to the projected path. तो अब ये कहोगे कि भाई देखो ये data नहीं reliable. The conversation ends.
Aditi,
so show me where.
You are
I'll
quite
take a
literally in the middle.
I'm
So
literally in the middle. I'm also in the middle of the eco survey's growth projection for this
Yes,
year.
yes.
So let me go to a
Yes, yes,
deeper
please.
topic. So yes, you said 6.5 to 7%. That's what the eco survey has said, and my projection for this year is 6.8%. And the way I look at our growth numbers for last year, we had a very high GDP growth number that benefited from net indirect taxes, which is taxes less subsidies, and last year was a year when subsidies did contract very sharply. This year, subsidies will contract by a modest amount. GVA, the gross value added on the other hand, the growth came down from 8.3% in the first quarter of last year to about 6.3% in the last quarter of last year. My sense is we need to project forward from that, from the 6.3% GVA growth to understand how this year is going to pan out. My assessment is that in the first half of this year, particularly in the first quarter, there are a lot of transient headwinds that are going to depress the GVA growth. And we will get a back-ended pickup in H2, particularly from the government capex really booming after, the monsoons are over, all that we've already talked about. One headwind that might stay is that we will not get the benefit of too much commodity price deflation, which really boosted margins last year. That's going to be flat to slightly negative this year in terms of the benefit to growth. So GVA, we are projecting at 6.5% for this year, guesstimating a 30 bips difference between GDP and GVA. That gets us to a 6.8% GDP growth for the full year.
yes, yes, sir.
One other, I thought we would have that conversation now on the budget, that there's been a lot of very senior economists, etc., saying, look, we told you that the unemployment was a huge problem around the economy, and even related it to the election loss in the sense of the BJP got much fewer seats than they thought they would get. Now, if you look at the economic, and the same people accept what the economic survey says, we need 7 to 8 million jobs a year. Guess how much our labor force is growing by? 6 to 8 million. So, in other words, and we've been supplying that many jobs. Now, everywhere in the world, your aspirations are always much more than what you can achieve. I wish I could be, whatever. So I think we have to be very careful I think the economy is robust, employment is robust. Our youth unemployment rates are one of the lowest in the world, especially in the developing world. And that's what we need to recognize. It's still 10%. 10% is high. I grant you that. But, where isn't it? So, and I think the budget made a very good start in that direction. What is a classic? We talked about investment earlier. Two major lessons from development for the last 70 years. One, infrastructure. Second, you want to increase employment, you give wage subsidies. That's what this budget has done, is wage subsidies.
Do you think really, the final comments before we wind up, because we're at the end of the time, end of our time here. Closing comments from each of you on the ELI scheme. You seem to suggest that wage subsidies will work.
Paradoxically, while I think this is a right policy, I don't think unemployment, if we are generating 8 million jobs a year, okay, so how much extra jobs is the wage subsidy going to do?
That's the point.
That's my point, okay? We are already generating. Either you say we're not generating 8 million jobs, which may be what certainly the CMIE data says we are not, okay? So maybe we can discuss data quality, but, 8 million jobs, our labor force is growing by that much, which includes an increase in the labor force participation rate from something like an aggregate of 62 to to an aggregate of 67, 68%. So it's incorporating that. And I don't see what will cause the unemployment rate to go up. Already, as I said, it's at very low levels, except for youth. And how much of the youth unemployment is transition, searching for a better job, which they've always done, and which they'll continue to do.
But that's one of the key takeaways from this budget, Aditi, the ELI scheme. So what are your thoughts in terms of what Dr. Bhalla just said?
So I just want to, talk about a little bit more of the medium term. If we talk about the next 5 or 10 years, we need to just keep on and on and on generating a very large number of jobs every year to be able to absorb the labor force. If we talk about what is going to drive our growth going forward, it has to be the domestic economy, it has to be domestic consumption, and whoever is going to invest, whether it's the government or the private sector, somebody is going to invest. I'm not sure as our export partners age, how much we can count on really exporting our way to higher growth. We have to make sure that our domestic consumption remains the, the key driver of our own economic expansion going ahead. And for that, the jobs have to come. And it's not a done deal that just because they've come in the last couple of decades that we will automatically continue to add that many jobs going forward. So I think any policy support that the government puts forward is very welcome, because I think we do need to consider how many jobs we are able to create, especially with AI as a risk and a challenge going ahead.
I was about to add the AI part to when you said that you cannot, the AI challenge as well on jobs. That's the other challenge which needs to be taken into account, sir.
Sorry,
artificial intelligence.
Yes. Now, certainly it's a challenge, but I think it's a lot bigger challenge for the advanced countries than it is for us. Okay? We are right now working towards, and we can talk about, unfortunately we're running out of time, on agriculture, the jobs, etc. I don't think we are going to be that affected by AI. But maybe I'm wrong. But I think the Western world is going to be, and those who were in high tech in India may be getting affected by AI.
Closing comments from you, Abhik?
Very quickly, I think in terms of our job strategy, we are pivoting towards manufacturing and trying to pivot towards manufacturing in a big way. There are a couple of issues that need to be resolved. One is our exact relationship with China, which has large excess capacities in light manufacturing, which the economic survey talked about. Number two, I think there is a big risk in the form of a change of the US elections and an exceedingly protectionist administration coming in. Let us be prepared for that. Yes. And I think the good thing, we always think of AI, challenges from AI, is this entire boom in the so-called GCCs, which continues. And I think if you're interested, the economic survey provides excellent data on the GCCs. I think it was a good budget, very pragmatic. It always works with constraints, but I think it was an excellent balance.
There's nothing more exciting for a moderator than having two very differing sets of opinions. So this was a fascinating session, and thank you very much. I hope everybody enjoyed it as well. Thank you.
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for such an enlightening and thought-provoking session. And it's now time for our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, this evening, which is all about jobs, jobs, jobs. The Naukrinomics of Budget 2024. India's growth story is incomplete without a robust job creation engine. This session brings together visionary leaders to decode the Union Budget 2024 through the lens of employment generation, skill development, and the overall employment landscape of the country. For this panel discussion, I'd like to invite our first panelist this evening, Mr. Rajiv Memani, Chairman and CEO, EY India and CII President Designate 2024-2025. Here with us on the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause for Mr. Rajiv Memani. Could I please have you on the stage, sir? Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Founder and Executive Vice Chairman, Info Edge India, to also join us on the stage. And we also have a very special person joining in, Mr. Jayant Sinha, former Chair, Standing Committee on Finance and MOS Finance, to be a panelist on this edition. And to moderate this panel, we have with us Mr. Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TV Today Network and Executive Editor, Business Today. And also joining him will be Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television.
Hello and welcome. The Union Budget for financial year 25 implicitly accepts that job creation is the central challenge confronting India today. And to this end, a slew of new incentives and schemes have been rolled out by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. What we'll do is use the next 40 minutes to ask a super sharp panel of experts on whether the new schemes that have been created will actually succeed. There are massive headwinds in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of increasing automation, in terms of our labor force not having the right level of skilling, which in any case confront monumental challenges. How should India navigate the job challenge in the midst of these choppy waters? Join me in welcoming to the India Today, Business Today Budget Roundtable, Mr. Jayant Sinha. Thank you so much for joining us. One of the sharpest economic minds in politics and outside. Flanking him, we have Rajiv Memani, Chairperson of Ernst & Young and soon to be the President of the Confederation of Indian Industry. And we've got Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who wears many hats, but we hope to tap into his insights as the founder of Naukri.com in this particular conversation. So thank you all for joining us. I want to start by asking Jayant Sinha first, why you think that the set of incentives that have been introduced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will actually succeed, and if so, how, in creating incremental jobs? You have a certain job outlook that all companies will have. The question is, why do you believe they will create additional jobs over and beyond what companies were already hoping to create this year? Mr. Sinha.
Thank you very much, Rahul, for giving me an opportunity to speak on what is, for all of us, I think, the number one priority, which is to take our young workforce, take people in our labor force and really give them the kinds of jobs that they really want. And I'm very happy to be on this very distinguished panel with two exemplary job creators to discuss that. So let's really focus in on the budget. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the budget has got it right, very, very right, in fact, on three important dimensions. Number one, the focus is on formal sector jobs, so that people get productive employment in high quality companies like the top 500 companies in the country. Number one. Number two, the scale is enormous. So we are talking about crores of people getting jobs through the various three different schemes. And we are talking about spending 2 lakh crores over the next 5 years on that. So the scale is enormous because the challenges that we are confronting on employment are also quite sizable. And number three, the focus is very much on skill development, apprenticeship, getting people into the workforce and making them employable as well. So when you look at the budget announcements, they're right on target because they address each of these three very, very important points. And I'll conclude, Rahul, by saying the following. We have economists that talk about employment, labor force participation rates, numbers of people coming into the workforce. We talk about schemes. But at the end of the day, for a politician like me, it really boils down to कि भोला महतो जो टाटी झरिया में है या गीता और राव जो पतरातू में है, real people are able to get real jobs that meet their expectations. तो भोला महतो और गीता और राव के लिए हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? That is the acid test.
Okay, Siddharth.
Mr. Sinha, the only direct benefit transfer scheme, a new one that has been introduced in this budget, is the employment linked incentive scheme. There is no other DBT scheme which your governments in the past have made popular.
the question that a lot of people are asking, with some of the caveats that have been put in, is the intent to only formalize jobs that exist in the informal sector? Because at this threshold of salary, for example, or the 15,000 rupees internship to be paid in 3 installments, the numbers are very low. And if you look at the overall salaried employees in India, a lot of people after the budget are saying, who is this scheme intended for? Would you care to expand on that?
My understanding is that this is very much focused on formal sector jobs and people coming out of the informal workforce, whether that is in urban areas or rural areas, getting productive employment in the organized industry, informal industry. So I think that's really the focus. And as far as the scheme itself is concerned, let me just add 2 additional points for your consideration. Number one, most schemes in government evolve over time, as they should, because as you put them in practice, you find things that work, things that don't work that well, and you refine and iterate it and make it much, much better. If you look at Narega, or you look at even Kisan Samman Nidhi and so on, there have been lots of refinements, improvements, new ways of looking at eligibility, etc. So these schemes will evolve as they should evolve. So that's one very important point. The other important point is that the 15,000 rupees and all of these incentives are meant to be what the government is contributing, what is happening. I'm sure state governments will top that up as well. This is really a central government effort, so state governments will top it up. We've seen that happen in Ayushman Bharat, so I expect it to happen here as well. And then companies can obviously do more as well also, whether they do it through CSR or through their own wage and salary policies. So I think it gives you a lot of flexibility. Again, as I said, the scale, the focus on training, and of course, the notion that we are going to get people into the formal workforce. These are the important attributes. These are the important principles to follow.
Mr. Vimani, we last spoke on the afternoon of the budget, and that time the announcements were still fresh. You've now had an opportunity to let the dust settle, speak to different people, your own team across different sectors. If you were asked now to give an early assessment of the potential efficacy of the new incentives that have been rolled out in terms of being able to create new jobs, what's your outlook? Do you think this will actually create new jobs, or do you think it's a good effort, but there may not be too many new jobs at the end of the year?
Yeah, Rahul, I think, so if you just quickly look at the budget in 2 layers, one, for creating new jobs, you need a healthy economy. And I think this budget does focus a lot on macroeconomic stability, strong government balance sheet, and so on and so forth. So I think that's very good, because that keeps the interest rates low, that creates the resilience. And long-term investors then want to invest in the economy because they see the buoyancy, because you need investments to create jobs. And I think it's a big tick on that. On the second one, I would say I will break this into 2, and I think the difference between when we spoke immediately after the budget and now, I would say the most exciting part and the most challenging part on this one is the skilling. Because what's really happening right now is that one is, I mean, there are a lot of people who want jobs, and there are a lot of companies who are also looking for jobs as they're expanding. I mean, you would have seen some press announcements, press interviews from some very large companies, some of the largest companies, not having adequate people to fulfill their order books or whatever else it is. So I think the most interesting part is the focus on skilling, because it's very significant. 1 crore people, almost 4,000 at an average, if you were to say 4,000 per year per company, 500 companies if you look at it. I think that's the one that's caught the imagination of a lot of people. Obviously, it's going to be an execution challenge.
No, but just take what you're saying. If 4,000 people land up as interns, even if it's a big company, will the company have the capacity to actually upskill these people, oversee those internships, see that they're being adequately trained, so at the end of the year they're employable?
So they are all, so 4,000 is an average. Maybe there are some who will be happy with 200, there'll be some who can probably absorb 9,000, 10,000. So 4,000 is an average. I think in some sectors, like manufacturing, companies that are in the EPC space, their ability to absorb
will probably be greater. In some other sectors, maybe someone in consumer goods and others, maybe their ability to absorb may be lower. But I think so therefore the execution is very, very important, Rahul. First is the demand side assessment on where these jobs will be available. I think that's very important. And a lot of work needs to be done there. The second is, how are you going to get 20 lakh youngsters between the age of 21, 24, who are happy to take an internship of 5,000 rupees a month. Where will you get those people? So there are people there, but just sourcing them and encouraging them to travel outside of their villages, towns or cities and going there, just getting that right. Third, then getting the companies, this right set of companies there, then ensuring that they're getting skilled and skilling certification. And for me, the most important test is, at the end of the day, those people have to get the jobs, because they have worked for a year. They probably worked in a very good company. That company may not have the ability to absorb all the talent, and suddenly they are back. So therefore, how do you make it transparent? So if an MSME is looking for hiring jobs, and suppose that MSME is in the manufacturing sector, he'll have top 20 manufacturing companies. Or if they are looking at welders or some people like that, they have top 10 companies, EPC companies, other companies where people have got trained in. And they can therefore, from there, they can absorb the talent. So I think if we can get this right, you can impact the life of potentially at 1 crore young children. Now, if you don't get it right, it may be, even if it's 20 lakhs, it's a big number. So I don't think there is one silver bullet that is going to change. As Jayant very rightly said, it's an iterative process, but it is bold, it hits at the right spot. It's going to be a real execution challenge, and how we engage industry and how do we leverage technology to get this executed will be very critical. But it's a real game changer.
So, and you're absolutely right, Rajiv, that there are many challenges. One of the first things that's happened after the budget is the government is now moving towards one common database, which we still lack. Sanjeev, bringing you in and viewers and everyone who is here, when we thought of the session, once Sanjeev agreed, it became Naukrinomics. And the reason is...
I'm going to charge you royalty for this.
Okay, there's one very important piece of data for all of you to consider, and Sanjeev knows this sector. Since 2017-18, the total number of what is called salaried jobs is around 118 million. Of the entire labor force in India, roughly 20% are formal salaried jobs. The rest are outside it. This data shows that 118 million as a number has basically remained more or less constant. And another set of data, Sanjeev, India Ratings said that 6 million unincorporated enterprises were shut down post 2016 and 16 million jobs were lost. The question, therefore, I am asking you is that all of this put together over the next 5 years, is it only going to sort of replace what was the gap that was created, or will there be net incremental new job creation?
So the most honest answer I can give is I don't know. Okay, but listen, I'll come back to the earlier thing of internship. I have something to say there. You see, it's really important. See, the macro is fine, we can talk about it, but it's really important to focus on the micro. What is it that causes people to acquire a skill? It's repeated practice. Any skill, repeated practice. You want to get into IIT, like Jayant did, you study a mathematical concept, maths concept, a little bit, and then you practice 500 sums, problems on that concept. You get better at it, you acquire the skill, right? So it's repeated practice. Now, repeated practice for skills that are used in jobs are typically acquired on the job, right? Not in the classroom. To a certain extent in the classroom, but mostly on the job, right? So if you open a skill development center, let's say in rural, in the district headquarters, say in Jharkhand, and you train people on how to repair mobile phones, and say, now go to Bombay and get a job, you will not get a job. And that was a problem with the NSTC model.
right? You were training people in classrooms, hoping they would get jobs. They did not get jobs, not enough of them, right? So what you need, this internship program, is not just exposure and mindset change, all that. No, they will acquire skills by simply being there. Now, मैं दो कहानियाँ सुनाऊंगा आपको. So, a few years back, we were approached by this lesser-known business school in Delhi called Wigan and Lake College. Right? Now, before they approached us, we never heard of it. They were operating out of Scenic Farm somewhere. Right? And they came and said, listen, we've got a MBA program where the structure is like this. The classes are from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. At 1 p.m., they have to work in a company. So, will you please take some interns? So, हमने मना कर दिया. ये क्या model है? Right? Half day. Right? They kept coming back. Finally, we said, okay, de do. And we went for interviews and we selected a few. Now, these people came. They would come by 1 o'clock. Each of them was attached to a salesperson, an area manager. The job was just tail the area manager for the first 3 months. Observe, think. And the area manager was told, isko kuch kaam dete rehna, let's see what happens. So they learned first, proposal kaise likhte hain. They would go on sales calls with them. They would keep quiet in the sales call. They would help them writing proposals. They would draft emails that can send to the client, all that. After 3 months, they got proficient at that. And then they were allowed to speak in sales calls. By that time, they got familiar with the product and how to sell it. Because 3 months, they tailed the salesperson. Right? There was no formal, internship program. It was just tail the guy. Right? At the end of 6 months, they were allowed to submit, and they got into servicing calls, not sales calls, which is, existing client has a problem, fix it. Right? They began to interact with clients without the senior person being there. At the end of 6 months, they said, okay, you can make independent sales calls on small clients. Right? And they began to generate sales. At the end of 9 months, we had the head of Delhi branch saying, yeah, just give them permanent offers, go to drop out of the MBA program and come and join. And we absorbed all of them. So what happens in the internship, right, is people actually acquire skills by simply being there, observing, doing that. How does an automobile mechanic develop? He becomes a mundu.
But how many such interns did you have?
No?
How many such interns?
Our company, see, we don't have a formal program, right? This was a bit of an experiment, right? But all I'm saying is the model works, or the model can work, because we have seen it work, right? Where you are simply being there, you are acquiring skills. By being there, you are getting supporters and allies in our system who fight for you, because they were saying, we want to hire this guy, right? If you are hardworking, sincere, and you become decent at your work, you will get absorbed. Okay. Now a couple of hours can take 50, 100. I don't know how many we can take in a year. Okay. But maybe more. I do not know. But all I'm saying is that the internship system can work in developing skills and talent when people were earlier half-baked. Angrezi aati thi. We need that in our job as a salesperson talking to clients. But other stuff they didn't have, right? Another example I'll give you. There's an organization called the Delhi School of Communication. I don't know if you've heard of it. It trains people for the advertising and media and public relations industry. Simple concept. 7 to 1:30 classes, 2:30 they come for an internship every day. And they get them internships in advertising agencies, by and large. At the end of the program, they all get absorbed. Now, फायदा क्या है एम्प्लॉयर के लिए? फायदा ये है, you are getting in semi-skilled kind of talent, right, at a salary lower than you would have paid for a full MBA.
What internship fee did you pay?
I don't recall, yeah. But it was below what we pay a full-fledged management trainee.
Sure. So we get that. Now Jayanji, the internship stroke apprenticeship program has certain visible advantages, and then it's about the rollout. I want to spend a moment on employment-linked incentives. Now, you've been a high flyer in corporate street, the fact is that most companies tend to have a hiring outlook for the year. If the government throws some financial incentives, which in a corporate setup aren't very substantial, just about like 15,000 rupees for a job of less than 1 lakh, will just the mere presence of such an incentive increase any corporate's appetite to hire more? Or is it that because the government post the general elections was under pressure, it had to be seen to be doing something to deal with the jobs challenge, therefore you're trying something in the fervent hope that if it doesn't help at max, at least it has some impact at the base?
Things will definitely improve, Rahul, and I think it will have impact. It depends a lot on the sector. Certain sectors like construction, L&T for example, has a tremendous need for trained plumbers, electricians, bricklayers, etc. And
no, answer my question. That's not. I'm saying the government is giving you like a 15,000 rupee incentive over 3 months. Now saying hire more because I'm giving you this incentive. I'm saying, does this incentive work?
It does. That's what I was just going to
Where?
tell you. In some of these blue collar types of formal roles, like an L&T hiring plumbers and electricians, because it does make a difference on the margin. But let's take a step back and let's really try and understand what is it that we are solving for. What we are really trying to solve for is the mismatch between the crores of Bhola Mehtos and Geeta Arons and the very few Naukris that we have. So Sanjeev was exactly right to say that, you learn on the job, and by bringing in these people from this, business school and training them, they became actually quite productive. The problem is that there are too few Naukris and too many people who want these apprenticeship positions and then eventually a formal sector job. So really the big picture issue is the supply-demand mismatch between the number of formal jobs. As Siddharth said, only 20% of the workforce is in formal jobs. It's in salaried employment. And every Bhola Mehto and every Geeta Arao wants salaried employment. But we are just not creating enough formal sector jobs to be able to absorb not just the 1 crore people we are getting every year, but remember that there's a huge backlog as well. आप किसी भी युवा से पूछिए कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं, अधिकांश लोग कहेंगे कि हम तैयारी में। अब तैयारी क्या है भाई? आप तैयारी कर रहे हैं भाई कंपटीशन के लिए, कितने सालों से तैयारी कर रहे हैं? बहुत सालों से तैयारी कर रहे हैं। तो ये तैयारी करने वाले युवा जो हैं, इनका इतना बड़ा बैकलॉग बन गया, उनको भी तो ऑब्जॉर्व करना है। 10 साल से लोग तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो 10 साल से जो करोड़ों को नौकरियां नहीं मिली, वो इंतजार में है। So we have that backlog, plus we have 1 crore more coming in every year. We just don't have enough Naukris to be able to solve that supply-demand imbalance.
Let me ask that same question to Mr. Bigchandani. I'm trying to understand whether the principle of this financial incentive, in your view, could incentivize companies to hire more, or do you think it's just like trying something because something has to be tried?
No, I think, look, the government will try 20 things, right? Maybe 5 will work. But if those 5 can scale up, then you have a good shot, okay, at achieving something. Now, will a whole bunch of people hire a lot of employees because they're getting a subsidy of 5,000 rupees? It may happen in some cases, it may not happen in some cases, right? We have to wait and watch. But you see, Jayant raised an important point. भाई सबको सरकारी नौकरी चाहिए, तो वो तैयारी में है. Now we also invest in startups. So I'll talk about 2 companies that we have invested in. The first is Zomato. Right? Now Zomato के पास 4-5 लाख राइडर हैं. They are not in employment, but they are earning a livelihood. और वो 25,000 रुपए कमा सकते हैं हर महीने, which is not bad, right? But Zomato says we are finding it hard to scale beyond 5 lakh people. ऐसे देश में बेरोजगारी इतनी है. No, the problem is that ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेहनत वाला काम है. धूप में जाओ 8-10 घंटे on your motorcycle delivering stuff. These guys want office jobs. These guys want सरकारी jobs, and that's the aspiration. Now, another company we invested in is called Adda 24/7. Adda 24/7 essentially prepares young people for the entrance exam for government jobs. Now, India में कम से कम 500-600 सरकारी नौकरियों के entrance exam होंगे across states, across the center, across ministries, across wherever, right? And there are lakhs of people who come to Adda 24/7 to practice. But the moment you offer them a chance to get a job in a private company, they're not interested.
Not interested.
Very few are, some are, but very few. A sarkari naukri is still so aspirational in India for various reasons. Yeah, still no. But I will.
And let me just put in a fact here, Rahul, which is that, Siddharth mentioned that we have about 20% of people in salaried employment. Of those 20%, about 40% out of the 110 million or so, about 45 million, 4.5 crores, are actually in government employees of some kind or the other. So government is a big employer, but at the end of the day, it's still only in a workforce of 50, 60 crores, it's only about 4-5 crore people. Again, so there's a tremendous supply-demand mismatch between people wanting government jobs and actually the number of government jobs in the economy.
Rajiv, I want to come to you. Since Sanjeev spoke about Zomato, I can say that for a Delhi University College graduate, I know this, they offered 30,000 rupees as a monthly salary. The question, Rajiv, to you, and I have some numbers here, less than 10%.
Who offered? Who offered?
Zomato.
In what role?
Sales role. Less than 10% of these salaried jobs, and all of you should focus on these numbers, earn 50,000 or more. And 2/3 of this salaried workforce is at 20,000 or lesser per month. And only 44% have social security. So, Rajiv, the question, because you deal with the best and the biggest companies, those who actually employs in lakhs of numbers. Is the government trying to formalize job creation, or is it trying to create? Because whenever I look at this data, it seems to me that there is no new job creation that will happen on account of this money that is going to be spent.
So, so I think if you look at the schemes, and responding to your question and the point Rahul mentioned, will this really be a nudge that the government wants it to be? I mean, that can be said for all incentives, whether, PLI is the nudge, can you not do without PLI, if it's attractive enough, what's the issue? So all these things are experiments, nudges, but you have to look at each of these schemes differently. So the one scheme is there are three sort of interesting features of these schemes. One is a lot of them are for first jobs. Secondly, a lot of them are focused on manufacturing. So I think, and third is, it is all linked to EPFO. So it's about formalization. So it is targeted at people who have just graduated or have graduated but have not got a job, trying to get them in the job. This issue of formalization is a big issue. Through the labor code, they had tried to do some more, but unfortunately it didn't get implemented fully. So I think that entire formalization is the second objective. And third is in manufacturing to create competitiveness. One of the schemes that was there, where they will be paying almost 24% over a period of, for a period of 3 years, if you are hiring more than 25% of your employees. So anyone who is significantly looking at setting up a new manufacturing unit or doubling their units, it's not an insignificant number. And then you have one more scheme which says that we'll pay you 3,000 rupees a month if you hire any fresher, kind of thing, as long as you're net. So generally it would say, if you're hiring, it's government for 2 years is subsidizing 3 to 4%, 5%. So hopefully it encourages people more to get there. I think, listen, formalization is very important, but I also think this is for net new jobs. But formalization is very important, and I think we have to, and through internship and through everything, one thing which is very good about internship is it exposes a lot of people who, and everyone in the panel said the same thing, that the yearning for a government job is just huge, especially if you go to smaller cities and towns. So at least it exposes through the internship program to people to get into other companies and say, okay, even the private sector is not as bad, not as challenging as the image that has been built. So I think the government is definitely trying to see formalization, people coming out of colleges, either getting internships or incentives. If you are in a small town and you've got a job letter, do you want to go, you don't want to go, okay, if you actually go, Sarkar aapko 15,000 rupees degi, ek baar jaakar dekh kar to aao kaisa hai. So wo aapko, you know, that nudge is also given. So I think they're trying to attack different, from an economic standpoint, from a psychological standpoint, from a skilling standpoint, but formalization, net new jobs is important, but formalization is equally important, and jobs for the younger people are the ones that are the big focus area.
One of the principal challenges in India, Jayanji, is about the kind of jobs that the youth crave. And we've spoken here about the clamor for government jobs, which is quite a crazy pursuit given the probability of being able to get through. Now, is there a way, because you've been in and out of government both, and you've contested from small towns, is there a way in which that psyche can be changed, or do you think this is just so deeply embedded in the Indian system that it is almost impossible to get people away from the clamor of the aspiration for a government job?
So Rahul, one thing you have to understand about us Indians, we actually don't want a job. What we really want is service. हमें चाहिए सर्विस, यानी सर्विस लग जाए. सर्विस का क्या मतलब हुआ कि आप परमानेंटली एम्प्लॉयड हैं, और जॉब में क्या है कि वो टेम्परेरी भी हो सकता है. अब राजीव के साथ हम काम करें, बहुत मेरे पे प्रेशर लगाएंगे, बी प्रोडक्टिव, गेट दिस डन, गेट दैट डन. आई माइट इवन लूज अ जॉब इफ आई एम वर्किंग फॉर राजीव और संजीव. आई डोंट लाइक दैट. आई वांट सर्विस. जिंदगी भर मैं लगा हुआ हूँ और ऊपर की कमाई तो है ही. सो इफ यू हैव दैट माइंडसेट, getting people out of thinking about government, getting them to think about jobs, productivity, a 21st century workforce, when the mindset is fundamentally around service, sarkari service, and that's what you see around you. You've seen a system that's grown up that way. Now, the only way to solve that problem, Rahul, is we need to massively increase investments, given where we are. And of course, government is trying to do that with capex and so on. But just to give you a good sort of benchmark, China created for its young workforce at the same time in their development massive numbers of jobs in manufacturing. What was their investment rate? Their investment rate was not 28-29% of GDP. Their investment rate was 40%, 10% GDP higher. Now 10% of GDP higher in India is an extraordinarily large number. Our GDP is 330 trillion rupees. So you'd be putting 30 trillion rupees, 30 lakh crores into investment in the private sector to be able to create those kinds of jobs that have the characteristics of formalization, as Rajiv said, which are like service in that sense as well. So unless we are massively going to increase investment rate, and there are real macro questions on, do we have the savings rates to be able to invest that much? We need foreign capital to be able to put that much more incremental investment to work. Will foreign capital come, not come? But those are the kinds of numbers that we're talking about to get to what every Indian wants, which is good, secure employment.
But Mr. Big Chana, there's a big difference. When China was growing at a similar stage of its economic cycle, the global tailwinds were in favor of globalization, and therefore there was manufacturing which was happening. China became a manufacturing powerhouse. That's not the case any longer. Secondly, because you're so deeply embedded in the Naukri mindset, do you have some hacks on how we can attack the Sarkari Naukri mindset?
देखो सरकारी नौकरी mindset क्यों है? First of all, it's highly prestigious, and that has been going on, I think, since the British era, maybe before that, right? कि मैं collector बनूँगा. Okay, there were movies made on it. Right? Okay. Second is it's massively valuable in the dowry market. Okay, marriage market. Third, it is permanent employment. Fourth, and most importantly, at the junior levels, the government pays 3 to 4x what the private sector pays. So a school teacher in a government school will typically earn 3 to 4 times that of an equivalent teacher in a private school which is not that well known, right? Likewise for office jobs in the government. At the junior level, they pay much more than private sector.
So can we do something to change that mindset?
You can't pay them less. Okay, and let me tell you, you can't pay the private sector more because that's the market. So we live with it. As simple as that.
Mr. Sinha, I wanted to come in on.
Yeah, sure. So you know, in 2003, my phone rang, right? Landline, right? And the voice at the other end said, "I am so and so. I'm Labour Commissioner, Government of Delhi. I want to speak to you." So my heart sank. I said, "Yeah, but have we messed up on some compliance? Why is the Labour Commissioner calling me up?" So he said, no, he's an IAS officer. He said, I want to meet you because, I'm in charge of all the employment exchanges of Delhi, and there are 19 of them. And, you have done what we should have done. We've got, so I went to meet him. So he said, Sanjeev, हमारे पास 19 employment exchange Delhi में. We employ, I think 2,700 people, something like some number he gave me. And last year we placed 400 people. Okay. So I said, what is the funda? He said, देखो, we have got 3 lakh people registered with us, or 4 lakh people registered with us. They all want government jobs, right? And I said, what is the oldest registration? He said, 1984. So लोग 20 साल से हमारे register है कि मेरे को सरकारी नौकरी चाहिए. And I said, what happens? And there's nothing. So जब requirement आती है, we have to send first come first served. So I said, you will send a CV that's 20 years old, right? For a job, he'll never get it, yeah. He says, but we are bound by rules, what to do? So I said, yeah, you should sell the real estate, make malls, earn a rent, you'll employ more people that way.
That's a good point. Mr. Sinha, I want you to tell our audience and our viewers about the role that fast economic growth has played in other countries across the world in lifting people both out of poverty and creating sustainable job creation, because one of the features of this budget and the overall macro environment is that growth is slowing down and the government has chosen to remain on the path of fiscal consolidation. So how does this square up?
It squares up very well, Siddharth, because the economy is growing very strongly. Obviously, the CEA has projected 6.5 to 7%, and he's on the conservative side because virtually every other agency is projecting 7%. Now, 7% in a global environment that is in turmoil, with wars raging and digital disruption happening and so on, is quite extraordinary for us to be growing at 7%. The question is, can we absorb all those crores and crores of people at 7%? Should we be growing at 8 or 9 or 10%? And should we be increasing investment by 5 or 10% of GDP? Those are the big, huge macro issues that we have to confront. Virtually no other economy in the world has been able to do it except for China at this scale. And again, as I said, China did it by repressing consumer demand, by taking domestic savings and really putting it into manufacturing in a way that no democracy can. So we really are, as far as India is concerned, sui generis, which means we are absolutely one of a kind. We need to come up with a development model that has never been, sort of followed anywhere else in the world. Despite climate change, despite deglobalization, despite depopulation, and being a democracy, we have to create jobs at this unprecedented rate because that's what the people want, that's what the people expect. That's a very, very interesting and challenging question for us at a development model level that we need to figure out.
Rajiv, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I have a slightly different take on this. I think when China and other economies grew, and even for India, I think last 5 years we devoted a lot on fiscal consolidation. First because of what had happened earlier with all the restructuring, then COVID. So a lot of that time was spent on fiscal consolidation. I think now the government balance sheet is in a reasonable position and trending well. And if the global markets are volatile, as all of us talked about, then you need a strong balance sheet, but you also need a strong domestic consumption story. What's happening is that domestic consumption is growing at roughly half the rate of our GDP growth, which means our GDP growth is very investment led. And a lot of that investment is front ended by the government. So I certainly feel, and all of us know that given the track record of this government and especially this team, led by the finance minister, they are very conservative in their estimates. So most of us feel that if the economy goes in the same way as it's going, probably the fiscal deficit will be 4.8% rather than 4.9%, because a lot of their estimates are conservative. They will probably not end up spending 11,000 crores in capex because we are almost four months down the year. I would have thought that and I don't know what, but some form of consumption stimulus, similar to what they have done in jobs, some form of consumption stimulus could be in the range of 50 to 60,000 crores, 70,000 crores, especially in rural India, could have been given. Question is, if I ask them, they would say what kind of consumption stimulus you can give which doesn't stick on. And because then it becomes almost like an annual liability. And that's the tough one, is to say actually how do you create that consumption stimulus that actually doesn't stick on. And this jobs one that way, even if it is saying that, okay, it's not giving the, this is, as you said, DBT version, 3.0, in some ways it's good. It will 50%, 60% of this money comes back to the government.
Absolutely.
In the form of various taxes. This money is not saved. It's consumed and it comes back to the government.
So we're at the end of this session, and I want to ask very quick final words, and I'll start with Mr. Bhikchandani on if there is a young person who's still in college or towards the end of his high school watching you at this time, and since there's so much focus on skilling on the job market of the future, what would be your most relevant advice based on your deep years of experience and how to prepare for the years that lie ahead?
Somehow get some work experience. Whether as an intern, whether as a free intern, whether as a trainee, whether as a summer trainee, somehow get some work experience. That will teach you a lot. Treat it as an extension of college. Okay? But somehow get some work experience.
That's your advice. Jayanji.
My advice to all young people is read more, watch less TV, Rahul.
Oh, no, bad advice. Bad. Matsuno, not this. Something else, please. Yes, Rajiv Memani.
Yeah, I would agree with what they've said. The only other thing I would say is that I think we have embraced technology much faster than what
No, but they're already so tech savvy. In what way are you suggesting it?
No, just, one is mobile phones and everything else, but just embracing technology in everything that you're doing. And secondly, apart from regular academics, also, not to be averse to skilling and starting with vocational jobs to get in.
Interesting. We've had an interesting conversation. The challenges are so deep and so acute. I'm not sure that we've got all the answers, but as this panel concurred, it's good to accept that this is a central challenge and at least make some effort in the direction of trying to find these jobs. And even if we don't reach where we need to, at least we are hopefully pulling in the right direction. Mr. Jayant Sinha, Rajiv Memani, Sanjeev Bhikchandani, for joining us at the India Today, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
We have had truly enriching and insightful sessions so far, and now it's time for a short tea break. Many thanks, panelists. Please take this opportunity, audiences, to stretch your legs, network, and also enjoy some refreshments laid outside of this room for you. And after the break, we will have an exciting lineup of panel discussions that you really don't want to miss. India Today and Business Today Budget Roundtable 2024, co-powered by ICICI Direct and the new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is badass. The next session will resume at 6 p.m. So I request all of you to be back and seated at 5:58 p.m.
Thank you, sir. और एक फैक्ट्री का ओनर बनने में स्कूल का डोनर बनने का ख्वाब मिट गया।
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the India Today and Business Today Budget Roundtable 2024, co-powered by ICICI Direct and new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass. I'm Sakshi Batra, your host for this evening. The Union Budget of 2024-2025, the first of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term, is significant towards the aim of boosting economic growth through higher capex, support for infrastructure development, and measures to enhance financial inclusion. It is also aimed at putting India on the path of becoming a global superpower. To decode the fine print of the union budget, we have an illustrious lineup of experts, budget makers, political leaders, industry leaders, economists, other stakeholders and commentators as well, who will be joining us all today to help us further our understanding of the budget priorities and the economic roadmap towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. So without much further ado, let us embark on this journey of discovery and dialogue. Please join me in welcoming the first panel of speakers this evening. Our first panel is titled Unleashing the Animal Spirits. For this session, we have with us some of the leading voices from the corporate world to share their perspectives on how the budget can truly ignite the animal spirits within the Indian economy and how the business community at large leverage the opportunities presented by this budget to fuel India's growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first speaker this evening. Let's have with us on stage Mr. Vinod Agarwal, the MD and the CEO, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles and President, Siam. Let us also welcome Mr. Dhruv Agarwal, Group CEO, Housing.com and PropTiger.com. Warm welcome to you, sir. Vineet Agarwal also joins us on the stage, MD, Transport Corporation of India. And we also have with us on the first panel, Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director, Akash Healthcare. Warm welcome to all of you. To moderate our first panel this evening, let me please invite on stage Sourav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today.
Thank you, Sakshi. And a very warm welcome and good evening to everyone here. We have a stellar panel, as Sakshi mentioned, and it comes on the back of a very, very eventful budget, if I may add. You know, I was talking to some people just before the budget was announced, some people including those from the markets, and they said it doesn't look like it will be very, something major, eventful. We've already had a vote on account, so it will probably be a continuation of what is to come. However, I think there are some big pluses and also some interesting surprises which are there in store in the budget. And to discuss all that and more, we will go through this panel and seek the expert views of this wonderful set. So I'll start first, the topic of discussion itself from each of you, which is unleashing the animal spirits. The budget was supposed to be one which will set the stage for Viksit Bharat, India 2047. What in your view, and I'll go around the panel first, getting your initial thoughts before we come down to specifics. What in your view, Mr. Agarwal here, is the budget's key themes according to you, and do you think the animal spirits will be unleashed by this?
I think, first of all, Viksit Bharat and the India growth story. These are the two very, very important things. As far as the India growth story is concerned, that is going very well. All of us know it. Our economy is growing. And then on top of it, what the budget can do to take this growth further, I think is to give the further boost of capital expenditure, because that has the multiplier impact on all other parameters. If we can see the allocation for capital expenditure, even though it has been kept as same, which was there in vote on account, 11.11 lakh crores. But that amount is, I would say, quite substantial. And this is on top of already a very high base, because last year itself, that was increased by 33%. From 750,000 to 10 lakh crores. So therefore, on top of it, this allocation, and then when you say unleashing animal spirits, I think once the central government is spending so much money, it means there is so much expenditure happening, so much income is getting generated, so much activity is happening. And that activity is further than creating that virtuous cycle, which will lead to more investments from the private sector.
I mean, we'll come back to that issue because there is a view that private sector investments haven't really followed through. We'll come back to that. Dhruv, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think, for me, one big positive, in this budget, and, you spoke, and the theme of the conference today is, or the panel is unleashing animal spirits. I think the abolition of the angel tax for startups was a big one for me. I come from the startup ecosystem, having started my company about 12 years ago. I think last few years have been extremely troublesome for new startups and founders, where they've been receiving notices from the income tax department, taxing them on the difference between the book value of the shares and the premium they've been collecting, and how startups traditionally get funded is through high valuations, especially from foreign investors. So that, I think, was a big dampener for the ecosystem. But the abolition of that angel tax in this budget, I think, was a big ask of the startup ecosystem. That having been abolished, I think, is a big plus, which will, I think, unleash animal spirits further.
Do you think that sort of, as we go to the autumn of the funding winter, and now it's the funding autumn, as somebody said, do you think that will really add to that?
I think so. Look, I think the funding autumn or winter, as you said, I think it's the winter, and hopefully the winter is about to end now. I think it will add to that. We all know that 2020, 2021, this post-COVID, saw a lot of excesses in the entire funding ecosystem globally. I think valuations were crazy, and a lot of capital was coming in, sometimes unjustifiably. But that happens, when there is the greed cycle. I think that went into autocorrect mode towards the end of 21. And I think things will start coming back as interest rates start to go down in the US as well. But clearly, this particular move will definitely aid that, because there was this regulatory overhang on all fundraisers, which I don't think was a healthy thing. So I'm quite glad that happened.
Vineet, your initial thoughts, pluses, what did not happen according to you, what could have been better, your initial thoughts on this?
I wouldn't want to comment on the budget specifically, because we believe now that the budget is becoming one of the directional documents for growth. It is not the only document. It is a path, it's a direction for the country as a whole. But there are lots of other things that are happening. I mean, a few years ago, we used to talk about the railway budget. It's no longer there. And other than that, the other impetus, whether it is coming from organizations like Niti Aayog, or the general feedback the government is giving on a regular basis, schemes that get announced throughout the year, states are bidding for new projects, new investments that are coming up in different parts of the country. It's an ongoing thing. We are no longer dependent on February 1st only. Earlier it was February 28th, I think, or something like that. So we're no longer dependent on that. We moved away from that. So I think it is directional, and it is positively directional. So it's not populist entirely. It will probably become populist, as we are thinking it might be with the elections that happened this year. And ultimately, the animal spirits will only come when there is confidence in the system. Across the board, there has to be confidence, whether it is someone at a consumer level, someone at a trader level, someone with a SME, MSME, and subsequently the larger corporates, when we're talking about the business community. But people have to feel confident. And when people start feeling confident, that's where an unleashing of the spirits will come. And we'll probably dwell into that later.
Do you think that this is a confidence booster kind of a budget?
Certainly. I think, some of the steps where consumption should trigger consumption with more money in people's hands is one of the steps, clearly. But as I said, there are lots of other things that are parallelly happening.
Actually, more money in people's hands, do you really agree with that view? Because there are contrary opinions on that as well.
So, at the outset, my apologies for joining in late. I'm coming from the healthcare background. I think, it has been taken with a pinch of salt. A lot of expectations from the current budget. Yes, there has been some positives, specifically directing to the medical devices and cancer treatments.
Drugs, yes.
Those are the two ups for us, but I think our expectations, especially from a private healthcare standpoint, where there's a lot of interest from private equity coming and trying to invest in healthcare specifically. I think we could have gotten better if there was some specific focus on the financial aspects of the healthcare operations. In last 3 or 4 years, we have seen that huge amount of interest, especially after the post-COVID era. Everybody is focusing on healthcare. With the kind of corporatization which has happened in healthcare in last few years, and the kind of technology being used up, and the medical devices industry is expanding big way. And unfortunately, not many products are being made in India. So we end up paying a lot of money at the end of the patient's end, or the consumer end. There's a big cost to get the delivery. So PMJ scheme definitely is getting, spreading to a larger population. But I still feel, there could have been more concrete step in terms of the healthcare delivery, and of course the survival of the corporate hospitals and the chains as a whole in India.
Mr. Kanwal, let me come to you on one big takeaway from this budget, which is the employment-linked incentive scheme, the ELI, and various parts of it. Some for the employees, first-time employees, some parts for the employers. In all, a big move to try and get jobs as the key agenda item back and give it a big push. Do you think that's going to work? What are your thoughts on the ELI scheme?
I think that's a good incentive to start with. I think like if they are saying that both employer and the new employees, both of them are going to get some additional money in their hand. And then they are saying that even the internship, if companies beyond 5,000, which government will pay stipend, and
but does the private sector have enough jobs?
Balance money will be paid as CSR. So yes, this is a good incentive. Now, of course, jobs get created when there is more expansion. If
when there is demand.
When there is demand, then there is more expansion. Now that you have to link to the fundamentals. Fundamentally, economy is growing. Our real growth is 8% plus last year, and this year also we are projecting good growth. And with the infrastructure investments, we are expecting that there will be growth. And as I was mentioning, the private investments, even though now still the track record has not been that strong, but of course, when so much public investment is happening, government is investing so much money, private sectors will have to invest, because the capacities will need to be created. If you have to export more from here, if your technology is going up, if your country is growing, then the capacities will have to be there. And the capacities have to be there, then of course more investments will happen. If we look at our own company, we have very good expansion plans in the auto sector. I think all companies have great investment plans. Under PLI, auto sector has committed 75,000 crores to be invested for Atmanirbhar Bharat and for indigenizing the technologies here. For microprocessors, a lot of investments are going to happen. So therefore, I think these investments are going to come. So we should have confidence. We should have faith and trust. The things will fall in place. And of course, on top of it, when you give incentives for more skill creation, more trainings, and more industrial training institutes, or various types of, these are all the small, you can say just the push. Government is giving it a push. End of the day, it has to be taken on its own force. So I think these are the steps in the right direction.
That's an important point, Dhruv, which I want to ask you about, that the government has made its first steps known. It's ticked the box, the right box, in terms of an employment-linked incentive scheme, which many felt that may not happen. It was suggested, but they have taken it up and they've done it as the first step. Do you think the private sector will respond?
I think if you look at private investment over the last couple of years as compared to government investment, I think it hasn't kept pace. And I think what the government's done right is it's spent a lot of focus and emphasis on investing in infrastructure and laying the foundation, I think, for private investment. So I think that the private sector, just given, where we stand today, especially with regard to the country being seen as an alternative to China, I think the private sector will respond. And I'm pretty confident that, as I think Vineet pointed out, what's important is confidence in the economy. What's important is confidence in the way forward, confidence in political stability. With all of that in place, I'm pretty certain the private sector will respond effectively.
Vineet, I'll come to one aspect which the economic survey also pointed out, which is the importance of Gen AI and the impact of Gen AI on jobs. On one hand, we do have an employment issue, and the government has come front and center and put forward this scheme. On the other hand, the economic survey does warn about the possible impact of Gen AI. What is your, where do you stand on the Gen AI and factor and its impact on jobs?
There are lots of jobs that will go away with Gen AI, that's for sure. And those jobs will get repurposed into some other jobs. For example, prompt engineers for Gen AI. That's a big job by itself. Apart from that, so I'm not an expert on that, but I can definitely say if you want some product delivered to your home, Gen AI can't do it. You still need someone to do it till we get robots and other things that proliferates across all modes and it gets to your household, even if you're living on the 20th floor of a building. So there will be jobs that are there that are needed, and the difference has always been employment versus employability. There are people that are available. We recruit about 700 people a year, 700 to about 1,000 people a year. But we have to put them through a training program for a year, literally, to really get them to a certain speed. When we talk to students who've graduated from colleges, some of them don't know who the President of India is. So there is a huge gap there. So skill enhancement, adding to skills, upskilling, reskilling are things that will be required, and certainly Gen AI will help in that process. I do not think it's going to be negative initially. If you ask 10 years from now, perhaps there could be an impact. We are a country that is going to require a lot more jobs than we can even think about. And perhaps in 10 years, we will definitely see a challenge.
In healthcare, of course, Gen AI is a big advantage, Ashish. What are your thoughts on that?
So in healthcare, specifically few specialties like radiology, where the AI is started to interpret the radiographs, MRIs, and CTs. That came very handy in an epidemic-like situation. And how the softwares are able to read through the patient's vitals, the thermographs, all those things are actually, reducing the burden of already, burdened critical care teams. So that is an upside. Of course, somebody who, takes up, the advantage with AI tries to reduce the footprint of manpower working for the patient care. But yes, on the other hand, we would require a lot of new jobs which would be required to maintain these systems, software, and continue to evolve, because AI in healthcare, of course, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Sometimes the reporting can go haywire and they may report a normal X-ray as a cancer patient. So those things, the human intervention will always remain till we are very sure the algorithms have matured enough so that they can time and again with almost 100% accuracy, they are able to predict as a clinician because the multiple variables depending on the age, the disease and other patterns, the AI has to keep on evolving and learning. I think that would require a few more years. But yes, it is surely going to impact the manpower setting, of course, the training levels of the people who are going to get involved in with these modern systems in place.
So what would companies like yours do, for instance?
So, of course, small baby steps, especially where it's already been tested, like in radiology, and of course the robotic system, which has, almost crept in every OR, that has come very handy for, and it has shown initial positive results. In our own setting, we use the soft tissue robot called Da Vinci for almost all surgical procedures. Yeah, the orthopedic robot is also being used, and likewise, many more such the inventions and discoveries are coming up in the OR, in the ICU rooms, and we are actually finding benefit. While the consultant is on round, is able to monitor 20 patients on his mobile phone and also gets critical alerts for any variation which is beyond a normal permissible limit. So we are seeing early results and we are motivated enough, and the clinicians, when they see value in their patient care, they are more eager to learn than we have ever seen in last many decades.
Mr. Agarwal, let's come back to your sector, which is auto, which is in fact, it's a kind of a barometer for the economy itself. We've been writing about it in Business Today and discussing it. There has been a kind of a K-shaped...
Our distinguished guest, Ashok Gulati ji, distinguished professor, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, to please join us on the stage. Also, let us put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ajay Veer Jakar, Chairman, Bharat Krishak Samaj. To moderate this panel, I'll invite on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. It's always tough to get a session going right after a tea break. And Professor Gulati and Ajay are veterans of this, and I have that tough task, but I'll request all our floor managers, colleagues to get people in, because this is not only a highly sensitive, emotional and contentious issue, it's something that is far more important than balance sheets of companies. It is the balance sheet of Bharat in some ways. Professor Gulati, there are lots of questions, and Ajay is here as a farmer, so I'm going to take your permission to go to Ajay first as the farmer, because this is the post-budget round table. And Ajay, I come to you. This government came into this budget. It's the first of the third term. 11 budgets, including interim budgets, have already been presented. As a farmer, what do you think of this budget as far as the agriculture sector is concerned?
So, thank you for this opportunity. Lots of people ask me that did the government listen to farmers when they made this budget statement, and I want to put it on record and saying it doesn't seem that they've addressed the issues that farmers have raised. But as a farmer, I take solace in the fact that the government doesn't listen to its own think tanks. It's not listened to Niti Aayog. I think so Ashok Gulati ji gets to meet the Prime Minister. They've not listened to Ashok Gulati ji. They don't listen to eminent people. So as farmers, I take solace in the fact that we are not the only one the government's not listening to. Having said that, there were so many low-hanging fruit that the government could have tackled, for example, on agriculture research and development that Ashok Gulati ji also keeps talking about, where every rupee invested will give you a 10 times return. And the government does not do that. In fact, for 20 years now at least, that's what I can remember, that the investment in research and development has been less than the rate of inflation, which means that the budgeting allocation for research in agriculture and extension services has reduced every year. And I really don't know how they think about it, which also comes to the point, what is the remit of Niti Aayog? I mean, it's a think tank. Today there's a meeting of Niti Aayog, but I really don't know what they're doing. And lastly, budget is only a balancing of books, but it also gives a vision of the government of what it plans to do in the longer term. And I think it may have balanced the book properly, but it shows to me that the BJP is running behind events. They're firefighting rather than having a vision now, especially with this budget. Okay. And that's what I want to start with.
What Ajay Veer Jakar has done is to present 3 or 4 major questions. There's no one from the government to answer them, but we'll try and take them in subsequent sessions when we have the budget makers. Professor Gulati, the big question really is, what does this budget contain for the agriculture sector? Because the numbers, viewers, if you look at the agriculture allocation, it's up around 6%. If you take agriculture and rural development together, it's up around 9%. But the big point that, and Ajay didn't say that, I'll say that, there was no hike for PM Kisan. So the direct benefit transfer program for farmers, for India's Kisan, has not been hiked in this budget. With that backdrop, sir, your first comment.
Well, let me start with the positive picture first. Everyone was talking in the previous rounds. Economy is growing very robustly and is expected to grow similar, around 7% this year, last year 8.2%. I'm not sure how many people in the room know what was the agriculture growth rate last year. It was just 1.4%. Last 10 years that you asked, 3.7% is the average annual rate of growth of so-called Modi period 10 years, vis-a-vis 3.5% of 10 years of Manmohan Singh period. So broadly, agriculture has been growing at around 3.5, 3.6, 3.7% on an average. But there is a volatility, and that volatility is increasing because of climate change. The point, there was mentioned a lot that we need to increase demand to create demand for manufactured products. So how do we get the demand creation? And you refer to PM Kisan. Last 5 years it has remained constant, 6,000 rupees. In real terms, it has gone down by at least 25%, because that's 5 years inflation if you take care of that. So they have not been compensated even on direct. But let me give you one little statistics. The biggest ever survey of household consumption, the rural per capita monthly consumption expenditure is only 3,773, 3,773 per capita monthly. Multiply it by an average size of the household, about 4.5, it comes to less than 17,000 rupees per month. This is 22-23 biggest survey. Add a bit of inflation, add whatever little savings if they have, it is broadly less than 20,000 rupees per month per household average. Now, Ajay Veer Jakhad would be at the upper end maybe as a farmer, but Bihar farmers would be even lower than this. So with that expenditure level, how much demand you can create for the industrial products? And this is a lesson that we need to learn from China. China did not start its reforms with industrial policy or trade policy or exchange rate correction. 78 to 84, they focused on agriculture, and they doubled in 6 years real incomes of the farmers. We dreamt of that when we said doubling of farmers' income, but actual achievement is about 45% of that target. So how do we do that? We can come into the second round.
That's a very important point, and please absorb these numbers. Less than 2.5 lakh per annum. That's the number that Professor Gulati has shared. At that level, and inflation, and that's why if you ever wondered why does a young man of 18 years, 16 years, 20 years in Bharat, in rural India, not want to work in farming sector, why do they chase very low paying jobs, very difficult jobs in our cities where costs of living are also so high? The answer is in what you said. I'll come to you, Ajay. Farmer income, because there's so much that has been said here. Farmer income to be doubled. If in 20 years we have just done around 3.5% average growth in agriculture sector, the other paradox is that government upon government has depressed farm output prices to keep inflation under check. The Reserve Bank of India gives a significant weight to food prices in calculating inflation. That affects interest rates. But no one, or we rarely talk about how inflation control is actually a punishment for our farmers. The economic survey said, please, it suggested that we should remove food from this interest rate calculation. Do you think that will make a difference?
In fact, I wrote on that exact subject in the Indian Express 10 days before the economic survey came that we should exclude it from the index. And I think so Gulati Sahab was in the board of RBI, he can explain that better. But I can give you an example of how it impacts farmers. For example, onions were in shortage last month, and there were export bans trying to subdue onion prices. So a family of 4 consumes around 15 kgs of onions a month, which means if you suppress the price by 20 rupees, each family saves around 300 rupees per month. But if you suppress the suppressed price of 20 rupees per kg a month, for 1 acre of, for an average farmer owning 2 acres of land and having a very average yield of 100 quintals per acre, his loss is 4 lakh rupees per acre. So the order of magnitude that the farmer suffers to help consumers, help the government mitigate inflation is huge. And that's why the economic survey was right in saying that we must exclude food. And if the government, as a farmer, I say if the government wants to help consumers, it could look at DBT, it could look at food coupons, or as in the United States, they could compensate farmers when farmers make a loss because of government policy. That could be ban on export of rice, that could be ban on stockholding limits, that could be on imported food at less than MSP prices. So there's a lot that the government can do, but this is not the work of the Ministry of Finance. This is not the work of the budget, but this is the Agriculture Ministry has to, convince the other ministries and their bosses.
No, Ajay, I would say it's a call at the highest levels of government. Professor Gulati, this is not the first time this issue of middle class being kept happy for 300 rupees as a great example of onions that you gave versus a 4 lakh loss for a farmer, onion farmer. Small 2-acre farm. Why isn't this listened to? And he was correct in pointing out, you've been RBI board member also.
Well, let me first have great sympathy with the policy makers. If the onion price goes up, there is uproar and there are governments that have fallen. Vajpayee government, and I had the privilege to work with Mr. Vajpayee. So the sensitivity of essential commodities. If today onion inflation is at 58%, potato inflation is at 58%, tomato inflation is at 26%. If you go in the market, tomato is selling at 100 rupees a kg, and every housewife in the middle and lower middle income is complaining about it. So that's where the votes are more. So politically, controlling prices, and even for the economy, controlling prices takes precedence on totally leaving it to the volatility. Now, having said that, on the RBI thing, we have been having discussion with the governor, we talked to them, gave a presentation that you are overestimating inflation because you are using the food weight of 2011 base, 45.9%, food and beverages. Over time, as per Angel's law, the food weight has to decline and you haven't replaced that. So I gave him a presentation on that, you are unnecessary. Second thing, when you are giving wheat and rice free, why are you concerned with to 800 million and then you are trying to put brakes, export bans on wheat or rice? For whom? For you and me, who are buying everything at market prices? He gave the example of onion. Let me give you a bigger example. 13th of May 2022, India imposed suddenly a ban on wheat exports, fearing because of the Russia-Ukraine war that the prices will erupt. At that time, perhaps it justified. What was happening? In the market, when the wheat was coming, they found the market prices were hovering at 2,700 rupees per quintal. They started unloading. After 6 months of controls, they started unloading at 2,100, 2,200 from FCI stocks when it was costing them 28, 29 rupees. So it was a dumping. They brought it down so that they can procure more. We estimated that the loss to the wheat farmers in the country because of that policy of selling it below the economic cost of FCI was 40,000 crores. 40,000 crores the farmers of wheat lost because of this policy. Now, on one side, you have this situation of controlling wheat prices, rice prices, onion prices, and all that. Then you give huge subsidies through inputs. Fertilizer subsidy, 1.64 lakh crores is in the budget. PM Kisan, although it has, in real terms, it has come down 60,000 crores. So what you try to do is, one foot is on the brake, the other is on the accelerator. In India, the fertilizer prices has not been revised, urea prices for the last 12 years or so. And it's a disaster because overuse of urea, the plant is not consuming more than 35% of urea, the granular urea, rest is going in the environment, creating nitrous oxide, which is 273 times the carbon dioxide. So you are subsidizing for creating poison in the country, the greenhouse gas emissions. It is crying for reforms, but politically, overall, let me conclude on that you are putting price controls on outputs of many commodities, but you are giving input subsidies. What is the net result of this? We worked for 2 years on this and analyzed the policies of all the governments for the last 20 years, from 2000 to 2022. That report is on the website of OECD. First time OECD included India. Indian farmer is net taxed. Let me underline that. Despite the huge input subsidies, Indian farmers are net taxed because the brake is much harder on their output prices than the fueling that you are giving through input subsidies. When you net out the two, you find that Indian farmers, and in 2022, the net taxation hovers around 18 to 20%. So that's the level of taxation, more than perhaps many of the urban people pay.
I'm glad you said this because this is an eye-opening piece of data, because all of us here would assume that farmers are not taxed, and some in a moment of irrationality may also say that farmers should be taxed. But Ajay, I come to you. If this is what the government has been doing, and not the present government, this we have seen over decades now, isn't the responsibility of reform also to some extent on the farming community? Because when we talk to people in government, they say, well, you know, you can't touch this, particularly after what happened in the recent round. So let it be. It's politically quite suicidal to talk about reforms with farmers.
So let me just first respond to tax farmers. The government of India cannot tax farmers because it's not constitutionally possible. Agriculture is a state subject. So, you know, this conversation keeps coming up, कि farmers pay income tax lagao, you got to change the constitution for that. It's not happening. So, and I'm happy about it. But coming to the point about, you know, you got to regain trust of the farming community. That's symbolic, and I think so that's what this government can do before the budget is passed. And that's the most important thing. Once the farmers are convinced that the government is working for them, which it is, I'm saying it is working for them, but it's unable to convince the farmers about it.
How should it regain
so
that
I'm
trust?
just saying it should have started by, so after the farm laws debacle, the government set up an MSP committee headed by a former secretary to the government of India, I mean a secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, who was seen as one of the initiators of the farm laws. That committee has 2 members who we've put out on social media and said that they are front for the pesticide industry. You know, they're 2 members of this MSP committee, which has been referred to in the parliament yesterday also. So we said, as a symbolic gesture, you should say that we are disbanding this committee which farmers disapproved of. You know, so budget is not just about figures of balancing the balance sheet, but these are symbolic things the government should have done. I think the government should disband that committee, and as we both are agreeing on it, the government needs a farm policy. The United States, the EU, China, they periodically change farm policy every 5 years. I don't even know if anybody knows if when India had the last farm policy, and I can take a bet that not one IAS office in the Ministry of Agriculture has read when the last policy came out. They may not even have a copy. We tried to search for it yesterday on the web. It's not available on the Agriculture Ministry website also.
Professor Gulati, I want you to respond to this point about winning back trust of the farmers, and this is a larger political question as well. And I want to add to that. After the farm laws debacle, do you get the sense that the government has kind of lost interest, or considering the sensitivity of the subject, doesn't want to burn its hands again? So it's just done what has been routinely done in many, many budgets for the sector.
You know, one starting point of that when Ajay said that agriculture is a state subject. Yes, it is a state subject in the constitution. Then why center is announcing MSP, and why center is giving fertilizer subsidy, and why center brought about the green revolution or the white revolution in this country? So it's a hybrid animal. Agriculture, yes, for certain things it's a state subject, but the trade policy, the MSP policy, the fertilizer policy is all being determined by the center, and that's a huge, huge money. Okay? So we need to build trust between the center and the states. In fact, I wrote a piece just before the budget that they need to announce on the lines of GST Council and Agri Council, two types. One is where agriculture ministers meet of the states to discuss what sort of pan-India reforms can be, implemented. And second is the Farmers Council. And from each state, two farmers, one owner cultivator and tenant cultivator, because nobody talks about tenant cultivator. PM Kisan doesn't go to tenant cultivator. It is going only to the landholding people. They may be sitting in Canada or Australia, and 6,000 rupees doesn't mean anything to them, whereas the tenants are not counted there. Tenants cannot get institutional credit because they can't give the collateral, the land. So people have forgotten about the tenancy in this country, which is so oral. Government data hugely underestimates the tenancy. 17%, 18% they say, but it's not less than 25 to 30% at least. So we need to bring them into the organized structure so that they can get all the benefits. So that winning the trust, as Ajay said, I think you have to devise, and to me, it's on the lines of GST Council. If this government announces that, it will start getting back the trust. And then you can start the reform process once again.
Ajay, I think you wanted to...
I personally think that you cannot win the trust of the farmers by getting them into a council. I've sat in many of these councils and consultative committees. They give you chai, they give you biscuits, and they send you home. They don't even share minutes of the meeting with you. I've seen it in state governments, I've seen it in central government. Even in CACP, sir, they don't give you minutes after the meeting is over when farmers go for it. But what I really think is that it's a governance problem. At the heart of it, it is a governance problem. And we need to tackle, I think so, the ministry, the bureaucracy, there's a lot of incompetencies in the bureaucracy which need to be tackled. You know, like when, but let me just say this. You know, when people say ki aap farmers ko kya sikhate ho? So I said, as an advocacy organization for farmers, I'm not here to tell farmers what to farm. I'm here to tell those making policy how to make policy better. That's our job. Our policy, our work is not to tell farmers.
But Ajay, you know, the point that Professor Gulati made, I wasn't born when some of the most successful revolutions in our agriculture sector happened. It was the same bureaucracy. And I want to add to that, while we focus only on the center because this is a discussion on the union budget, states also bear a responsibility for the farming sector. All the land is in states. The center perhaps doesn't even...
I agree with you on that. So we agree with you on that. It's a problem. It's agriculture is a state subject. Ultimately, the state governments have to deliver. And states are going bankrupt. The way this nation, I mean, not the central government, but the way some of the states like Punjab, maybe Kerala, maybe Rajasthan, maybe some other states are going, they will not even have money to give this free electricity, free subsidies that they're giving. I don't foresee this happening for the after 5-7 years.
And Andhra, the white paper on Andhra reveals scary facts. Professor Gulati, please.
Now, you know, since we are here for budget discussions, you know, what we are talking are the broader issues in agriculture and the reforms. I would like to come down to some of the numbers so that we have a good feel and where are the big ticket items that can be reformed to make that expenditure much more effective to deliver. You look at, you said agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture is 1,32,000 crores. If you add animal husbandry, fishery, another 7,000-8,000 crores, 1,40,000 crores. Rural development, 1,80,000 crores. What is the biggest element? One good thing, rural housing, you know, PM Gramin Awas Yojana, that has been given, I think, 54,000 crores, which is a 70% jump from the revised estimate. 70%. That's with a view to create permanent structures of the people in the rural areas, which will create employment also. So let's count
and
that.
some amount of demand, at least for material.
I would go and say that even Manrega, 86,000 crores of Manrega in the Rural Development Ministry should also be put in housing construction so that jhuggies in this country become a history forever.
Very good point.
And that will create employment. This apprenticeship and interns and all that, the problem is the rural people don't have that type of skill, and skill formation is needed. But they want to also stay in the rural areas where
Are you suggesting a part of this internships scheme for agriculture internship, for example, or some related?
Well, agriculture skills actually they have, because that's what they know. So they are in a way skilled people. But
so give a farmer's son 15,000 rupees, let him work through 2 or 3 seasons.
Look at that.
Why only give it to corporates?
When we are talking of employment generation, and this budget overall focus is on growth and employment. That's what my feeling is. And of course, fiscal, balancing and cutting down. Now, agriculture is already engaging 45.8% of the labor force. 45.8% of the labor force, whereas its contribution to overall GDP is only 18%. Now, you cannot create more employment in agriculture. All the world over, development history says that people come out of agriculture. And the first place where they go is in the construction industry. So, rural construction, whether it is Gramin Sadak Yojana or all the agriculture markets need to be upgraded. You know, we are running agriculture markets of 1950s infrastructure.
But Professor Gulati, that's the point, that in the last episode of the farm laws debacle or previous attempts to reform APMCs as well, it all just gets stuck politically. Many governments have burnt their hands. Ajay, it's not, I recall the last episode when Prime Minister Manmohan Singh wanted to do something to the fertilizer subsidy. He was shot down by his, the proposal was shot down by his own ministers.
No, it's the process of doing something. You know, it's the process, see, the art is in the process of the consultation process. If you don't have a consultation process, if the bureaucracy is allowed to push down something down the throats of people, then people will react to it. And I think if the government had employed, so the farm laws were well-intentioned by the government, but they were not well-conceived, I would say.
So you think in Shivraj Singh Chauhan there can be a new consensus builder?
Yes, I think he would do a much better job, because after Sharad Pawar, I think so the first time we have an agriculture minister who has seniority within the party that he belongs to. And of course, he's got experience from Madhya Pradesh of increasing agriculture growth substantially. So I think he's the right man for the right job. But he's obviously burdened by the system that he lives in, which is the Ministry of Agriculture. And there is a saying that you don't get to achieve what you aspire to achieve, you get pulled down to the level of systems that exist.
We are almost out of time, Professor Gulati. Quick, short answer. There's a focus on agriculture research, but when I was reading up, I realized that much of the central allocation for agri research is actually being spent on salaries, pension, and admin. How should we reconcile that?
You know, we should not confuse the scientists. First thing is they have to get salary to work on, right? So their salaries actually are also for their brains.
Should it be increased therefore?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. It's about 10,000 crores, which is 0.21% of the value of agriculture, the central allocation to ICAR, and in real terms it has gone down. Okay, it should be minimum, if you want to have a powerhouse of agriculture, which you can have, minimum 1% of the value of agri GDP should be on your R&D, because we have worked on this, our research, that the marginal rate of return, if you put 1,000 crores in agri R&D, you will get a return of 10,000 crores. It's more than 10 times. If you are not, and you are giving subsidies of 1,64,000 crores on fertilizer, my heavens, and food subsidy to 800 million people, when you are saying poverty is only 10%, 11%, we have lifted so many people, why are you giving free food? अरे एक चींटी भी चलती है तो वो अपना खाना लाइन लगा के खड़ा करती है. So everybody has to work to get food. 800 million people getting free food in this country, and that depresses all the markets for the farmers. People have to work. Yes, Antodaya people, those who are extremely poor, vulnerable, done. But Vajpayee formula was those who are in BPL above Antodaya, they should give 50% of the MSP, and those who are above APL people, above poverty line, they should give 90% of the MSP. That formula, if they bring, food and fertilizer is together in the new budget 3,70,000 crores. If you reform these two big ticket items, you can save 70,000 crores. I will write it here on the wall, but it needs a good preparation, it needs good communication, and then you can convince this 70,000 crores can be put into research and other infrastructure, and agriculture of this country will be flying, and we will be assured of food and nutritional security in the country.
Both my panelists have taught me that one of the key things that perhaps is required is a new deal from a communication and consultation point of view also. I know this session could have been extended much further, but we already have the panelists of the next one right here in the hall. So I'm going to thank Professor Gulati and Ajay Veer Jhakar for dissecting.
I just want to add something, because I'm on the stage, I want to use this opportunity, and there are officers here. I think what the government needs to do at the union government and at the states is document failures. And you got to get beneficiaries to document failures. That's what builds trust, that's what improves policy, that's what improves government. But the government does not document failures, it tells you success stories of one small thing and it extrapolates it to a bigger story. If you document failures, India will succeed. It doesn't need much sense. I mean, that's the whole idea that I get from the farm.
Here the good and the bad. Professor Gulati, Ajay Veer Jhakar, thank you very much for your time. With that, it's a wrap on this session. We'll be back with more just now. Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists, for providing such clear and compelling insights. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for the stellar panel. Our next panel this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is a crucial one. And the title itself will give you an indication of who all will be the panelists for this one. Our next panel is titled The Budget Makers. For this session, we are privileged to have with us the top bureaucrats from the Ministry of Finance, the very architects behind the Union Budget 2024-2025, who will share their insights on the key decisions and strategies and discuss how they balanced competing priorities, the challenges they faced while constructing the budget, and how they managed fiscal constraints while aligning the budget with long-term national objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first panelist this evening for this edition, Mr. Ajay Seth, Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs. Huge round of applause. Mr. Ravi Agarwal, Chairman, CBDT. Warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you so much. We also have with us Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Chairman, CBIC, to join us for this panel. To moderate this panel, I'd like to call on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television, and also joining him will be Mr. Sourav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. A very warm welcome to three of the budget makers. And I must say that we were hoping to have the Revenue Secretary also with us, but he couldn't make it. The Finance Secretary was also not able to make it. We have had all of them earlier on in multiple sessions. So we have compressed this session into one. And Mr. Seth at the start was telling me that he's not the tax person. So trust me, sir, we are not going to pose tax related questions because those are some of the big headline points. I want to start though with you only, Mr. Seth, and try and get you to explain from the government's intent behind the new deal that you have announced for education. What really is the government's target here? Because post the budget, there have been several statements. For example, one which said that it's not mandatory for the companies to do so, we will nudge them. The other is 15,000 but in 3 installments. So there are questions. Earlier on, we had people from corporate India also ask this. And what is therefore the crux of the strategy behind the new education focus in the budget?
Thank you very much. Now, there are 7 pieces here, and 5 of them are under PM's skilling package, skilling and employment package. I'll start with the 5th scheme, which you mentioned it, the internship in top 500 companies. If you say what it is, yes, it is voluntary for the companies to come in, is to give an exposure to the young people that what a successful business environment is. To raise the aspiration level, if somebody sees another person working in a successful environment, immediately the question comes in the mind, why I can't be like other person? Some of them, all of them as expected during the internship, will also learn hugely. So the idea there is, raise their ambition level, give them an exposure, and most of the cost is picked up by the government. Almost 85% of the cost gets picked up by the government. That's first piece. Second is a more structured one. In government institutions, industrial training institutes, ITIs, in a very strong partnership with the state governments, industry, and Government of India, I will put it that manner that the scheme has to be run by state governments, or rather the second driver to that scheme has to be the industry associations. Government of India is more of a facilitator. There's a big piece there. Then there are 3 schemes which is supporting hiring of people, first timers under 2 schemes and 1 in any sector, and as a side story giving a fillip for the manufacturing sector. So there are the 3 direct employment oriented schemes. Then there are 2 other pieces. One, on the skilling side, somebody wants to take a small loan up to 7.5 lakh rupees. There's a scheme on a skilling loan. Then those who want to study higher education but in domestic institutions up to 10 lakh rupees, there's the interest subvention coming. So these are the 7 pieces around employment, skilling, and of course is a wider range of other associated matters.
Okay, Sourav, before you come in, one quick follow-up with you, Mr. Seth. How much of the informal jobs that exist, because roughly 80% of the jobs are informal in India, into formal sector as a consequence of all these initiatives put together? Is there a number that you can share with all our viewers and the audience here?
So if we look at that number, what we call is a formal, informal, let's put it this manner, is a simpler one, that anybody who is a subscriber to EPFO and paying a regular contribution, I'll treat it as a formal sector. It's not a large company, large corporate. Our MSMEs do employ a large number of people. What those numbers are? Every month, about 10 lakh people join EPFO. Some leave, some join back. Now, if you look at what those numbers are, in a year, roughly about 1.2 crore people add to the EPFO year after year. There's a data about the last 3 years. So what is the net addition? It's about 10 lakh per month. That's what number I will put it.
Okay, Sourav.
Yeah, Mr. Seth, my question is also to you to start with. I'm talking about the fiscal deficit. Now, the broader question is that the RBI dividend has, of course, helped this year. How much do you think it has given you a leeway in this budget to look at the accelerated 4.9% fiscal deficit figure, which the budget, has come up with and which has been lauded actually?
Now, this has certainly helped, but if we say that what are the 4 pieces which have helped here? One, that economy did better than what we had expected, and we expect that to happen this year as well, may not be at the same level. So the revenues last year were better than what we had estimated in the revised estimate, and that we expect that some of the momentum will continue this year itself. The second piece is there, the government could prioritize expenditure which will have the maximum impact, including some of the employment and internship oriented schemes. So additional expenditure is of the order of about 90,000 crore. Third piece is where the RBI gave good dividend, which is about 1,20,000 more than what government had anticipated. So where this has been utilized, it has been utilized partly to finance the additional expenditure, priority expenditure. It has been utilized to retire some of the high cost debt, high interest rate debt, and then of course traveling on the path of fiscal consolidation instead of stopping at 5.1, coming to 4.9 this year, so that the heavy lifting which has to be done in the next year can be much more manageable.
Let me now come to the direct taxes part, and this is has received a lot of feedback post the budget. You yourself must have seen all the budget and the headlines. The question that a lot of people are asking, why isn't there a direct stimulus for consumption? In one of the panels earlier today, sir, we had Rajiv Memani, the chairperson of EY India, say that 60 to 70,000 crore should have been provided for a consumption booster to the economy. You are the man who controls the purse strings. You have done away with indexation also for housing. But why didn't you give something for a big consumption boost?
Well, if you look at it from a tax point of view, the revenue foregone in the context of when we have tweaked the slab rates and consequential benefit of tax, that is the extra liquidity that is available to the taxpayer. The other is that in the new regime, that insistence of being prescriptive about which investment to make, that also goes, and therefore that liquidity which is available is the taxpayer has the flexibility to invest or to consume in any manner that it wants. So that requirement of doing an investment, making an investment for the purpose of saving the tax, that has been done away with, and the flexibility is available with the taxpayer. Now, across the board, if you see that with the tax slabs, now the tweaking that has been done for income of about 15 lakhs, the tax implication is 10,000 rupees in the case of every person. And in the case of a salaried class, salaried person, if you add standard deduction, then the tax foregone is again substantial. In all, about 17,000 crores of tax is actually foregone based on the basis of on the strength of this tax slab, and then another about 8,000 crores on account of standard deduction. So to the extent of about 25,000 crores, this is the amount that is available.
That's a good point. Let me go to Mr. Sanjay Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, there was a time when indirect taxes were looked very closely in the budget fine print. Now you do that in the GST Council. But a lot of people are asking, and I was looking at some of the numbers, 43% of total tax collection for the center is from indirect taxes. 57 is from direct side. But indirect taxes are being paid by everyone. There are very few breaks or relief that people are getting there because you have lots of exemptions from the GST base also. Beyond this budget, what can you tell us is going to be the strategy with regard to a GST 2.0 changes, any reforms there, tweaks that you will do which might bring some relief to taxpayers?
Yeah, Siddharth, as far as indirect taxes are concerned, you have rightly said that earlier there used to be many proposals on indirect taxes side because central excise duty rates were changed or service tax rates were changed. But now that is all subsumed in GST. and that exercise is now carried out on the basis of the recommendations by the GST Council, and that is a whole year exercise. Whenever there is a need for carrying out certain rate change, the issue is taken up before the GST Council and that exercise is completed. But the bigger exercise which is required for rate rationalization, after this GST has stabilized, 7 years have passed, and revenue growth from GST is fairly robust. Now the time is there for rate rationalization, and that exercise, for that carrying out that exercise, already GST Council has constituted a group of ministers committee to look into the rates, and that committee is looking into all the aspects and looking into how the rates have to be rejigged, because the commodities which may be of similar nature, may be attracting different rates, have to be brought in the same rate. That could be one of the rate rationalization exercise. Other could be that presently there are mainly, apart from exemption or some special rates for some special commodities, there are 4 rates. That is 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. Yeah, the council, this committee may look into whether we need 4 rates or we can bring down the number of rates so that we have a standard rate, maybe a lower rate where we have to keep the rates low and items are of mass consumption, and one higher rate where the items of such a nature that maybe we can keep the rates high. So that exercise has to be carried out, and work is being carried out on that purpose. Maybe in the next GST Council meeting, some kind of, if not the report, maybe some kind of presentation may be made by the committee which has been set up for this purpose. This is on the front of GST. As far as customs duties are concerned, the Honorable Finance Minister has announced in the budget speech that there also exercise will be carried out to look into the rates and to have a roadmap so that we can rationalize the rates, put it in certain manner so that this exercise is completed not only on GST side on the basis of recommendations of GST Council, but on custom side also, so that we are aligned and we move in a certain direction so that the rates are such that that can promote the domestic manufacturing, that can promote the export-oriented sector, and wherever there is a real inversion of duty, that can be corrected.
Okay. Sourav.
Yeah. My question pertains to the F&O segment, and Mr. Seth also can sort of give his views whenever required. You know, a few days back, the SEBI chairperson very clearly said that earlier what used to be an investor-related problem, this whole F&O investment and the number of people getting into it, has now become, is threatening to become a systemic issue, sir. And that is something which is a cause for concern. Now, how much has that weighed? And also the RBI governor made similar comments about the F&O segment. How much did that weigh on your mind when you made those tax changes in the budget on the F&O segment? And, you know, I'm reminded a bit on the crypto side, what was the lesson you wanted the markets to learn? And both of you, my question is to both of you.
Mr. Agarwal, first to you.
Yes, yes, please.
You see, as you very rightly said, and that was also flagged by SEBI, that in the last about 5 years, if you compare the statistics, this F&O segment that has actually risen exponentially, or I would say more than exponentially. March, there was one study which I was going through, and in March 2019, per month it was about 230 lakh crores of transactions, which swelled up to 8,700 odd lakh crores in a month. I mean, this is staggering. And the people participating in this is also, it is across the board, across the income segment. So therefore, this is also a cause to actually think about, right? How do we actually normalize it to the extent possible? Perhaps this would also be one of the factors which would help in normalizing and putting some sort of a stability. And the thing that was going uncontrolled, perhaps that would put a check. Perhaps that is only because everyone would actually see, you see profit and all those things. But what was also found is that in majority of the cases, people were actually incurring losses.
Absolutely.
So a common man, a middle class youngster, being attracted to this segment and incurring losses is not a very happy situation. So maybe people should pause and think as to how do they go about it in future. Since of course the transactions was large, so there was a case for getting more revenue also. So both factors taken together prompted us to take this call.
Mr. Seth?
So first of all, I would like to make it very clear that derivatives market has a very important role to play in any financial market. And derivatives market, because there is some people want to cover their risk. They want to offload their risk. There has to be a set of people who assume risk. Both are needed in the market to succeed. But if we step back, come to the cash market, secondary market is needed because the most productive part of the market, which is the primary market, that which provides the primary capital for productive investment, that's the most desirable one. But people need a regular exit option, secondary market comes in. So people are holding assets, financial assets. They want to cover their risk. So derivative markets, both set of people go. Those who want to cover their risk and those who want to assume risk. When you find that any market, there are more people who are ready to assume risk, and the proportion of people who have to cover their risk, they don't have any underlying liability. That means the market is getting sort of
irrational exuberance.
It is getting into the area of where speculation is becoming the core of the drive, core of the momentum of that market. So this is a nudge from the government, saying that yes, first what my colleague made that point that 9 out of 10 people losing money. So here is a nudge that if you are going into that market, have a look at it. Do you really have an underlying risk which you want to cover? And are you aware what the risks are? And then move and that part. And of course, it comes with a lot of investor education, so that every deal which is done, and I am told that there is on the screen, it comes in, that are you sure that you want to be in that particular area. So this is sort of a nudge rather than any
blow.
Not a blow, but it is government does operate through nudge rather than
that's what I'm saying.
That
so you're pointing to that direction, that be careful, here is, these are the risks and
that's
be careful about it.
I had a follow-up on that nudge. I'm not asking the CBDT chairperson that, I'm coming to you as the Economic Affairs Secretary of India. What was the economic philosophy or rationale and thinking behind removal of indexation? A lot of people have said that indexation and accepting and providing for the impact of inflation and change of time value of money is a settled principle all over the world. We seem to be an outlier by saying indexation in property is being removed, although you have also reduced the tax rate. You and others have said, Finance Minister has said revenue mobilization is not the target there. So what is the target? Because there is a fear that people will misdeclare and black money will come back full time into real estate. So what is the government seeking to do with that, sir?
The attempt is, for a long, we followed a taxation policy wherein through the taxation policy, government wanted to nudge people to get into certain asset classes vis-a-vis others. We have moved beyond that. I will say that till couple of decades back, that used to be the philosophy. Similar thing, give tax incentives for a particular scheme, including a small savings scheme. So listed security is preferred over unlisted security. Now, where we have moved, and that's the direction, and where Finance Minister announced a deep review of the direct tax code, that taxation policy should not take a view on among asset classes or among investors. It should treat all asset classes and all investors equally, with only one distinction: short term versus long term. Because long term investment tend to have more value for the economy, economic gains which can happen. So this idea, whether there's equity, first of all, if you recall, last year, the debt, the preference for debt was taken away. The taxation policy preferring debt was taken away. This year, there is no distinction between debt, equity, within equity, listed, unlisted, equity versus gold, equity versus real estate, all asset classes same, so that the investor can take an informed decision based on the risk and return profile as perceived by the investor. Government doesn't take any view. Coming to the indexation, specifically which you asked, it is not for government to take a view what will be the inflation is going to be. It's pure and simple risk and return profile. Who is the best judge? Investor is the best judge to take that call.
Mr. Ravi Agarwal, then how will you prevent the formation of black money once again in real estate?
Also, just to add to that, there is empirical evidence that the cash in the economy is still at a fairly high level. I mean, together, if you view that, that's where the problem lies.
One has to see it as Secretary Economic Affairs has already mentioned, that you see, indexation, this is only according to me, personal view, is that indexation is a method, as a way to actually calculate a certain, income by way of capital gains. It does that. We are actually, and if you see the way the properties have actually, the value has increased practically, we may come up with so many calculations, that's one thing. But presently this indexation or capital gains would be on the properties that individual taxpayer is actually holding as on date. And those properties, if you see, majority of the properties have actually, the value has increased manyfold. Is it not that in the last 10 years, it has gone more than 2.5 times? Last about 20-25 years, it has gone more than 7.5 times. It has gone.
Sir, your point is absolutely well appreciated, but the fear is of financial irregularities coming back into the system, with people wanting to avoid the tax incidence, even if it is marginal in increase.
You see, that's a relative concept. Ultimately, when the tax rate has come down, that is also an incentive. Why are we looking at only one portion of it? There are two components of it. One is the capital gains tax, for which a rollover is available. And the other is the capital gains tax. Now, capital gains tax, because of the reduced tax rate, it has gone down, and therefore the tax liability would also go down. So we have to see both the things rather than one at.
You wanted to come in, Mr. Seth, on that?
Trying to address several objectives through a single instrument, we may not land up anywhere. The problem of black money, we are trying to sort it out through rate of taxation. If we want to use it, then simpler tax laws, moderate tax rate, as little exemption as possible. We all will be benefited. We all meaning that as economy, which will be a much better economy.
Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, if you want to come in before Sourav does, I wanted to ask you, for years, import duties on mobile components, mobiles was increased to encourage domestic manufacturing. After the budget, one thing has been brought good news, that certain kinds of mobile phones have become cheaper because you have lowered duties. So what is the intent here? All those people who are locally manufacturing, those companies, are they going to sort of suffer a dent on account of this? What was the logic behind this move?
Yeah, let me tell about the philosophy behind lowering the duty on mobile phones and certain parts of the mobile phones. In fact, mobile phones used to attract nil rate of duty not long time back. But under the phase manufacturing program, the duty on mobile phones and on certain parts was increased, and it reached up to the level of 20% in year 2020. The idea was that we had to provide certain kind of protection for manufacturing industries which were getting set up in the country, and accordingly the rate of duty was calibrated in such a manner that we deepen the value chain, and accordingly the rates of duty was put on parts, assemblies, sub-assemblies, and the finished product, that is mobile phone. And that has paid very rich dividends. The ecosystem is created in the country. In fact, the mobile phone manufacturing in the last financial year reached to the level of rupees 4.1 lakh crores. And the exports of mobile phones were also taking a quantum jump, and it reached to the level of 1.2 lakh crores. And the new units like Apple through contract manufacturing, they also came into India and started manufacturing the mobile phones in India, and now they are manufacturing the latest models also. And again exporting huge volumes of mobile phones from India. So the objective with which the rate of duty was increased under the phased manufacturing program, that was met. And I believe that a protection which is provided for a particular purpose, when the purpose is served, has to be brought down to the normal level. If we keep it at that higher level forever, for eternity, we are doing harm to that particular sector. In fact, the industry there, they will then be catering only to the domestic consumption, because if the higher tariff protection is provided, the goods can be sold in the country at higher rate. But if you want to go for export-led growth and make the sector ready for export, then we have to calibrate the duty in such a manner that duty rates are not very high. The reduction in rate of duty on mobile phones in this year was done with that very objective. Once the setup is there, ecosystem is there, and the industry is confident that they can meet any challenge, any global challenge, and then the time has come to reduce the rate of duty. In fact, about who will be getting benefited from this, I would say that most of the popular models are now being manufactured by the popular brands within the country. And therefore, this reduction in duty is not going to impact greatly or significantly on the cost of the mobile phones which are available in the market. Certain high-end mobiles which may take maybe couple of months, maybe slightly longer for manufacturing to start in the country. There the price reduction will be there to the extent of the duty reduction if the company passes on the benefit. And in fact, from the newspaper reports, I could see the prices of the mobile phone models which are not being manufactured, which are very few, the prices have come down. But the models which are being manufactured within the country, the reduction in price is not that much.
I want to ask, come to the point about the share buybacks being taxed in the hands of the investor. Now, there is a view that it will deter companies from opting for share buybacks, which is a natural, what would I say, a right of companies when they want to sort of protect their share price and in a situation where the market is not favorable. Now, what is the thinking behind that, sir, and what do you think that it will deter promoters from going in for buybacks?
So, this was not to deter promoters to go in for buybacks. It's basically what the analysis of the data reflected, that most of the buyback was actually being done by the promoters, of course, and somewhere around 60% of the revenue on that account was on account of the promoters taking this credit of buyback. Now, of course, we know that the buyback, the price at which it is bought back is actually driven by the promoters, basically. And in any case, till now, the nature of the buyback was actually dividend. And it was, the companies were paying that. So the nature has not changed as such. The only thing is that now it has been passed on to the shareholder rather than the company actually being liable for this tax. But at the same time, since the consideration as such has been taken considered as a dividend, now naturally it's a capital asset in the hands of the promoter. So therefore, corresponding logical step was that the net cost, the consideration may be taken as nil, and then you give benefit of the cost of equation, resulting in a capital loss to be offset and set off in future years.
Okay, I have one question for Mr. Seth, but quick follow-up with you, Mr. Agarwal. One of the small people leaving India will have to take an income tax clearance certificate. I hope it is meant only for those who are leaving India for good.
No. Actually, this provision 230A was always in the statute. It was always in the statute, and the liability to actually take this certificate is on very limited class of SSEs, where there is already a demand, and then when the department feels that yes, there has to be, a permission has to be taken, only then this certificate is required. The only change that has been made is that the Black Money Act, if there is a demand, if there is a liability under the Black Money Act, that also would be a consideration for issuing this certificate. Okay. That's the only change. Otherwise, everything remains the same.
So don't worry on that count. You don't need an income tax certificate every time you travel overseas. Mr. Seth, the final question of the evening to you, and this is to ask you to explain to our audience and our viewers. First 2 terms of Modi government had supply side reforms. They were dealing with COVID and other emergencies also. The budget has indicated a new economic policy framework of sorts. What could that be? What are we looking at, and how will that pan out?
So there are 3 policy level work which budget commits. One is economic policy framework, which are anchored to the vision of 2047, but will focus on what do we do in next 5 years and some idea about what we do it in next 10 years. Very significant part will get into what kind of a reforms we have to do. Because as an economy, doing more investment is not going to be sufficient. We have to do it more smartly so that productivity in the economy goes up very significantly. That's the stage we have got in. So that's the kind of a work. It will not be a prescriptive work, but this is set the boundaries, set the way of how do we decide things in each sector. That's the first piece of work. Second piece of work is the financial sector, which we are talking about. That financial sector, hitherto for an economy of 335 lakh crore versus an economy which is 5 times or 7 times, is going to be entirely different. And as Finance Minister said, in terms of size, capacity and skill, it has to be entirely different. So what is this vision? What is a strategy? It will not be a policy document, but it will be a strategy document. And third piece of work is how do we deal with energy transition. So these are the 3 policy work which we feel, and these are all onerous work, but we will feel proud that we will be doing, indulging, we will be carrying out that work, and there will be a very wide-ranging consultation with the stakeholders.
Just as a follow-up, before we wind up this discussion, Mr. Seth, the economic survey, where in multiple times talks about, a tripartite compact. That's the exact phrase which it uses very eloquently about between the center, the state governments, and the private sector. Now, I want to link it a little bit to the capex expenditure, which the budget has talked about. Now, over the last few years, you have constantly front-ended this expenditure in the hope that private sector will now buy. Now, how confident are you that the steps you have taken in this budget and the roadmap which you have laid down clearly, that the private sector will now come and become a willing part of this tripartite compact?
First of all, that theme from the economic survey, you will find a very strong reflection in the budget speech itself. That's exactly. Be it in the area of skilling, internship, energy, even on doing nuclear modular in a big manner, or a private pool for research and innovation and commercial exploitation, commercial development, not exploitation, commercial development in commercial world. Now, this is something when we interact with the industry, when we are interacting with industry associations, I am not talking about umbrella organizations like FICCI or CII, but even the sectoral industry people. We find it there's a strong desire to work with the government that how do we improve upon what is holding back those investments, what is holding back activities of those industries, and that's the kind of a partnership we expect. As far as investment is concerned, we do understand that there will be its own cycle, but we are fairly confident that there's a right direction we are moving, and that is a direction for us, and governments and industry, and of course, we are forgetting that part. We should not.
State governments.
When I say governments, so I include central government and state government, and then the partnership with the people at large.
Absolutely, and there are so many more questions to ask the budget makers. They have spent 2 months making this budget, and we've spent barely 45 minutes trying to understand many aspects with them. But I'll thank Mr. Seth for the time and the patience that you have shown us today, and to Mr. Ravi Agarwal and Sanjay Kumar Agarwal. Thank you very much. Warm round of applause for the budget makers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected panelists, for this illuminating session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our next session. We'll begin the next session in just 30 seconds from now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our next session, and this session is titled The Politics of Budget 2024. In this session, we bring together leaders from across party lines, the architects, the critics, and skeptics, to dissect the political undercurrents that shape our economic destiny. This panel promises to be a dynamic one, shedding light on the intricate interplay between politics and economics in the context of the Union Budget 2024. Our distinguished panelists will explore how political agendas, ideological differences, and the coalition dynamics influence budgetary decisions. Let me call upon stage our panelists now. Professor Gaurav Vallabh, Professor of Finance and leader BJP, will be with us on this stage for this panel discussion. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Gaurav Vallabh. Krishna Prasad Teneti, Lok Sabha MP TDP, also with us on the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much. We also have Salman Sos, National Spokesperson and Senior Leader, Congress, now joining in. And we will be shortly joined by Sushmita Dev, MP and National Spokesperson, All India Trinamool Congress, very, very shortly. To moderate this panel, we have with us Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Rajdeep.
Chairs are meant for taller people than me.
I have the mic, yeah.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today, Business Today Budget Conclave. The politics of Budget 2024. A budget which takes place against the backdrop of a pretty extraordinary Lok Sabha verdict is bound to be influenced at some level or the other by the politics of the budget. Which is why that's exactly what we're going to explore over the next 40 or so minutes. The politics of Budget 2024. Joining us now on this very special discussion, please welcome Professor Gaurav Vallabh. He is someone who has been a professor, is still a professor on Lien from XLRI, so knows a thing or two about economics, and has since, of course, switched to the world of politics. He joins us from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also joining us is Krishna Prasad Tenetti. He is the MP from Bapatla in Andhra Pradesh. Please give him a very big hand. He comes from the party which is the one which many believe holds the key to the future of the next of this government over the next couple of years. So that's why we kept him in the center. Next to him is Salman Soz of the Congress Party, Vice President of the All India Professional Congress. Please give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And our final guest, last but not the least, is Sushmita Dev of the Trinamool Congress, its Member of Parliament. Appreciate all of you joining us. Thank you very much. Let's start with that question. And Professor Vallabh, why don't you pick it up? Would I be right in saying that Budget 2024 is a budget that has been delivered under the shadow of an election outcome that was less desirable or unexpected in a way for the BJP, and therefore it is at one level a budget of political compromise, a recognition of election outcomes?
Rajdeep, it is not election outcomes, it is economic outcomes which were there in the economy. This budget was on that. And many times a lot of critics used to say that the budget, there is no focus on employment. So if I line up this budget, then this budget is focused on employment, creating 4.1 crore employment, putting 2 lakh crore for the employment. And there are 5 schemes, Rajdeep. And these schemes are not the schemes just for the name of the scheme. 500 fortune companies are going to train 1 crore underprivileged youth of our country, and government is going to pay 6,000 rupees per month. So this is going to be the pool for the MSME for the future. These 1 crore youth of our country who are not getting the best trainings in the best companies, now government is paying the internship to them, and they are going to be the pool for putting the MSME. Second, there is a first-time financial assistance. So if someone, young person joins EPFO, government is going to pay 15,000 rupees. And by this, they 2.1 crore, 2 crore 10 lakh, 2.1 crore young people are going to be benefited by this scheme. Then there is a scheme to put a thrust on the manufacturing sector. Then there is a scheme to put on the thrust on the formalization of the employment. Because in the India unemployment report of 2024, one of the key findings was that employment is there, but the quality of employment is not very great. So this budget is purely focused on employment, improving quality of employment, focusing on manufacturing and service sector, which are creating employment for the young people of our country. So this is employment, full employment, sustainable employment, and the employment for the future. This is the core of this budget.
Which again leads me to ask you the question, has your government suddenly discovered this 10-letter word called employment? Because in this budget, you have the finance minister. A word count that we did at India Today showed the finance minister used the word employment 23 times in the budget. In the previous 5 budgets, she had not even used it 10 times all put together. Suddenly you have discovered, yaar, berozgar log hain. Rozgar is an issue. It took an election outcome for you to suddenly recognize that employment is an issue.
Rajdeep, very interesting question you had asked. and this content analysis which you are pointing out.
Yeah, what count analysis?
This is content analysis,
yes,
It's a part of content analysis. This is purely absurd, and I will give you the reason. Like in the budget, only twice the word defense was used, and the major allocation was to the defense. Earlier, before 2017, we used to have railway budget. Now we are not having any railway budget. Do you mean that modernization had stopped? In fact, it is improved further. So this content analysis, how many times I am saying, Rajdeep, that after the show you are saying, sir, you mentioned my name 5 times. I mentioned Salman's name 3 times. So it doesn't mean that I am more close to Rajdeep and I hate Salman.
No, but in your 1 minute. Sir, in your opening remarks today itself, you have said employment.
Yes.
I mean, I never heard this for the last 5 years.
Because, Rajiv, the demographic dividend which is there in our country, and in the economic survey also it was pointed out that 80 lakh employment jobs in the non-farm sector has to be created. And for next 5 years, 4.1 crore jobs are already secured. Now जो होगा उसका नफा होने वाला है. बेस तो तैयार हो गया 4 करोड़ 10 लाख.
सर मैं एक आखिरी बार आपको पूछता हूँ, would you concede that all of this is because of the election verdict? अगर आप 400 पार जाते तो आप यहाँ आकर employment नहीं कहते. You went for the reason you are talking about employment, you got 240. The voter has sent you a message.
Rajiv, you are focused on election outcomes. I am more focused on the economic outcomes. मुझे तो अर्थशास्त्र दिख रहा है, जहाँ पर डेमोग्राफी है मेरे देश की, 80 लाख लोग एंटर हो रहे हैं जॉब मार्केट में हर साल. मैंने उनको 4 करोड़ 10 लाख का ब्लूप्रिंट दे दिया. कहाँ से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में कितने लाऊंगा, एम्प्लॉयर के ईपीएफओ में कितने 3,000 रुपए दूंगा, 15,000 रुपए फर्स्ट टाइमर को दूंगा, 6,000 रुपए इंटर्नशिप दूंगा. अब इसमें क्या गलती है राजदीप जी? इसमें
No, 1 minute, sir. I'll come to that. In fact, we will come at some stage to these schemes which Congress claims is copy-paste from their manifesto. We'll come to those schemes. But Salman shows, the fact is, let us assume for a moment that this is the outcome of the elections, that the government has put employment at the top. What's wrong with it? I mean, any government is going to respond to what they see on the ground. The government has done that. They are an intelligent political party which has recognized ground realities. Congress doesn't have a patent on employment.
No, Rajdeep,
and people are berozgar because you ran the country for so many years, they say.
Yes. I mean, everything is because of Pandit Nehru. That is why. Look, I like the fact that Gaurav is putting up a spirited defense. He's my brother from our older times in the Congress party. I wish him well, but the fact of the matter is that we have to think of this budget as one accounting exercise, but we have to provide some context. This is a very serious issue that we are facing.
Salman, can you hold the mic slightly closer? Yeah.
So this is serious stuff. So let's just look at a few numbers. Just please think about them. And then you decide then we can talk about what we can do about it. In this country, household savings are at a 50-year low. Household savings. Manufacturing as a share of the economy is the lowest since 1967. ये कह रहे हैं ना manufacturing jobs create करेंगे. Manufacturing as a share of the economy is the lowest since 1967. India's poorest 50% pays 65% of GST. Your taxes, the tax structure now, and I'm sure a lot of you pay taxes, probably everybody. In New India has a new tax structure in which personal income taxes pay for 19% of overall revenues come from personal income taxes. GST provides another 18%, but corporate taxes are at 17%. Understand? So it's ulta pulat. So this is New India taxes. In 2019, the government gave a massive tax cut to corporations in this country, saying that they would invest more and we'll create more jobs. That's what they said. And we told them it is not going to happen. Since 2000 till 2023, after these massive tax cuts, corporations have doubled their profits. Sorry. Tripled their profits. Sorry. Quadrupled their profits. And still, private investment is down in this country. They're banking their profits. And the government says, we'll give tax cuts and jobs will be created. Now, they want to tell us that we're going to get foreign direct investment from China. What's wrong with this? There is no problem, let's get foreign investment from China. Of course, foreign investment is down to a 16-year low in this country. You have decimated the small and medium enterprises. How are you going to create jobs? The Fortune 500 companies that the Prime Minister and Finance Minister are relying on, they have total labor force of 3 crore worldwide. How are they going to give 1 crore internships to Indians? This is madness. किसी ने बोल दिया, bureau किसी ने बना दिया, 1 crore अच्छा नंबर लगता है, उसको लगा दो. We have to be serious. This is ridiculous. अब मैं आपको एक ऐसा नंबर देता हूं, and you will basically just think about it. Unemployment India जैसी countries में it's relatively low. You have to think about labor force participation. What that means is, if you have a job, or if you're looking for a job, that is labor force participation. India is 10 percentage points below the global average, Rajdeep. 10 percentage points below the global average. And 20 percentage points below China. If India has to reach global average of labor force participation, we need to have 18 crore people additional in the labor force today. 18 crore just to reach the global average. Aap kahan pe reh rahe hain? We should get serious. This is not a serious budget because I don't expect a budget to be a big policy document. लेकिन कुछ तो बोलते हैं ना कि हम क्या करेंगे. They spend more time talking about Andhra Pradesh and Bihar than about climate change and technological disruption. What is wrong with these people?
No, Professor Soos, I'll come to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar in a moment, but the question to you also is the same. Yes. You're saying this here in a gathering with Gaurav Ballabh, but your lead speaker in the budget, P. Chidambaram, took credit, saying that the BJP has copied our ideas on employment. So are you saying that the ideas that the BJP has copied, that the idea that BJP has of an internship scheme is a scheme that you all don't agree with? Or is it a scheme taken from your right to apprenticeship which they've copied? Which is it? In Parliament you say it's a copycat budget. Here you come and say they're not serious about the budget.
Rajdeep. If they take ideas from the Congress manifesto, great. Anything that helps our young people, whether it comes from Congress, TMC, TDP, BJP, we welcome it. But the employment-linked incentive scheme, or the other internship schemes, these are small steps. It's like small little things. You need big market interventions. I'll give you an example.
But you didn't have one. I've gone through your manifesto. You didn't have some big ticket scheme that was suddenly going to ensure that these 18 crore Indians...
I will tell you what it is. I'll give you an example that will illustrate the problem that we have, and it will also give you a solution. Think about religious tourism as an example. The finance minister's speech had that. But we should not, of course we should have religious tourism. But we should have sector-wide interventions. That's where the government comes in. The central government can play an enabling role for the market. Market reforms. We should not be pro-business. We should be pro-market. Let the businesses compete. That's the idea. Those are the kinds of ideas. You get out of the way of people. Let people do their work.
Okay.
Don't start hounding them. You will see flourishing kind of a business in this country.
Okay, you want a quick response to that?
Rajdeep,
where is the imagination?
I'm coming to that. I was reminded of one story when I was in class 10th. There was a topper and there was one guy who used to have a pass by supplementary or pass by grace. The best result for that guy is pass by grace. And this guy is passed always, that he's topping the class. So the grace guy used to tell his father or parents, ये किताब से कॉपी करके लिखता है. अरे किताब से ही तो करेगा कॉपी. आपको किताब पढ़नी आती नहीं है. So you are saying ये किताब से, अरे किताब, there are ideas, everybody knows, Rajdeep, that if you want to create jobs, we have to focus on manufacturing. If you have to create a inflation-free environment, right now India is the only country, Rajdeep, you will be surprised, India is the only country in the world with high growth, low inflation. You take all advanced economies, all emerging market economies, China, America, Britain, Germany, France, Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, you name any country. There is only one country in the world which is at high growth, low economy, high growth, low inflation. Now coming to copy, अरे भाई आइडिया की किसी का, राजदीप 6 into 2 कितना होता है? 12. मैंने बोला, अब आपसे मैंने पूछा कितना होता है, आपने भी कहा 12. राजदीप is copying me. He is copying me. Can I make these type of things? अरे ideas are there, those only. And अच्छा, सी द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट,
ये तो बात है सर, आपने ये राइट टू नहीं सर, कभी भी आपकी पुरानी पार्टी को थोड़ा तो क्रेडिट दीजिए. उन्होंने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में पहले डाला था, they called it apprenticeship, you renamed it as internship. You are very good at changing names.
Rajdeep, he knows, Salman is aware of that. Unfortunately, मैं जब बीकॉम में पढ़ता था जी, तब भी वही आदमी कांग्रेस का मैनिफेस्टो बनाता था जिसने अभी बनाया. उसके पास नया आइडिया हो ही नहीं सकता है. आई कैन गिव यू इन राइटिंग, आई कैन गिव यू इन राइटिंग. सलमान हैज टू एग्री इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू ऑल कि the same guy is making the manifesto. When I was in BCom final year in 1998, the same guy was making manifesto. Today also he is making.
आपका कौन बनाता है?
मैं आ रहा हूँ. आपका मैंने तो बना दिया ना.
ये कहते हैं कि आपके पार्टी में भी कहते हैं कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर तो कुछ बनाता नहीं है.
राजदीप 4 करोड़ 10 लाख रोजगार, 4 करोड़ 10 लाख. ये कोई ऐसे नहीं है कि भाग गए बोल के, अगले बजट में बताएंगे रिपोर्ट कार्ड लेके कि 4 करोड़ 10 लाख में से 1 करोड़ यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं इन लोगों के, इन कंपनीज में अप्रेंटिसशिप. और एक 10 सेकेंड, एक कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन देखिए. पहले तो बोलते बजट खराब, फिर बोलते कॉपी पेस्ट, तो इसका मतलब आपका मैनिफेस्टो खराब. भाई दोनों चीजें नहीं हो सकती है.
Okay.
Can these two things are possible, Rajdeep? Tell me.
They said one particular aspect of the budget is copy paste, but Salman shows a quick response.
जो ये employment की बात करते हैं ना, 4 करोड़ 10 करोड़ पता नहीं कितने कितने. Let me just say this. India is one of only 2 countries in the G20 group of countries where agricultural employment has gone up. जब development होती है, agriculture में जो employment होती है वो कम होती है. India and South Africa, only 2 countries. This is their model. This is where they want to take India.
Okay. Okay. As always, the allies who in many ways will hold the key to what happens politically over the next 5 years, often get often lose out because of the 2 big parties. So, Krishna Prasad, sir, tell us this. Would you agree that this is an election outcome budget, that Andhra Pradesh, just as employment was mentioned 23 times, Andhra Pradesh was mentioned more than any other state barring Bihar. To that extent, you've suddenly got clout. All these years, Chandrababu Naidu between 2014 and 18 was in Delhi, didn't get special status. Now he's getting everything he wants, 15,000 crores to Amravati and much more for other projects. So to that extent, is it an election outcome budget?
Rajdeep, it's very difficult at this stage to separate politics from economics as we stand today here, or we sit together here. I would like to remind you that there was an interim budget in February 2024. And the actual budget which has come out now, it's a simple outflow or consequential budget of February 2024. And February 2024 interim budget was purely economical. There was no politics in it. And what has come out today is purely, when I say consequential, where is the politics in that? Suddenly, where do you read politics? Now, let me quote India Today that has come today. It says, quote, Budget 2024 sees the Modi government take the problem head on, with Sitharaman announcing the Prime Minister's package of 5 major employment-related schemes that had an ambitious rupees 2 lakh crore outlay spread over five years to facilitate jobs and skilling to 41 million youth, full stop. Now, this is very important, what I'm saying now. It is probably the boldest job creation mission, unquote. Now look at what experts are saying. What we need to understand is if you keep the politics aside, or if you will be very, very unhappy with me if I don't talk politics, so I will mention one single word on politics. There are states like Karnataka, Telangana, other Congress parties, Congress states, which made tall promises, right? 6 promises, 5 promises before elections. But what happened after the elections? Are they actually delivering? So promising is not important at all in politics. Promising before politics, it's very simple to do. But actually delivering, the citizen delivery mechanism is there with you or not is very, very important for you to calibrate before you make the promises before the elections. It's very simple to make promises before the elections. Did you make the back of the envelope calculations or simply made promises to win the elections? Now, if you look at the need of the country, again, I'm coming back to economics. The need of the country, and we have seen what has happened to India, rest of the world during the COVID times. Which economy survived? Which economy is marching forward? What happened to the major economies, the advanced economies? Are they still not crawling? So now, from 11th position, you have come to the 5th position. And there are signs all over. The writing is on the wall for you to see. India is marching to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And you are having all the steps, right steps taken in this budget. For example, if you compare China and India, and if you look at the demographic dividends, what happens if you don't take care of the youth today? You talked about what is going to happen on the demographics in 2030. And if you don't do anything today in 2024, and for the next 5 years, you are going to be a disastrous economy in 2030.
No, but I will still persist in asking you. You heard Salman Soz suggest also. It suddenly seems just as the government has discovered employment, they've discovered Andhra Pradesh. I mean, why do you accept that you now have the leverage? Is it true that Chandrababu Naidu came and said, I don't want major ministries, I want financial outlays for Andhra Pradesh, which is just one of 28 states in this country?
I have an answer for that, Rajdeep. Please look at the budget outlay for major sectors. What is the outlay for agriculture? What is the outlay for Panchayat Raj and rural development? Is it not in lakhs of rupees? What is the outlay for energy? What is the outlay for health, education? These are all in lakhs of crores of rupees. And what is that is mentioned against Andhra Pradesh and Bihar? Is it in lakhs? It is not in lakhs. It's a delta. It's a simple small delta.
So you're saying that the outlays on major schemes are such that they will include every state of India. Don't look specifically at Andhra schemes like Amravati's development. Look at the larger picture. Which brings me to you, Sushmita Dev, because your party, for example, says this is a Kursi Bachao budget. Suddenly you call it a Kursi Bachao budget. When you were in the UPA, Mamata Banerjee was ready to walk out on FDI and retail. And she vetoed virtually Manmohan Singh on FDI and retail. That was okay. That was coalition politics. When Narendra Modi does it, it becomes Kursi Bachao. You can't have double standards on this, surely.
See, I don't think we should blame Andhra or Bihar for demanding something from Prime Minister Modi. And like he said, politics and economics are connected. And I'm sure they agreed on a lot of things before the alliance happened. But the fact is, flowing from what he said, Mr. Krishna Prasad said that there have been lakhs of rupees given to rural and this and that. But what stood out is in the entire budget speech, the finance minister chose to specifically speak on 2 states. That is the first sign of appeasement. So you are asking me that Mamata Di asked for this and asked for that. So my answer to that is, I am not blaming Andhra and Bihar. You must keep the pressure. We want you to keep the pressure. You must keep the pressure. But what I'm saying is, the way the budget was presented by only talking about 2 states, I thought that the message was very clear that the Modi government, which had said 400 par and which had 303 in last election, was now tamed.
It's
They
playing
were forced to say,
No,
we're
no,
giving this
Sushmita
to
Dev-
Andhra and this to Bihar.
No, no, Sushmita Dev, they're playing intelligent politics. They've recognized that Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu need to be kept happy. What's wrong with that? Manmohan Singh knew he had to keep Mamata Banerjee happy.
Then you and I are agreeing. So we are saying it's a kursi bachao government. You are also saying the same thing.
What about the
He has
mention?
to keep them happy. So मैं भी तो यही कह रही थी, he has to keep them happy.
You are twisting it to say kursi bachao. I am saying kursi ko thoda aur mazboot karo.
And you know, the other thing is, Salman and I were saying that we both have to make sure that we don't upset Krishna Prasad ji, because we may need him in the future. So I am not going to say anything about Andhra. So I will tell Krishna Prasad ji, go for it, keep the pressure on, take the money, and we also in our states will do the same.
Sushmita ji, thank you very much. We will go for it. And please remember, in the same budget and the budget speech, there was a mention about the eastern sector.
Yes.
There was a mention about the industrial corridor in the north from Amritsar. There was a mention about the industrial corridor from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, which is in Tamil Nadu and not in Andhra Pradesh. There was a mention about the northeastern region. There's a mention about so many areas. Now, if you expect finance minister to mention every state, every union territory, what I'm saying is, if you look at the overall picture, the large picture of the budget, when I said about lakhs and lakhs of crores of allocation to different sectors, where is it going? It is going to every state. It goes to every union territory.
That's a point somewhere, Salman shows, before I come back to Gaurav Ballabh, that the opposition keeps saying discriminatory federalism is being practiced. Truth of the matter is, as is being suggested, the finance minister in a budget speech cannot refer to every state of the country. There are only so many states. She's promised for Himachal Pradesh, which is Congress ruled, that rehabilitation for those who've been flood affected, monies will be given to Himachal Pradesh. She's not saying that I won't give monies to Himachal Pradesh. It appears that everyone is cherry picking. When you say that this is discriminatory federalism, you're only referring to specific. When there's a skill development program, the skills will be applied for Jammu and Kashmir, it will apply for West Bengal as well.
That's fine, Rajdeep. I mean, this is politics, so we will blame them, they'll blame us, that's okay. But we also have to take a step back and see what's happened in this country in the last 10 years. I think there's, after that promise of cooperative federalism, I think we've seen enough instances, plenty of instances where the government, at the central government level, basically has centralized a lot of power and has essentially, defanged governments in places where the opposition was in power. Even during this budget speech is in some ways emblematic. It's almost like इनकी आदत नहीं छूटती. इनको लगता है इनके 400 पार अभी हो गए. इनको अभी दिमाग में ये भी समझ नहीं आया that this is not the same time. The Prime Minister's personal margin of victory came down from 6.5 lakhs to 1,50,000 votes. This is a message for him directly from the people of Varanasi and India. Sambhal jao. Have some humility. They lost Ayodhya. Have some humility. So that means take everybody along. Agar you spoke about Andhra, absolutely, why not? Isn't Andhra part of India? Bihar, of course, Bihar needs a lot of help. If Bihar becomes stronger, India will become stronger. But Tamil Nadu suffered devastating floods. Bengal suffered devastating floods. Climate change is going to affect all of us. See what happens to Vidarbha. Mark my words, Vidarbha. I'm not from there, I'm from Kashmir. Vidarbha is one of the hot spots for climate change. We have to think together. India is a union of states after all. No, I think that is where the problem is. You cannot play politics when it comes to India.
Let Gaurav Ballabh respond, because Gaurav Ballabh, we've just had a Niti Aayog meeting where the opposition parties have boycotted. The likes of Mamata Banerjee walked out, the others didn't even come. Even someone like Stalin chose not to come. And part of the argument that Stalin makes is when floods take place in Tamil Nadu, especially in southern Tamil Nadu, they don't get grants and allocations. The moment there's flood in Gujarat, the Prime Minister does an aerial survey, immediately money is released. Now, here is a government which promised cooperative federalism, but according to the opposition is practicing discriminatory federalism. How do you respond? Because ultimately India will grow when every state of India grows. India cannot grow anymore from Delhi. India has to grow from state capitals. How do you respond?
Rajdeep, let us talk with numbers rather than making allegations. Out of 12.5 lakh crore rupees of central taxes and duties, West Bengal got 95,000 crore, which is 7.5% of the total disbursement. What is the answer? No. बंगाल का नाम क्यों नहीं लिया? मैं ले लेता हूँ वेस्ट बंगाल, वेस्ट बंगाल, वेस्ट बंगाल, वेस्ट बंगाल, 5 बार ले लिया. Second, out of railway expansion, 3,000 crore to Himachal, Salman, 3,500 crore to Jammu and Kashmir, 10,376 crore to Northeast. I am taking the name now. Details are there in the names. You are not seeing those details. Now coming to the argument about Bihar. Rajdeep, बक्सर पर गंगा मैया के पुल बनेगा तो सबसे ज्यादा फायदा तो बंगाल और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को होगा. समझते ही नहीं बात को. अरे अगर बक्सर पे पुल बनेगा तो गाड़ियां बंगाल और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से नॉर्थ इंडिया को और ईस्टर्न वेस्टर्न इंडिया को ज्वाइन करेगी. You are not understanding.
As long as the bridge doesn't collapse.
26,000 crore rupees for the roads in the Bihar. They are not understanding that. कि बिहार का नाम ज्यादा क्यों ले लिया? किस किस का नाम कितनी बार लेना लिख के दे दो. कितनी बार लेना? जम्मू कश्मीर का लूं सलमान, 5 बार ले लूं. जम्मू कश्मीर, जम्मू कश्मीर. एक मिनट सुष्मिता जी. आसाम प्लीज. सुष्मिता जी, आसाम ले लिया. अब आसाम का why you are anti Assam? I can't understand. When there is a road network in Bihar, then only the merchandise of Assam and Northeast can have a movement, logistic movement to northern India, to the western India. You are not understanding this thing.
No, one second,
problem is that, Rajdeep, problem is that I have to first of all say, cut copy paste हो गया. तो इसका मतलब आपका कॉपी लिया, फिर थोड़ी देर बाद ये बजट बेकार है, इस बजट में मजा नहीं आया, इसका मतलब आपका खराब. फिर बोले बिहार और आंध्रा को क्यों दे दिया? अरे वी आर लिविंग इन ए यूनाइटेड नेशन कंट्री है हमारा देश, जिसमें आंध्रा भी है, तेलंगाना भी है, बंगाल भी है, असम भी है. वाई यू आर. और जब तक बिहार में सड़क नहीं बनेगी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का माल दिल्ली नहीं पहुंच पाएगा. राजदीप, you can't take that truck to Delhi. If you want to improve the businesses of Northeast, of the Bengal, you have to create a road infrastructure in Bihar. That is what it is done. और एक
मिनट, this is not a monologue like the parliament. You have to give us a chance to talk. Just one second. I want to tell.
Madam, please. I'll let you respond. Let him finish his data.
Don't be against Assam, please. Next. Then the problem is that, Rajdeep, you are seeing the budget from a very narrow mindset. You are seeing the budget कि कुछ ना कुछ इसमें से निकालूं और मैं बोलूं. पहले राजदीप, एम्प्लॉयमेंट इतनी बार आया तो बोलेंगे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्यों नहीं आया? एम्प्लॉयमेंट ही क्यों आया? उतनी बार अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट भी आना चाहिए था. अप्रेंटिस स्कीम आई तो इंटर्नशिप स्कीम क्यों नहीं आई? See, Rajdeep, you have to see the larger picture. India, again I am repeating.
One line, what is the larger picture?
The larger picture is that India is the only country in the world with high growth, low inflation.
Okay.
And we should be proud of that.
Okay. Sushmita Dev, respond to that, because there seems to be almost an attitude of non-cooperation. Just as you are accusing the government of discriminatory federalism, the government will accuse the opposition of non-cooperation. You don't even want to attend Niti Aayog meetings, or you all want to walk out of Niti Aayog meetings. How then will you have a dialogue? I mean, tali to do haath se bajti hai. You're also going to have to reach the government more than halfway. You see, just as they seem to believe they were 400 par, you also seem to believe that with 234, you are in the government now. I mean, you haven't been elected by the people.
Rajdeep, Chief Minister of Bengal came to Delhi in December 2023 to meet the Honorable Prime Minister of India. So it's not like she has not come and batted for the state, putting her demand forth. But till today, she's repeatedly saying that you have blocked 1,71,000 crore rupees of Bengal. She was the single opposition chief minister who went to the Niti Aayog. And imagine calling chief ministers and telling them, please note, कि जो आपने बोलना है वो लिख के पहले भेज दीजिए 7 दिन पहले. और आप इस देश के मुख्यमंत्रियों को जैसे 5-5, 10-10 मिनट अलॉटमेंट कर रहे हैं. और कौन कर रहा है? नीति आयोग, who doesn't have a single power to make any disbursements. Niti Aayog is an empty bag which is like a think tank of the government. They should be grateful chief ministers are coming to them. Every institution has been decimated by the Modi government and Planning Commission is one of them.
Okay.
Let me make it clear. And one thing I want to say, whether I am anti-Assam or anti-this, that people will decide. I just want to give you one fact and figures because you keep talking about numbers. In the Lok Sabha, the Home Ministry has given data that consistently for the last 3 years, Assam has got only 10% of what they've demanded from NDRF. So, मुझे Assam के बारे में भाषण आप तो मत दें.
By the way, there is a BJP government in Assam, so there, Himanta Biswa Sarma may latch on to your argument in a very different context. But, but Salman shows, I asked him for the big picture and he gave me a one-line big picture. We are one of the few countries and oasis that has high growth and low inflation. Will you not credit the Modi government? Or is politics so partisan or hyper-partisan that you can never credit anyone for at least keeping inflation relatively low in very tough times?
For God's sake, we have to start speaking the truth. The truth is that just in this last month, food price inflation, which is what matters to probably the overwhelming majority of this country, food price inflation was 9%. But average pe mat jaiye. Go deeper. Pulses, dal, 16%. Vegetables, almost 30%. So never believe in averages. दूसरी बात, ये कहते हैं ना कि हमारे TDP के जो neutral friend है हमारे MP साहब, of course that's why he said that India is on the path to become the 3rd largest economy, right? It is true. And let me tell you one more thing, I'll tell you a secret. If he was the Prime Minister, or if you were the Prime Minister, India would still be the 3rd largest economy. It is no thanks to Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi has been trying to perpetuate this basic canard, this lie, this propaganda, that मैं हिंदुस्तान को 3rd largest economy बनाता हूँ. मैं आपको कहता हूँ, anyone in this audience was the Prime Minister, India would still be the 3rd largest economy because that is the way population and economic growth work. ये लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाने में लगे हुए हैं. ये टाइम जाया कर रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान का.
No, Salman shows the Prime Minister claims that in 2013 that when you all were in power.
Let me ask one question, Rajdeep.
No, just a minute. The Prime Minister claims that when you were in power in 2013-14, India was seen among the fragile 5.
Yes.
Therefore, they are looking at India over the last 10 years. You're right. A country is bound to grow over a period of time. But will you at least concede if there are you going to make no concessions at all to this government?
But I will make concessions on the budget, not just concessions. We should be happy that some good things are happening. They decriminalized this, delays in TDS submission. That is good. Why should we criminalize civil matters? We should not do it. Angel tax may be good. Some good things have happened, and that's very, very good. They're going to review the Income Tax Act. Wonderful. They should do it, and they should do good things. And I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But let me ask them, have you ever heard that a country that is developed, जिसको कहते हैं विकसित भारत, जहाँ पे agriculture में employment ज़्यादा होती है? Why is it that India and only South Africa are the only 2 G20 countries where agricultural employment has gone up? Why? Let me tell you one more thing. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji के time में BJP would basically tom-tom this idea that they created 60 million jobs. हमने 60 million jobs create किए और उसके बाद India Shining campaign failed. Do you know why? because there was employment creation, there was distress employment. बूढ़े लोग, औरतें खेतों में काम करने जा रहे थे without any money, without any compensation. उसको ये employment कहते हैं. अभी भी कह रहे हैं. कहते हैं हमने we created agriculture में we created crores of jobs. That is unpaid labor. They're mad.
I think Rajdeep,
Okay, well,
sickening.
Let me have a chance.
1 minute, Salman, you must give more time to TDP. They may be useful for you in the future.
Sorry.
So go ahead, Krishna Prasad.
Right, I think my friend Salman, I think he has taken an extreme one view. What happened during the COVID, my dear friend Salman? Which, and all over the world. I have seen videos of what happened in Italy, Tokyo, and New York. You also see, you have seen those videos. Now, what is happening is, if you are talking in terms of India, you and me are part of India. Don't forget that. And when India marched from the 11th position to 5th position, do you think that the 6th position, 7th position, 8th position, 9th position, 10th position nations are sleeping? They're not doing anything? How did you cross them? How did you cross them in the difficult times of COVID? How did you stabilize your economy? What is the impetus that you have given to the economy? And how many countries in the world have given impetus to the economy during that time? Don't you remember the Atmanirbhar Abhiyan at that time, 2.0?
So would you also concede, though, that was also a period, and again, it's not necessary to blame an individual or a government for it, but the MSME sector in particular took a huge hit, COVID and post-COVID, from which it's still recovering, and a large number of people are essentially employed in that sector. And so there seems at times to be a lack of compassion when you throw these numbers at audiences like this, that we are the 5th largest economy on our way to the 3rd. The fact is, at the bottom of the pyramid, people have hurt. And that hurt recognition appears to have finally taken place in Budget 2024.
One second, Rajdeep. I would like to recollect and remind you, one of the impetus what we talked about during the COVID, 2.0 lakh crore rupees was given for the MSME sector, one. Two, even if you look at the current budget, what my friend has mentioned, Professor Gaurav, on the top of that what he mentioned, there is a cream. Now we didn't talk about more employment coming into the country from the 2.2 lakh crore to the PM Awas Yojana, that is house construction. We didn't talk about the credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs. More youth are going to join the MSME clubs, and therefore more employment. We didn't talk about the MSMEs under stress. They are going to be protected. That means there is going to be sustainability in employment. Now the Mudra Bank loan limit has been enhanced from 10 lakh rupees to 20 lakh rupees. And finally, what will be of interest to you is abolishing the angel tax. So more funding, more employment. My last statement is, we need millions of MSMEs to give jobs to billions. And that is what exactly we are doing right now. The country is doing.
Those are fine words. You see, they sound very well in a debate like this. The reality on the ground is very difficult. For example, your internship scheme, 1 crore jobs, 500 companies. Essentially, you're saying 20,000 jobs, interns will be taken by each of these 500 companies.
Rajdeep, you had not gone through the full scheme. Otherwise, you might not have asked this question.
Tell me.
It's not the only company. The vertical, the suppliers also can engage. So it is clearly mentioned there. Coming to my good friend Salman Saab. Salman Saab, ज़्यादा इधर ध्यान मत देना, उधर से निकल जाएगा माल. ये ध्यान रखना. वो इधर आप देखते रहे, उधर से कोई दूसरी पार्टी नहीं निकल जाए.
मेरे भाई गौरव, मैं देखता हूं
कि मेरी बात करनी. इधर इनको ध्यान रहे, उधर से कोई और निकल जाए. मेरे एक मिनट सलमान साहब, मेरे को बोलने दीजिए. फिर बोले साहब, ये तो कोई भी कर लेता, किसी को भी बना दो प्रधानमंत्री, कोई भी कर लेता. तो 12 करोड़ शौचालय आपने क्यों नहीं बनाए साहब? 12 करोड़ घरों में पानी का कनेक्शन क्यों नहीं पहुंचाया 60 साल तक? 34 करोड़ लोगों को आयुष्मान कार्ड क्यों नहीं दिया? 52 करोड़ लोगों के खाते क्यों नहीं खुलवाए बैंक में? कोई भी कर लेता ना आपके हिसाब से. तो कमिंग टू दैट, 2000, सुनिए सलमान साहब, पूरी बात सुनिए. 12-13 in 2012-13 and 13-14, the GDP growth was less than 5%. This year it is 8.2%. And our competitors like China, America, I am not going to compete with any other country other than China, America, Germany, Japan. All of them are not growing even at half of the rate. हम 8.2 से ग्रो कर रहे हैं, वो 4 पे भी ग्रो नहीं कर रहे। ये एक मिनट राजदीप
just a minute. Just as I fact checked him, I have to fact check you. If I go by GDP, you're putting yourself in a troubling situation, because if I look at Manmohan Singh's average between 2004 and 2014 is actually better than Narendra Modi 2014 to 2024.
I will answer exactly the pinpoint answer to your question. If you will ignore the 1 year of COVID, I am ignoring only 1 year, not 2 years, then the Modi government's average GDP growth is higher than 2004 to 14 average growth of UPA 1 and 2. I repeat, and you check on your mobile phones. I argue, you check on your mobile phones. Then coming to inflation. Rajdeep, बात तो करनी पड़ेगी ना? नहीं तो ये
then you come.
फिर बोले साहब इन्फ्लेशन महंगाई बहुत ज्यादा हो गई, बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। अभी आ रहे हैं राजीव, इधर ज्यादा ध्यान मत देना, उधर देखते रहो, वो नहीं तो मुझे नहीं पता। ये तो मेरे को तो राजदीप मुझे तो एक ही तरफ मुझे तो एक ही तरफ ध्यान देना है, आपको दोनों तरफ ध्यान देना है, ज्यादा चलिए। फिर आए इन्फ्लेशन पे। राजदीप, इन लास्ट 1 year 300 rupees per cylinder is the price reduction in LPG gas cylinder in our country. गलत बोला क्या? 300 रुपए कम हुए कि नहीं एक साल में?
No, one minute.
You can't make inflation.
Sir, again, you're putting yourself in a difficult position.
No, I am not making.
The fact is that when oil prices globally were low, this government did not pass on the benefit to the consumer. But every time there was an election, just before the election, you adjusted prices. You did not allow
average inflation from 2014 till date is less than 5%. 5% से कम है, and average inflation during 10 years of UPA was 9.5%. 5% से कम और 9.5 से ज़्यादा.
Let Sushmita.
एक second.
Yes.
भाई, I am not an economist or a professor. यहाँ पे टमाटर का दाम 100 रुपया किलो, आलू का दाम 50 रुपए किलो, प्याज का दाम 60 रुपए किलो, दूध का दाम 60 रुपए किलो और एलपीजी गैस सिलेंडर का दाम 1100 पर सिलेंडर। फिर भी इनको इन्फ्लेशन नहीं दिखता।
No, but the fact is on inflation, just as on GDP, Manmohan Singh's government can well claim, despite all the facts that Gaurav Ballabh throws, Manmohan Singh's government can certainly compete with Narendra Modi's government on growth. But on inflation, they have a much better track record. They have by any objective criteria, they have a better track record.
Let me just, even on inflation, let me tell you something. But by the way, जो गौरव ने अच्छा,
no, respond to that.
I will respond to that. गौरव cherry picked COVID के अगर साल को निकालेंगे, GDP growth तो बड़ी अच्छी थी. अगर आप global financial crisis को निकालेंगे, तो फिर तो मनमोहन सिंह जी का मुकाबला आप कर ही नहीं सकते. That is the way it is. You cannot cherry pick data. The other thing is, जो inflation की बात करते हैं, आप please सोचिए. When Manmohan Singh ji was our Prime Minister, think about crude oil prices. Crude oil prices have a huge impact on inflation in India because we import so much crude oil. आप तब का crude oil price देखिए, it used to be routinely $115 dollars per barrel, $120 per barrel. अब देखिए क्या है? That is why you should not just simply go by, ये तो कोई अच्छी सी बात है कि सलमान भाई आप लेफ्ट का ख्याल रखो, राइट का ख्याल रखो, ये कहने में ये this is good, it's good politics and all that, but the reality is that India is not doing well. People in this room, we may be doing well, but the vast majority of our fellow citizens are not doing well. If they were doing well, my friends, if they were doing well, please explain to me कि आपका जब मनरेगा budget, Manrega is a demand-driven scheme, right? If people don't have anywhere to go, they go to Manrega. आपने 60,000 crores का budget allocation रखा, वो 84,000 crores पे पहुंच गया, यानी कि 40% more. ये कहेंगे तो बहुत हमने कितना पैसा लोगों ने दे दिया. But the reality is that they couldn't find any other work. Have you seen Manrega work? I've seen it. You know what it is? वो गांव में they create these crate walls. It's backbreaking
Sir,
work.
it's your scheme.
No, but it's
your scheme.
It's a great scheme because it saves lives. But the
So
point
when it's your scheme, it saves lives. When it's their scheme, it's backbreaking.
No, Rajdeep, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the situation was good, then so many people would not be flocking to Manrega. The situation is not good. Not good. Okay. No matter how. And by the way, Gaurav, मैं आपको ये भी
It's a question for Congress and BJP.
Final. इसके बाद मैं नहीं बोलूँगा.
Sir,
It's very interesting that there are.
I think I should be given few seconds.
देखिए, Congress, former Congress. मैं आप गौरव को ये बता दूं, मैं इन दो का तो ख्याल रखूंगा. आपके लिए भी हमारे घर में काफी जगह है.
देखिए.
Okay.
Rajdeep, I have a
अभी
question.
हम क्या?
Very quickly, ma'am, I have 30 seconds. Very quickly, yes.
30 seconds. I just want to say, Congress says that the Nyaya scheme has been copied by BJP. BJP is saying 500 companies, so many jobs. Is it mandatory? Will the companies do it? Please answer a basic question, both of you. I haven't understood.
I answered.
Like,
Rajdeep.
can you force the companies to give these jobs?
Madam, you had not.
500 fortune companies.
Madam, आपने budget document नहीं पढ़ा. पढ़ते तो ये
अरे
सवाल ही नहीं
निर्मला
पूछते.
सीतारमण खुद कह रही,
In
we'll
that
give them a
document
nudge.
it is written
We'll give
that
them a
it is
nudge.
not
What is
only
a
top
nudge?
500 companies, their suppliers, their customers are also included.
It will never happen.
तो पढ़ते तो है नहीं.
It will never happen.
फिर बोल रहे cut copy paste. अरे पढ़ के आया करो.
I'm going to give the
मैं पढ़ती हूँ और बीजेपी का track record भी जानती हूँ.
Just a minute. I'm going to give the final word to our guest from TDP because as I said at the outset of the show, and perhaps you could argue that Chandrababu Naidu is now the second most important person in the country, and that's how politics changes. Your sense, people want to know, are you going to continue with this government for 5 years, continuing to extract maximum for Andhra Pradesh? Or will there come a time where you'll move closer to Salman Soz than Gaurav Vallabh? Can that ever happen?
Rajdeep, it has become a fashion and a style to talk about Andhra Pradesh, particularly after this budget. Thank you very much. You remember our beloved leader, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji, so much. Thank you very much. And he is a visionary. And he is going to change a lot of things in this country.
Okay.
I'm coming to that, madam.
I've got 30 seconds, sir.
Yes, sir. So now, I'm asking all my friends, can you imagine a country without a capital city? Can you imagine a state without a capital city? When the state of Andhra Pradesh was formed in 2014, who formed that state? Who gave that act, Reorganization Act? And what happened to the funds or the budget that was to be given in 2014? Why did they not give that particular government, central government at that time? And that Amaravati and all
Sir,
through.
you were their allies from 2014 to 18. They didn't give you special status then because they had a majority. Now they need you. That's the difference.
What was to come in 2014 has come now.
Okay.
We are very happy about it.
Okay, let's leave it there. I think that shows how much politics has changed. A year ago, Chandrababu Naidu was in Delhi, couldn't get an appointment with many senior government leaders. Now they'll roll out the red carpet for him. And a year ago, Jagan Mohan Reddy was being courted because he had 11 Rajya Sabha MPs. Now he can't get an appointment with the Home Minister or the Prime Minister. Samay badalta hai, hawa badalti hai. And that perhaps reflects in this budget, which really has, in a way, come under the shadow of the 2024 general election verdict. We don't know what 2025 will bring. In India, even a week is a long time in politics. So let's leave it there. I appreciate all my guests joining us. Please give them a very big hand for a spirited discussion. Gaurav Vallabh, Krishna Prasad, 1080, Salman Soz and Sushmita Dev. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks to all our panelists for a fantastic conversation, and thank you so much, Rajdeep. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been all waiting for. We are honored to have with us the Union Minister of Finance, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, who has scripted history by presenting 7th consecutive Union budget. She now holds the distinguished record for presenting the most Union budgets in the history of independent India. This achievement underscores not only her commitment to public service, but also her pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of our country. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Huge round of applause and a standing ovation for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Union Minister of Finance, Nirmala Sitharaman. The next session that we will have the Finance Minister with us now, the road to Viksit Bharat. Finance Minister, we are privileged to have you amidst us, and you have scripted history by presenting the 7th consecutive budget, and now you hold the distinguished record of presenting the most union budgets in the history of independent India. We are privileged and honored to have you within our midst. Thank you so much. And now, let me extend our invitation to all our moderators. First, Mr. Rahul Kanwal, Siddharth Zarabi, Sourav Majumdar, could you please escort Finance Minister up on the stage for the session, The Road to Viksit Bharat. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable, join me in raising a warm round of applause as we welcome this evening India's Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. Can we have a round of applause, please? Given what happened in the general elections and the fact that there are crucial assembly elections around the corner, there was a lot of talk around whether Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be fiscally reckless and indulge in populist measures. As always, she's eschewed that path and actually brought down the estimates for how much India's fiscal deficit this year could be. But there are lots of questions still swirling in the political economy air around this budget, and we hope to use this opportunity to ask the Finance Minister some of those questions. She's always in full form when she comes to the India Today, Business Today Budget Roundtable. So ma'am, welcome. We have a very eager audience, some of whom are also looking forward to the opportunity to ask you questions. I want to start by asking you about what happened at the Niti Aayog meeting this morning. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee says, "Aapne unko bolne nahi diya." She spoke for 5 minutes, aapne audio off kar diya. She says that, you know, the Assam Chief Minister, the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, they all spoke for 10, 12 minutes. Chandrababu Naidu spoke for 20 minutes. They were allowed to speak, but West Bengal was silenced, the opposition was silenced, the India Alliance was silenced. Aap bolne nahi dete ho, ma'am.
You've sort of seen us say it all. You seem to bring in the same emotion. No, I was really happy to see West Bengal Chief Minister attend the Niti Aayog. And when she started to speak, she did say, "I'm speaking for Bengal, I'm also speaking for all opposition." Again, I was quite happy that she's taken it upon herself to be the voice. We heard her the full allotted time. Everybody, I mean, like, as we do it in nowadays all conferences, for every table there is a screen with a lot of flower arrangement and everything else. And at the top right-hand corner of the screen, the clock is there. The countdown begins when you start speaking. And first when it reaches 0, that is your time is over, it's in green. And after that it becomes a red. After 30 seconds after you finish your time, it becomes red lettered. And at that time, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh ji, who was running the whole meeting, he was playing the compare. With his pencil or pen, used to tap on his mic just to say, your time's over. And every chief minister that you referred to would say, sir, one more minute. And they would, there was no question asked, they would continue. That one more minute might be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's all right. There was never a second question asked saying, no, no, it's over, you stop it. Nothing like that. They were allowed to continue. And therefore, the West Bengal Chief Minister spoke her time, and if she required to say anything more, even as Rajnath Singh ji tapped on the mic, she could have said, no, I have something more to say. No way anyone would have stopped her. But she chose to, and I say this deliberately with some thought, she chose to say, no, I'll stop talking, and within a minute got up from her seat and went away. Well, it's her choice. But I was stunned when she went out and said to the media that I walked out of this because they didn't allow me to speak. How untrue can this be? So, I'm happy to have heard her. I wish she took more time to say all that she wanted to say. We were all listening to her. And when she came in, much before the meeting started, it was such an amiable, oh, hello, namaste, and all that. She came, stood together with all of us, took a picture. And I remember some of the people around were saying, are you all right? What's happened? She had a little band-aid here somewhere. People said, are you all right? Did you get yourself hurt? And all that. There was never this feeling of there's something, brewing. But that's what happened.
Saurav, you have a follow-up on this?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in the context of this and what happened today, I am reminded of the economic survey, which talks, repeatedly about a tripartite compact. And that, in fact, we asked at the earlier sessions also to the budget makers, along with you, the secretaries, that, it's this budget and the economic survey very clearly says it cannot alone be the job of the center. It is the government's, center, state, and the private sector. But in the context of what has happened today, what is your sense? How optimistic are you that the state governments will actually, and I'm talking about obviously the opposition states, will actually buy into this optimism and hope which the economic survey has shown?
I'm very optimistic. It's one thing that many of the opposition party-led governments did not come for the Niti Aayog's meeting. I can understand it. But when it comes, at least in my last 5 years, and they were not simple, ordinary 5 years, COVID, borrowing money, paying for the GST we couldn't pay, and now repaying it with the consent every time, each time of the GST Council and so on, I'm very confident that aside from all these filibustering, there will be states and center working together on most things. There can always be a situation where, let's say, I'm taking an example, not because we are talking about Mamata Banerjee ji today, but the example of Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, about which payment has not been made, West Bengal complaints, and the CAG report comes. So in these sort of situations, there will be friction, because knowing that there's been something wrong, center wouldn't want to give the money and then also seek explanation and everything else. These sort of on and off things probably will happen. But otherwise, I've found working together with states, particularly the officials who come and work for the actual nitty-gritties of the whole thing, things do go very well. I don't think there is a major problem with most states. I quote one of the things which, of course, today parties and the parties to which such people move are all different now. I remember Punjab in GST Council with the state government being under Congress, early days of me being in the finance ministry, had a lot of problems, and some dues which were to be given to Punjab hadn't been given. The finance minister in the GST Council was very assertive, but he was a very gentleman-like, but very strong words. And there were a lot of arguments over it. But I took it upon myself because I thought it was my duty to work together with the team and get the payment given to them. He was equally generous to come back to say, I didn't expect this to happen. It's happened. I'm very grateful. It's a different story that that minister is no longer in Congress. But there are, beyond the political differences, people do work together.
Finance Minister, continuing this point, many people here would know, and our audience would certainly, that out of every 100 rupees that the center spends, almost 20 rupees, 19.6 is the devolution to the states that you give. And there are other forms of centrally sponsored schemes, indirect taxation. The larger question is that states are constantly saying that they need more share of the revenue and that there is discrimination with South India. And therefore, do you feel that you now need to, increase the devolution to the states so you let them do their own thing, and also address this problem of the North versus South divide that has crept into the political debate?
Increasing or decreasing the devolution is not my business. What the Finance Commission tells me to do, I do it. And that has to be done for the 5 years for which the Finance Commission's recommendation come. And based on that, I have to do it. The next Finance Commission may change the terms and ask me to do more or ask me to do less. Again, I'll have to follow that advice given by the Finance Commission. So to increase it or to decrease it, when I don't have the power, where is this question of discriminating? The Finance Commission has told me to give something to some state as per a formula. Every month I keep giving it as per the formula. You want to change the formula? Please talk to the Finance Commission, not to me. I've made this plain to some of the states who seem to want to do politics with it, but everyone who speaks about it equally knows that this is not something which the Finance Ministry has any power over. It is the Finance Commission's. The new commission is constituted. I will actively request all the states to go and engage with the Finance Commission, highlight where they think they are being discriminated against, and ask the formulation to be changed. That's it. So that is one thing. On the South Indian states, I come from the South, born in one state, married into another, both of the South India. I know in some parameters, states in the South have done better for themselves. And I know also that almost 14th and the 15th Finance Commissions have not blindly used just the population data to calculate the formulation, because if they did use only the population data blindly, meaning use the 71 census and not use the 2011, or use the 2011 much against the interests of the South Indian states, then we can blame, saying there's not been any consideration. Whether the consideration was adequate or not is a different debate. That there was no consideration at all cannot be the case, because two Finance Commissions, 14th and 15th if I remember correct, have used the population data based on 71 and amended it for some criteria by using 2011 data, and said if the weightage is not reflective of the decline in population, the total fertility replacement rate, if it is not reflective of that, they'll have to do some adjustment, and therefore did bring in the latest census so that it doesn't go adversely against some of the states which, let's say in population parameters, have declining population. But it may not be sufficient. I grant that. Therefore, the debate of how states should not be disincentivized for good performance on any criteria inclusive of population, there should be a case presented to the Finance Commission by every state which wants to speak about it. And therefore, to say South Indian states as a bloc have been denied their right is to say, look, we didn't put forth our case well before the Finance Commission, and therefore it hasn't worked, rather than say, you in the central government today are discriminating against states in the southern part of the country. That's absolutely wrong. I do not have any power to do according to my whims and fancies, saying, oh, I like Telangana, so I will give them, but I don't like Kerala, so no chance. And the people who are speaking about it know it very well, but still will talk, because unfortunately, some of us who can do a bit more homework and say the truth, either say it with a time lag, or don't bother because, arey, chodo yaar, who's bothered? They are fighting, they are having their quarrel, let them have it, and we go away. So that narrative gets traction. And that's what which we go on repeatedly saying, oh, South states in South India ask, hurry, let's do some homework, please.
Ma'am, we now want to come to Naukrinomics, which seems to be the central thrust of this budget. You mentioned the word jobs, employment 23 times. Last budget was mentioned 3 times. So one is that this is a side effect of the general elections where the BJP government has belatedly acknowledged that there is a job crisis. Before this, the charge against you is that your government was in denial about the enormity of the job challenge, that you were trying to underplay it. Now this result has given you a rude wake-up call that there is a big challenge. The second is that some of these ideas like the employment-linked incentive, the apprenticeship stroke internship program are lifted from the Congress's manifesto. Hamare idea copy kar liya. The third point I want to ask you about is that the financial incentives that you've given, how confident are you that these are trigger enough for net incremental new job creation? The point I'm making is that if you give a company 15,000 rupees, do you think this will create new job avenues which wouldn't have existed otherwise? Because companies typically decide how many people they wish to hire based on demand, based on revenue, based on their projections. Will a government incentive of this nature actually, in your view, produce new jobs?
Yes, it will, because even as we are telling them to benefit from the incentives that we are giving monthly EPFO payments, we are giving 1 month salary up to 15,000 rupees, irrespective of the salary for which the person is recruited. And very clearly saying it has to be a new addition to the job. And that new addition will have to be enrolled into the EPFO. So we are not looking at checking it by the handwritten note that he may send us. It is a formal introduction into the EPFO. Second, the employer is also incentivized in this process when he brings in new people. New people who is a fresher, meaning first-time job seeker. And second scheme is you can bring in anybody, also include the newcomers. And these are very clearly telling them that you're not going to show the existing employees and take this incentive, you will have to bring the new one. And EPFO very clearly has only unique numbers, so no replication can happen there. So we are confident that it is possible for us to monitor it and check up if these additions, and these are not small additions. MSME units do think this kind of a incentivizing employee share of the EPFO, employer share of EPFO, and give the employees first wage are all big steps for a government to offer. So we are confident that it will.
And your response to the political charge that this is a side effect of the general election results, that before this your government was supposedly in denial about the enormity of the job crisis, these results have come as a rude awakening.
If I say this, it might be too late for you to accept that I'm saying the truth, but it is all in records, you can always check it up. Since 2014, every cabinet proposal which goes to the cabinet, it hadn't existed before. PM very clearly would say, it's all right, you've given me all the justification for the proposal to come to the cabinet. What I want you to give additionally is to tell me how much direct jobs will this create, how many indirect jobs will it create. And many proposals in 2014 onwards, 14, 15, and I think by 16 all of us got into the group, we had to go back and work out to see how many jobs that would create. So with that proposal only we reached the cabinet every time. One. Second, for the positions which were lying unfilled in government, sanctioned positions lying vacant, between November 22 and December 23, every month through Rozgar Mela, people were given appointment letters for jobs. So if we didn't take jobs and necessity of filling up the post seriously, why would we do this? If we didn't think jobs were an important element of the economy, why would our cabinet notes have to have a section talking about what will be the impact on jobs? So that's not a right allegation. I'm giving you concrete examples. And again, for us to be told, oh, you've copied it from Congress's manifesto, I want to say it's very convenient and lazy argument to put forward because, for instance, and also because the allegations come every day, one in the morning, and the next day the opposite allegation on the same matter comes next day. For instance, they said they would give apprenticeship as a right, and that they would give 1,000 rupees, I think, in their manifesto. But now when we give it for people so that they'll be there for 1 year, every month being paid by the central government, and the company also making sure that they will have them for 12 full months. In the earlier scheme where the EPFO linked one, we've also said that you take all the incentives, but if you remove the fellow, you refund the amount which has been given to the employer. So in this apprenticeship, when we now bring it in, they say, oh, but wo job todi na hai. You're only doing apprenticeship, and therefore you're not creating jobs. But you made apprenticeship as a hak. You said it's a right. So apprenticeship is not job when we give it, but apprenticeship has to be made a right per their manifesto. Can there be a greater doublespeak, hypocritical way of criticizing others? So I'm not surprised now they have found a newfound aggression in the way in which they want to be an opposition. Opposition has to be strong, firm, putting forth their arguments well and so on. But this kind of a false narrative building and aggression about it and go on repeating the lie several times is now the formula for India's primary opposition. I'm sure all of us can be conscious of it.
Siddharth. Finance Minister, when you started off delivering budgets, I remember these questions must have been put to you, where is the big budget? But I want to go back to the example of 100 rupees that the government spends, and through that ask you a question, that out of 100 rupees, almost 51 rupees 50 paisa is going to the states, it's going into paying back interest and other items, and even the remaining 48.5 is committed on all heads, rural, education, agriculture, GDP, and other matters. Is it time that all of us realize that the center can only do so much, and that unless you raise taxes very significantly, you don't have that much surplus funds to give away and make the middle class very happy, which seems to be a bit upset after the budget, at least some sections of the middle class.
And your bhakts also seem very upset, which is something I find very interesting. They say Modi ka parivar and, big bhakt, this, that, and then they're very unhappy. When you look at your responses on Twitter and social media, what are you making? These are people who've been fiercely supportive of the BJP and the Prime Minister and this government. They seem to say, Nirmala ji ne na muh ka mizaj kharab kar diya. Tax laga ke.
I want to ask, where did I tax laga ke business? Where did I lagao tax?
So on futures and options, you've increased.
Wait a minute. And who are these bhaktas? So-called middle class, right? Futures and option is for middle class. Please don't mind me saying, why can't middle class be there? Of course they can be there. But futures and options go with risk. I'm not saying middle class shouldn't go into options or futures. And there, what is it that we've done? What kind of an increase? So for options, it's even lesser. In futures, it's doubled from 0.0125, it's gone to 0.2. But no, that's one tax. All right, then.
Ma'am, your supporters are deeply upset with the fact that indexation benefits have been removed on long-term capital gains tax for real estate. यहाँ पे बहुत लोग बैठे हैं. जब वो बैठे थे, जब आप आने वाले थे, उन्होंने बोला यार ये सवाल जरूर पूछना. ये real estate पे आपने indexation हटा के, people are really agitated. They think that this is not the right thing to have done.
Why not?
Because it also comes as a surprise. Because when somebody makes an investment,
tax is always given as an advance notice.
Ma'am,
no,
why not? Why not?
Tax. Whoever says about tax in advance.
Ma'am, to interrupt on the why not, please pardon me for that, is because there are lots of people who are saying black money वापस आ जाएगा. People will underreport the formal size of the transaction and cash will be back, which since 2016 this government has gone hammer and tongs after, which is very good. That is why the question on indexation removal for housing.
Wait a minute. It's nice to conflate many things onto this debate. Haven't we as a country kept saying, why all this differentiation between the different asset class? Why can't it be simple? Why don't you rationalize it? That's been one of the very strong arguments. No, in gold the treatment is like that. In property, it is like this. In stocks, it's something's different. And the rates are also different. I remember people telling me, see, TCS, TDS, mein itne sare rates kyun hai bhai? And again, for middle class, I said, if there is TCS, you can carry it forward as a credit if you want into your TDS also. All inputs which I've heard from middle class all these years. I want to respond to comments which have come to me. So when I'm asking you, if I should treat all the asset class equally, with one being one thing, another thing being a bother, can we treat it all similarly? That's exactly what we've done.
Because your promise was of continuity and predictability. Now,
But
let's,
no
for example,
simplicity now.
you've increased the long-term capital gains on equity from 10 to 12.5. Now, I am concerned. In the US, it's 20%. Now, your budget makers have said you intend to keep it 12.5, but you said in taxation, there's always some unpredictability. Next year, if there is some revenue compulsion, or 2 years later, from 12.5, it could become 15. When somebody makes an investment decision, he has some sense of what the tax outflow will be as a result of that. By taking indexation away, now people have invested for many years in the real estate sector in the expectation that when they exit, this is the tax and this is the indexation benefit that they'll get. Suddenly, you don't know where the ball is coming from.
So the stability argument versus the simplicity argument. I've announced in the budget for the next 6 months, there will be a committee looking into simplifying direct taxation. If I'm doing one thing now and also the rest of it will be done through the committee, it will happen. So there is no scope in the name of stability even to respond to the requirement of make your tax system simple. I will have to change it sometime, no? At some point in time, will I have to change it or not? Or in the name of stability, never change it, even it is complex. It can't be that way. It has to. And again, I did say, not a perfect example to compare. When GST was brought in, rates which existed before, different states, different rates, all officers sat together over several sessions to understand how in some state which was in 8, 9, 10, 11%, to what rate will it go? The nearest to which GST offers. And the thumb rule there was, we don't want additional revenue, but the taxpayer should not be paying a higher rate. So you tried to rationalize it by using one understanding that it shall be revenue neutral. Any movement from one rate to another, at that time that was the principle. The revenue neutrality principle was broadly used even now. 10 come to 20 can come down to 12.5. 10 went up to 12.5 for the stocks. With rationalization, on an average over the several years, we've calculated and took very many different examples, and after that only, this 12.5 was arrived at. And immediately after the budget, the income tax, CBDT, has been releasing note after the note and frequently asked questions answered on why these amounts, why this rate was decided. It was not with a revenue consideration thought in my mind. Clearly to simplify and clearly to rationalize.
Ma'am, let's come back to the F&O point for a while. The SEBI chairperson recently made a very clear observation that it is now no longer an investor-related problem. It is becoming a systemic risk. It is becoming a risk for the macro economy itself, because savers are now not going into capital formation through this, they are going into speculation. Now, you have what the budget makers have said, that you've nudged it. From your budget point of view, you've given a nudge to the investor saying that there is a risk here, and therefore you've also attempted to get revenue out of that. What is your sense? Because you are aware that if somebody is a speculator, they will speculate no matter what. You might want to increase the tax, but there will be that tendency. Are you worried that this is becoming a little bit of a serious case of a bubble?
Well, I strongly believe SEBI is very well equipped to take care of that. They have been very clear that their regulation will be only a soft touch regulation, and before they frame any kind of a rule or a measure to control anything, they would have consultations prior to even drafting their regulations, consultation with the stakeholders. So that should be sufficient. What we've done is, because of the kind of requests which came, a little nudge, and that's why the rates are not really all that big, just a little. And somebody was telling me this morning, but it hasn't helped, so why did you have to bring it? I said, why didn't it help? Look at the way stock market is today. So I'm not going by any of these comments, but the SEBI is fully vested to take care of it.
But that's also reflecting in the bank deposit problems, ma'am, because the CASA deposits are also, I mean, if savings and deposits are going into the markets and in speculation, banks are really struggling at the bottom end in terms of CASA deposits. How are you looking at that?
Banks should go ahead and ask for more deposits. They should do deposit collection.
Ma'am, since you mentioned that, look at how the stock markets are doing, during the elections, it became a big controversy where the Prime Minister and the Home Minister both said, kharid lo, election ke results ke baad market ka bhav bahut chalne wala. That became a big issue as to why two of the senior most politicians were talking up stock markets. Now, given the fact that you've increased the taxation, is this a subtle nudge that the government is concerned about the froth that was building on account of speculative activities, and a subtle nudge to investors, particularly these daytime speculative traders, that this is not something the government is very comfortable with?
No, but that's already been observed as not being a very big, impactful nudge, and it is just a little nudge. Haven't you said that?
I mean,
not me.
No, because you were just saying that it is obvious because the markets are continuing to behave the way they
That's
are.
what somebody told me today. This morning I had to rush off to the Niti Aayog, and I hadn't really gone through every bit of the newspaper. I did quickly glance at it, but.
Ma'am, may I come in on the issue of bank deposits, since you said that banks need to do it, and that's absolutely right. But there are two other points. The economic survey, the CA in your ministry has suggested that food prices should be excluded from the calculation of the interest rate. In a country like India, it may merit some. Do you think that is an idea that should be considered? And secondly, shouldn't banks be offering higher fixed deposit rates?
About the economic surveys saying on the inflation and food inflation be segregated. First of all, economic survey, although it is from the Department of Economic Affairs, the chief economic advisor prepares it, we maintain an arm's distance from it. So not necessarily a ministry's voice, it is the economic advisor's voice. And on that specific question, I think it is a discussion-worthy subject. It is not as if I can take a call on it straight away, or no one can take a call on it, because these are issues where a lot more thought has to be taken up. I mean, a lot of mind application is required before we even conclude this way or that.
Deposit rates of that the banks are offering?
I think to a large extent banks have been given the liberty to sort of adjust and give more or less as they deem fit over and above the rate. So whether the banks are using that little margin that has been given to them is something which is important for us to know.
Ma'am, since the central thrust was on jobs, and ultimately it comes down to investment, I just want to walk across to our budget dashboard and take you through what I know has been of deep concern to you. The fact that you're waiting for India Inc. to step up to the investment plate and really start investing in the India story, benefit from the corporate tax breaks that you gave them. And I want to look at capacity utilization. If we look at capacity utilization as an aggregate for industry, in certain sectors, of course, it's gone up to the 80s and a new investment cycle has started. But by and large, going back to 2022, capacity utilization has been a flat line. It's tending just a very, very flat line. As finance minister, when you look at the capacity utilization curve on a quarterly basis, what are you making of this? Because everything you could have potentially done, reducing corporate rates, ensuring that balance sheets are healthy, nudging investors, speaking to them, cajoling them, you've done all of it. And yet, as an aggregate, capacity utilization stays in the mid-70s and is a flat line. How are you now, beyond what you've done, hoping to address this?
I think we also have to understand the background to this. Industry's capacity is increased, keeping very many other considerations also. Today in India, within India, the issues are there is a reset which is happening in industry. They are looking at Industry 4.0 seriously. A lot of them are trying to reset their own businesses so that productivity gains can be accrued to them. Two, the uncertainty which is external, if there are industry which are very export oriented, they also see what is happening around in the sense of Europe's demand not really picking up, Red Sea situation, the decision after the US election results. So there are very many serious matter of fact considerations. Also the way in which yen in Japan has been crashing literally. So the global situation, I think, for Indian manufacturers is also a point to be considered, other than the fact that domestically Indian industry, both from Industry 4.0, lack of manpower which can take care of it, and the skilling of employees. Like I go on repeating in each one of my interaction with media, how only 10 days ago we heard L&T say that there are 45,000 jobs for which they are not getting the right personnel, meaning right people with the right skill sets for them to recruit. So your capacity utilization obviously is dependent on so many such factors. So I can't say what more does Indian industry want for them to now reach 80 or 90 in terms of the capacity utilization. So we need to understand. I would be more worried if it is coming down. Yes, it is remaining flat broadly is a factor to be kept in mind, but it's not coming down is something which we cannot afford to miss.
Ma'am, I want to turn the attention of the conversation towards agriculture. And in the Kisan agriculture panel earlier, one point came out. Over the past 10 years, a lot of money has been put into agriculture. But if you take a 20-year period, the average growth is 3.5%. In the 100 rupees, every 100 rupees that you spend, you directly give agriculture 2.5, then there are subsidies, there is rural development. So if you all add it up, it might become 10 or 11 or 12 rupees. Yet why is agriculture in such distress? What is at the heart of the problem?
Well, I wouldn't be able to expand on what is the heart of the problem in agriculture. I can see Veer Jacker seated there, but there are quite a few experts who can talk about it. But at least broadly, I think there is a lot of fragmentation of land holding. Two, the input costs are so fluctuating. Despite government giving subsidy, let us say for fertilizer, let us say for farm loans, there are still concerns because the extreme climate or weather conditions are also taking a toll. Monsoon has shifted from the traditionally predicted dates, not just for meteorological department, because farmers go by their mental calculation also saying, by next week I should get the monsoon, I will be ready to keep the land tilled and wait for the sowing. That shift in the monsoon cycle is also weighing heavily in the minds of the farmers. Further, we do not probably have climate resilient seed varieties in this country. I was happy that day in the budget when I said India's own indigenously developed climate resistant seed variety, both for the farm and also for horticulture, for the field crops and horticulture. 109 varieties are ready and sooner it will be launched. So there are a lot of challenges which with science and technology, with let's say overcoming the input cost fluctuation, we'll have to address. So it is not just a question of, and I'm not undermining the importance, it's not just the question of MSP, it's also so many other factors which weigh heavily on farmers. And also, I will concede this. I remember in 2015 or 16, because India has a shortage or the demand and supply doesn't meet in terms of the total pulses that we produce, we said, all right, we will give bonus, all right, we'll procure, and made sure the pulse producing areas will increase. Farmers did a splendid job. And we went on a very clear direction to all those procuring agencies saying, please procure as much as farmers would come and give it to you, no limiting. Somewhere something went wrong and some farmers unfortunately had to go back. And I remember this example from Gulbarga area in Karnataka, where tuvar dal is grown, and many farmers were unhappy because the procurement didn't happen as they thought it would happen, and there were shortcomings. So government may announce it, but in the ground, if you don't execute it at every state level with proper mechanism, it does suffer. And farmer loses the trust, saying, I grow this, but what's the guarantee it will be procured? What's the guarantee I'll get a fair price? So that is one. So this time, for sure, we have announced that we will procure, and the emphasis is both on Dalhan and Tilhan. We would want to support both growing pulses because our imports are growing up, and we can't afford to have Indian consumption relying on products which come from outside, and the imported inflation is also something which adds to the inflation within this country.
Ma'am, very quick follow-up. Farmers complain that whenever they get an opportunity to earn more because export markets are paying them more, government ends up imposing export curbs. You've been Commerce and Industry Minister, you have dealt with it directly. Is that fair to our farmers?
It's not. And I won't have hesitation in admitting it. But if I turn to Rahul, he'll say, is that fair to the consumer? So I'm caught between the two. I want to support the farmer. I don't want unpredictable restrictions on exports. But if in our country, market prices go skyrocketing, consumer equally approaches the government saying, what are you doing for me? We are growing in this country that very particular crop that I need to buy, and you are allowing it to go out of the country, you're not selling it to me. So there is this balance which governments struggle to achieve. And I'm not saying just our government, most governments have this problem.
Ma'am, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party are promising MSP as a legal guarantee. there are elections in Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Haryana in a few weeks from now. Are you concerned in the demand, particularly from Punjab and Haryana, where farmers are asking for MSP as a legal guarantee for the number of crops on which MSP is given to be expanded, that this could be politically expensive for your government? How do you intend to deal with this balloon that the opposition has floated?
No, so long as they answer questions about the promise that they're giving. I'll put it this way. MSP per the advice given by Swaminathan committee. C2 plus, I think, 50%. When was the Swaminathan committee report submitted? During UPA time. And was it submitted a month before they left? No. Years before they left. If they thought it was proper, if they thought it could be implemented, why didn't they implement it at that time? And now to come and shed crocodile tears and say, we'll implement the Swaminathan committee recommendations and put it as a promise. Okay. Don't constantly say, you've been here 10 years. Don't point a finger at us 10 years ago. Do it in Himachal Pradesh, pray. Do it in Karnataka, pray. Who's stopping you? Show it there. Benefit the farmers there. And say we proved in one of the states where we are in power, we'll now do it for the entire country. You don't do it in one state where you are in power, but you want to lecture to the whole country.
Ma'am, Ajay Veer Jakar, who you mentioned was a farming expert, has a question for you. Mr. Jakar, please go ahead.
Thank you for your clarity on questions on farmers that the panels posed for you. A fact and a question. Investment on agriculture research and development gives 10 times return compared to other investments. And over the last 20 years, irrespective of which government has been in power, there's been no real increase in agriculture research and development. So that's a fact. The question is, does and can the Ministry of Finance allocate resources for a particular subject if the particular ministry does not ask for it? Because I think
this time I've done it for agriculture. And the agriculture minister himself had suggested it, Shivrajji Chauhan, who himself has shown in his state as to how procurement, particularly wheat, he beat all other states and did the maximum procurement, and also he's known for some innovative ways of supporting farmers. So we have given this time, please sit, we have given this time for agriculture research. I've sat in meetings before this budget was prepared on how the Indian Council for Agriculture Research actually hasn't got enough money. They just scrape through to pay the salaries. We've made provision this time for agriculture research. We want to strengthen the network of KVKs which are all over the country, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, so that outreach work which has to happen through the Krishi Vigyan Kendra for the farmer to get information on crop pattern or on better quality seeds or anything else that he wants from the government, they are the centers to do it. So we will be strengthening KVKs. We've also allotted money for Indian Council for Agriculture.
Ma'am, I want to come to the question of disinvestment. When Chief Minister Narendra Modi came to the India Day conclave in 2013, he said the government has no business of being in government, right? And therefore, the whole idea was that this would be a leaner government, smaller government, you'd get out of business. Now, if I look at disinvestment estimates and realizations, you know, for example, in financial year 21, you estimated that you'll pick up 1.2 lakh crores from disinvestment. The actual realization was only 27%. That the target subsequently kept coming down, so did the realization. In financial year 25, it came down to 30,000 crores, with the realization coming down to 55%. Now it seems as if the budget makers have almost given up on the disinvestment project. Now why? Because when you tried to disinvest Air India, which was a very tricky disinvestment, you were able to find the political wherewithal to be able to go out and do it. So if you decide kar liya ki karna, you found a way of doing it. why are you not demonstrating the similar wherewithal, determination to disinvest other PSUs, which the government really frankly ought not to be in the business of running, or has said in the past that they're wanting to disinvest? Is this because of elections, politics, backlash? Are you concerned that this may come down to reservation? Why is the government no longer bullish and aggressive about disinvestment?
Even when we were moving ahead with Air India, we were not bullish and moving ahead and with that kind of a josh which Rahul can display. But it is a fact. No, we have not changed the philosophy. We are with it. After all, the public sector enterprises policy was part of my budget speech of 21. And we continue to be on that route because that was approved in the parliament. So the question about why are you not, disinvestments don't happen like that. You have to do a lot of preparatory work for each company with each department and only prime it so that they can go into the market. And for each one, they have unique issues to be sorted out. And of course, the first one which I will ensure that nothing wrong goes into the deal is to ensure the workers who are in it, their work conditions, their safety, their continuity in the job and so on. So I will unhesitatingly give you an example. That is only to say that one unique situation, but several situations which are unique to each problem are reasons why you have to take more time, other than of course choosing your time to go to the market when you want to do it. Many of the companies which deal with public money have still not had professional managerial structures. Governance within them is to run the company, run it well, all right, but that which is required for it to be taken to the market may not be in place. I'm not faulting them. The work culture over the last 70 years has been run the company, give dividend to the government, take care of your workers, it's all fine. I'm saying do all that and do something more. And that something more is make your institution have some fundamental things which when you go to the market are questions asked. First of all, inside your company, within your company, if you internally don't even have a mechanism to value your company, valuation mechanisms being absent in some of them, we had to spend a lot of time to get them in place. And that takes time. And when I say it takes time, not just a month or two, sometimes it takes a full year. So the long and short of it is we are on course, we will be doing it, and even otherwise between the last year and now you don't seem to remember other than Air India, there are quite a few things which have happened. So we are on course.
Sourav.
Ma'am, one of the key plus points of this budget has been the accelerated fiscal deficit target, which you've set, 4.9%, when the expectation was a little higher. Now that has, of course, gone down very well with the markets as well. How much has the RBI dividend this year helped in terms of figuring that out? And the second part of that question is, now that you have stuck to the fiscal deficit consolidation path, are you hopeful that the RBI will take a cue when the MPC meets the next time?
I won't be able to answer that. That's obviously for RBI to take a call. But a dividend or no dividend, haven't we shown our commitment in keeping the glide path that we had promised? It is a word given after COVID, when we really couldn't but borrow, and as a result of fiscal deficit, with revenues going down badly, fiscal deficit went 9.5 or something. So at that time we promised that we shall get it down a certain path, and we are keeping in line with that path. So I would think you, instead of being surprised, you should say, all right, we've noticed that you've kept your word.
You've heard many questions, ab kuch gana ho jaye. And I'll tell you, don't look so surprised, because we've got Vijay Kedia here. He's a stock market investor. He's a guest oftentimes on Business Today television. and he sung a song. He's actually gone and prepared, rehearsed, रियाज करके आया है. उनको FM को एक गाना सुनाना है. मैम, आपकी permission हो तो? इरशाद. Yes sir. Go on. गाना हो जाए. अच्छा, when we said कि कुछ गाना हो जाए, ma'am was so spooked. She thought, oh, these guys have gone crazy. They're asking me to sing. No, we're doing no such thing. But yes, Kedia sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rahulji. So, I'm an investor into stock market, ma'am, for last more than 3 decades. So I'm not going to discuss anything about STT or LTCG or STCG in this song. So just a simple thing. So the song is like this, and I written this song, ma'am, 3 years back, and I posted many times on Twitter to you. So today I got this opportunity to sing in front of you. It's in Hindi, ma'am, so pardon me for that. It's in Hindi. कहना है, कहना है, कहना है, कहना है, आज मैडम से पहली बार हो डिविडेंड के ऊपर लेती हो मैडम टैक्स क्यों बार बार. So now what madam says, बोली मैडम हमसे माई मगन डोंट यू वरी, बैठी हूँ मैं करने सारी चिंता दूर तेरी, 10 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हो रही है तैयार. That is all right, madam, but डिविडेंड के ऊपर लेती हो मैडम टैक्स क्यों बार बार. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that was interesting. I'm sure Nirmala ji has dealt with many curveballs and questions. ऐसा आपके लिए कभी गाना किसी ने गा के सुना है? So this is like that's like a first. Now, Raj Chingappa has a question. Raj Chingappa is the editorial director at India Today magazine. He has a question for the Finance Minister. Raj.
Finance Minister, 2 quick questions. One is, you had mentioned rationalization. And if you look at the personal income tax structure versus the corporate income tax structure, you brought down the corporate tax from 30% to 22%, effective rate 25%. If you look at, you have made concessions in this budget to the so-called middle class. The definition, of course, is always very vague. But why aren't you moving towards a rationalization of bringing, after 15 lakhs, a person pays 30% according to your new rates? Why aren't you bringing it down to 25%, so that a lot of people, you could have a high net worth individual and keep him or her at 30% or whatever it is. But a bulk of the middle class, particularly the metros and others, have this kind of income, and they feel that 30% is very high, but with the surcharges it goes up to 36 or whatever it is. That's for question number 1. And 2, because the most audacious scheme you have started with the internship in corporates, 500 top corporates, and the fact is that you're taking close to 10 million internees. What is not clear is the kind of setup you have to firstly select. You said it's disadvantages. Who will select these candidates? And second, you had said it was voluntary for the corporates to do so. But I've just read probably a statement of the Finance Secretary, I don't know whether that's right, that there would be a quota system for these corporates. Is that in some senses, you're directly telling them, pressurizing them that this is your quota and you must do it. So 2 questions, one on personal income tax and rationalization, and why aren't you bringing that ceiling, raising the ceiling much higher so that people can benefit and more money can come in for consumption?
Not just the rates. Haven't I increased the standard deduction from 50,000 to 75,000? That will definitely benefit the salaried class. Not just looking at can 30 be brought down to 25, but there's something done there as well. And that is going to benefit purely the salaried persons. Because this would then have a cascading effect even on the higher net worth individuals. So that's one. And second, you asked me now about, in your second question,
the two points on that. One is in terms of the fact that it could be a quota system, right?
No,
and also which agency. After all, you have to select 10 million. Who would be doing that?
That's right.
And the criteria.
Yeah, but I would say I'll have to have the budget passed, and post which the details of it will be worked out. All right, if one of the secretaries sort of given you an indication of how it's going to go, but I don't think it's finalized yet. We still think it is going to be a nudge. We are not imposing on anybody. But haven't the industry themselves been saying that we don't seem to have right skilled people coming for jobs? So they will need to now ramp up on training people so that for them it may be 1 or 2 each, meaning eventually if they have to recruit somebody. But in the market, you need to have right skilled people available for anyone to pick up. So skilling and apprenticeship, getting to know what happens in such companies, and therefore getting that exposure are very important.
Ma'am, Salman Soz is an international development economist. He's also a member of the Congress Party's professionals wing. He has a question from across the political aisle. So some of what we'll potentially see in Parliament, we'll get a glimpse of that. Salman.
Nirmalaji, it's good to be here with you in person. I've debated you on television many years back, and you were a formidable opponent. Respectful, but formidable. So I'm sure that when I ask you my question, you'll be similarly respectful and formidable. Now, and by the way, congratulations on your 6th budget. It's good to see a fellow spokesperson become a Minister of Finance.
आपके लिए hope है अभी.
अभी हमारे बहुत hope है. You saw Rahul's dashboard, and of course, private investment is a big concern, because without investment, there will be no jobs. We can create as many incentive schemes, as many internship schemes. It's not going to really work, because frankly, if businesses need people, they don't need the government to tell them you need people. They need people, they'll invest. But the challenge is that despite the tax cuts that the BJP government enacted, I think over our objections, let me add, the private sector has not really come forward with major boost in private investment, and have not created the kinds of jobs that we hoped for. The economic survey says that, and of course this is government's data, that the profits have basically quadrupled for the corporate sector. They've quadrupled their profits just with the tax cuts, but there's no rise, that kind of rise that we want to see in investments. Now, as someone who's sitting where you are, and I'm hoping that in the future there will be a Congress-led India government, what would you tell us to watch out for when you come up with something like a private sector tax cut and investment is still not happening? What would you suggest to us to watch out for so that we have a better result than you did?
No, that's difficult to say, because the intention with which we've offered that in 2019 was we had inherited a twin balance sheet problem. I had to address that. And we did try between 2014 and 19 to address the problem of recognize that there are NPAs. Try to get solutions for them. And that's where the 4 Rs or 5 Rs, which were very clearly said by the banking, by RBI, by government and everyone, and also from the point of view of the banks, we had to sit with them to convince them. Because if we talked about Rs, they talked about the 3 Cs which they were scared of, the CBI, CVC and the Vigilance Commissioner. So we had to sit with them to say, we assure you, if you take commercially viable decisions and purely for commercial business, why would we want to have any of the C's coming after you? So it required so many different efforts at so many different levels. And eventually, you had the banks sort of standing up much before they could start running. Equally, the balance sheet of the companies were totally ridden because of the kind of unhealthy loans that they had extended. Who were to run and get it all retrieved? The banks were to do it. They will continue to do it. But till then, they were making provisions also. The banks were making provisions because they had to account in their books for it. So it was a larger attempt to have the economy sit up, stand up, and then start sprinting. So it wasn't a gift given to anybody, but it was certainly a medicine given to an economy which was in desperate straits. You had a fragile situation. Let us say whatever you want about the UPA 10 years, you gave us a baby which was sick totally. And I had to have so many different solutions. And today you are now fastest growing not for nothing. So you can always pick up one particular thing and say, oh, you gave a bonanza for the companies. But companies were in such a state that they couldn't have even sat up. Banks were in such a state. So how do you start working on the economy? So this corporate tax rate reduction is not for the favor. It is an illage for a sick economy.
You know, in the highly politically polarized times that we live in, I think the finance minister deserves a round of applause for agreeing to take a question from the opposition. Now, I think that's special because I know many politicians who wouldn't be very happy with that, but I really appreciate the grace that she's shown. Sakshi Batra is a stock markets anchor on Business Today Television. We're running out of time, okay? So we're just about winding up very quickly now. She has a question. Yes,
Good evening,
Sakshi.
ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Women invested in India, they're very happy because you cut the customs duty on gold, so they're able to buy gold at a much cheaper rate than it was existing before. I want to ask you, but do you fear a risk of higher import bill as far as gold is concerned because of this? And would it be sustainable for you to keep the customs duty at 6%, looking at the higher international prices and because of the lower customs duty that you could run the risk of higher gold import bill? And could it also override the crude import bill at that point in time? Thank you.
India's customs duty on gold, I've gone back till 1947. There have been times when it has gone up, there's been times when it has come down. And equally, it's not a secret, all of us know, the thirst for investing in gold. Investing, I say loosely. It's not really investing. You want to save and keep gold. And there's a lot of sentiment about gold in homes. So with all this in my mind, I say I've gone back to look at how the basic customs duty on gold has been. Has it been always kept high? Has it been low? There have been days when they've been very high, when they've brought it down and so on. And equally, because of this thirst, any arbitrage created results in smuggling. That's also there. So India's gold is a very interesting affair. Yes, the question of foreign exchange, but I think today our macroeconomic situation is fairly comfortable, and there's a decision.
Ma'am, we're almost at the end. Just two very quick final questions and then we wrap up. The first on China, and we're wondering if there is some level of rethink within the Modi Sarkar on how to view investments from China. Post Galwan, the government took a very strong position, actively pushed back against Chinese FDI, against Chinese investments in the Indian startup sector. Now we've heard from the chief economic advisor, and we've seen some other signs as well through modifications of press notes, where the idea seems to be that it's better to allow FDI from China so that there is investment in India, manufacturing in India, there's jobs in India. Otherwise, the trade imbalance with China just keeps getting worse. So is there a gradual thawing and a gradual rethink on how to view investments from China?
There's been some discussion in some parts of the government about issuing visa for people technocrats who can come from China, for some businesses, large setting up of units and so on. But they are discussions. And in some parts of the government, nothing before me. And on the FDI, no, there's nothing at all which I can talk about.
Ma'am, Rijiju ji, who's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has just tweeted while the show was on, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji will give the India Alliance an appropriate dose of medicines on the 30th of July. What appropriate dose of medicines are you going to give Salman Bhai and his team? क्या दवाई देने वाली है?
I don't know. I will have to ask Kiran if he's got some suggestions, but I have not applied my mind yet on my reply.
You said
I'm listening to the debate, the different parties, different MPs talking about it. That I'm.
Are you looking forward to this debate on the finance bill? You said that the opposition is more aggressive than in the past.
No, that's all right. That's their posturing. That's the way they want to handle it. But it's my duty, and I look forward to giving reply.
I don't think there are too many ministers in this government or politicians in India per se who would be willing to take the wide swath of questions that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has so ably dealt with from songs, and thank you for that song. Kedia Saab, he'll be, like when the markets open, he'll be much discussed on Monday. And, we're glad that we're able to deal with the farm sector as well. So, Mr. Jakar, thank you for that. For all of you who joined us here, thank you very much. And can we have a very, very big, warm round of applause as we thank Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman
Thank you very much.
for having
Thank you.
joined us here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
For your visionary insights. Ladies and gentlemen, the loudest round of applause for the remarkable leader. And we also, with that, thank you for being with us at the India Today and the Business Today Budget Roundtable